What's up, y'all? Y'all can hear me? Let me know if y'all can hear me. Let me know if y'all can hear me. I got this new mic, testing this mic out. Thank you. Thank you, beloved. Thank you so much. Marquita, thank you. What's popping? What's popping? What's popping? What's going on? Buckshine. Yes, sir. Buckshine in the building. Where everybody from? Where y'all from? Where y'all from? Trying to find this KRS-One video. I'm halfway done with this KRS-One video. I got this Africa Bambaataa video loaded. Man, I seen some shit today that was disturbing, man. I seen some stuff today that was disturbing, y'all. Give me 1 second. I'm trying to find this joint. Where everybody from? Where y'all checking in from? Okay, Hartford in the building. Hartford in the building. North End probably. North End in the building. BX. BX Yonkers. All right, all right. Hold on, y'all. 1 second. One second, y'all. Trying to find this video. All right, 164 from Prospect.
For me, if you keep it hip hop, nothing can be taken away from Africa. No. Just keep it hip hop. Right. But if you want to dig into dude's personal life and the accusations that's being made and so on, personally, I don't give a fuck. Right. Personally. Right. Look, if
crazy,
was
y'all.
harmed or whatever was done, whatever, y'all deal with that shit. What? Deal with it. Right. That don't stop hip hop. Right. That don't stop what you did. Take away the legacy. Don't take away none of it. History's history. Right. Right. But deal with that. That's personal. I don't, I don't even know what to say. I don't know the facts of the case. No, but even if you knew the facts.
Right. How y'all feel about this?
You know what I'm saying? A person like me, I deal
Long Island in the building.
Dudes that are questionable all the time. Right.
Released a video about Alpo car getting a grenade thrown in it. Yo, I got. Alright, I'm gonna keep it a band, y'all. I had an editor, right? I was fucking with an editor for a minute. Bro, what he tried to do and try to charge me for, I've been doing with my phone. These are phones. I've been doing it with these phones. So I got like 6 videos loaded. I tried to load the not the Frost joint. I tried to load the Africa Bambaataa joint that I got. And I went through mad changes. And the Frost video, I had the audio, but I got flagged for some of the audio I was trying to use. So it's like I'm doing it from a phone. Like I just learned how to do this shit. I'm not even kidding y'all. I ain't even been doing it a month yet. I've been doing this shit for like 2 weeks now. I do from CapCut and iMovie, right? So it take me, no exaggeration, them 2 videos the last 2 that I put up, those are the first ones that I actually edited. Y'all know before that, I just got up here, I talk, and I record myself talking. You know what I'm saying? So the last 2 videos I got up, the one about Jack Frost and the one with Prince, I actually did the editing myself. You know what I'm saying? So I'm learning how to do it. I had a MacBook. I took it to the nerd niggas, the geek squad. Somebody gave me a MacBook. I took it to the geek squad, and I guess the MacBook is obsolete. So I've been doing it with my phone for right now. You know what I'm saying? I'm gonna invest and go buy a computer, but I'm doing it with a phone. So those 2 videos that I put up, the one with Prince, and the one with Jack Frost, the last 2 videos, Bro, it took me like 3 days to do them videos. I spent the whole day yesterday editing that Prince one just to be able to put it on YouTube because they kept striking me for mad different shit. So I kept having to take shit out. I think it's only like 17 or 18 minutes, right? What if I told you that that Prince video was supposed to be 30 minutes? It was 30 minutes. I had to take mad shit down. I had to take mad stuff out of it. So I'm learning. So I got a bunch of videos stored in my thing, but every time I post it to YouTube and they don't allow it to go up, I have to go back and edit it. What I'll do is I'll start loading up a new video, information about a new video. That's what I've been doing. So I have to sit back down with the Frost one and redo that, and the Africa Bambaataa one and redo that. So if it don't go through, it'll tell you why it didn't go through. So what's happening is I'm getting 5 or 6 different strikes. I gotta go back through the video, re-edit it, redo it over again. So I'm just learning, y'all. So be patient with me. Be patient. I swear, be patient. I gotta invest and get a MacBook because people saying it's faster with a with the computer. But the editor, I'm not even gonna pay the editor. I'm not even gonna pay him. Like, why pay him? And I'm kind of doing the shit myself. And I learned a lot in the last week. Chicago in the building. What's up, y'all? Where everybody from? Space people. What are you talking about, space people? Do I know what you're saying? You know what I'm saying? That's some New York shit, man. I don't mean to keep saying you know what I'm saying. Nah, I mean, I can say nah, I mean. You heard? This is New York shit. Hood was good. Salute, 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 beloved. Where everybody from? Percy from upstate. Nah, that don't sound familiar at all. Percy? Why you ask? These glasses from Timu? Nah, these is Cartiers. These ain't Timu. These Cartiers. I've been wearing these over 20 years. Before they was popular, I got pictures with me on years ago, before everybody was wearing them. I'm like a Hartford nigga when it come to that. Like, even though I'm from the Bronx, but Hartford niggas been faithful with the Cardis forever. I've been faithful with the Cardis for a long time now. Story time, yeah, story time. I wanted to get on. I wanted to East New York in the building. Okay, E40. Nah, I wanted to talk about this shit right here, y'all. I got some hood stories, but I just want to know. I'm about to tear this nigga KRS up. I ain't even gonna lie. I'm about to do a whole video on this nigga. Y'all heard what he said? Listen to this nigga KRS One. This is what he said about Africa Bambaataa.
For me, if you keep it hip hop, nothing can be taken away from Africa Bambaataa. No, nothing. Just keep it hip hop. Right. But if you want to dig into dude's personal life and the accusations that's being made and so on, personally, I don't give a fuck. Right. Personally. Right. Look, if somebody was harmed or whatever was done or whatever, y'all deal with that shit. What? Deal with it. Right. That don't stop hip hop. Right. That don't stop what you did for hip hop. Take away the legacy. Don't take away none of it. History's history. Right. Right. But deal with that. That's personal. I don't, I don't even know what to say. I don't know the facts of the case. No, but even if you knew the facts, right? You know what I'm saying? A person like me, I deal with dudes that are questionable all the time. Right. Not just if the accusation is rape. Right. I know dudes that are doing.
What do he mean? He deal with dudes that's questionable all the time. And then he goes into scrape. He said, I deal with dudes. Who hangs around with scrapers? Are y'all listening to this nigga Kara? He making the Bronx look bad, Stretch. Yo, he making us look bad, bro. He said, even if you find out that Africa Bambaataa really was doing that to the kids, it don't take nothing away from hip hop. Now, there's a whole nother video I got loaded where this nigga, he wrote a hip hop Bible. He talking about a hip hop temple. And the Africa Bambaataa video that I got, it struck me like 5 or 6 times. I got mad shit I gotta take out of it before I could load it to YouTube. But I tore that nigga up. But this nigga's next. He's next. He talks about, and the reason why he's next is because my channel is really gonna be flooded with a lot of, me breaking down what hip hop actually. Hold on, y'all. It's this dumbass mic. Can y'all hear me now? This mic going in and out. Y'all can hear me? Somebody said I'm still muted. Somebody said I'm back. All right, y'all can hear me now. All right, bet. Yeah, nah, it's this mic. I got this fucking new mic. I had it for a minute now, but I'm just learning all this shit. I gotta watch it, make sure it stay red. But so yeah, we think that's why KRS One is gonna be next because he calls himself the Godfather of hip hop. And if you listen to this nigga, then y'all will really understand that hip hop is not just music. Hip hop, the African American, or what you want to call us, African American or fundamental blacks, whatever you want to call us, right? Hip hop is our culture. And if you understand or understand what that means, for hip hop to be a culture, that's actually a bad thing. That's a bad thing because like let's just say the Chinese, right? I'm gonna give you Chinese. Chinese culture, they bow. They don't really do hugs or handshakes. They most likely bow, right? They women don't look the men in the eyes. They sit on the floor. They eat on the floor. They don't wear their shoes in their home. They have different cultural things, right? Even Puerto Ricans have culture. Jamaicans have their culture, but the fundamental African Americans, we don't really have no culture. Whether we was brought here on slave ships or we was here when the colonizers got here and they enslaved us, or we went to war, whatever it was, when we lost our civilization, for hip hop to be our culture is a bad thing. That's our culture. To keep it all the way at band. We don't have no real culture. Christianity is a part of our culture, right? Because the slave master gave us the Bible, right? So we have that as a part of our culture. That's the other side of the culture, the side that's not with the street shit, right? So hip hop could be one side of the culture, and then Christianity is really the other side of the culture. Those are the two things that shape our belief systems, the way we talk, the way we dress, the way we, communicate. It's either the church or hip hop. That's our culture. Now the church is just like hip hop because now pastors wear Gucci, Louis, Jordans. You know what I'm saying? They talk just like street niggas now. Now you got hip hop and rappers, church people rapping and shit like that. You got Kurt Franklin just the other day. I got a video with a nigga saying that he listened to I can't remember who he said. He said 42 Dub. He said somebody. Hip hop ain't African culture though. It is because of the drum, right? Us as African, okay, now we're gonna get to this because this is what Bambaataa thing was. He said he named it the Zulu Nation because he went to Africa and he came back and he brought, the Zulu Nation and the music brought everybody together and all of that. Even hip hop in its conception, meaning even when hip hop started, right? Even when hip hop started, it was a prideful thing. To be an MC was prideful. It was all about bragging and boasting and talking about how nice you is, how nice your car is, how many women you slept with. And don't get me wrong, KRS One and a couple of other people did come with conscious hip hop. There was a little breath of conscious hip hop, but how much of the consciousness makes up hip hop? Let's be honest. How much of it? Even people like KRS One, who was conscious, he still was talking about selling drugs. He still was talking about trapping. Brand Nubian, I listened to them. They was conscious, you know what I mean? But they still had punks jump up and get beat down. They were still talking about beating people up, killing niggas on the train and all of that. They still was talking negativity too. You know what I'm saying? Uh, Then you had the 5% Nation when they came in, you know what I mean? And they kind of, so it's been positive, but it's been more negative than positive. Even the niggas that was positive still had a bunch of negativity in it, right? So our culture, if hip hop is our culture, because this is what this dummy keep talking about, the KRS One nigga keep talking about the culture, the culture, the culture, and our leaders in the culture. Who the fuck is our leaders in the culture? What hip hop artist has been a leader for the black people in a positive way? Name me one. What leader in hip hop culture has been the leader of our people in a positive way? You tell me one. And I'm talking about, when I say a leader, I mean he did something positive that everybody started following behind simply because he or she said it. Mike Son is new though. Mike Son is new. That's new. That's new shit. Hip hop is already hip hop. Mike Son now he's becoming he's speaking for the people. But I'm saying now that he's speaking for the people, he don't have a voice bigger than drill music. Mike Son don't have a voice bigger than none of the drill artists. He don't. Mike Son voice ain't even bigger than Chef G, a New York drill rapper. We ain't gonna talk about Dirk or the baby or none of them. We ain't gonna talk about none of them. Mike Son is cool, but I'm talking about an actual leader in hip hop. And Mike Son hasn't led anybody to do nothing. Yeah, he's marching and he's, where he's supposed to be and he's doing things for the community. Don't get me wrong, I'm not taking nothing from him, but he's not a leader though. Ain't nobody following Mike Son. That's what I'm saying. Hip hop is there. Yeah, X Clan was positive. Don't get me wrong, they were positive, but that's the 5%. You had X Clan, you had a couple people. You know what I mean? You had the Jungle Brothers, you had Tribe Called Quest, but even the Tribe Called Quest, they still promoted sex. They still promoted sex. Giving legends a chance to drop an album on his labels so they could eat. Who you talking about? Public Enemy, X Clan, yeah. Yes. But did you know that Chuck D was the police? Did you know Chuck D was a police officer? As much as the fight the power and all that shit about going against the government, Chuck D was a cop. Chuck D was a cop. And then his sidekick, Flavor Flav, went to make a buffoonery, a mockery of niggas. The blackest nigga on the face of the planet with a dumbass clock on his neck talking about, yeah, boy. So no matter how positive the actual group was, he still had a court gesture in Flavor Flav. I don't care how positive what he was saying, he still had a court gesture in Flavor Flav. Yeah, boy. They make us look bad. Our culture, hip hop, makes us look bad. Hip hop never made us look good in no kind of light. Yeah, there was a sprinkle of positivity in it, but overall, the culture of hip hop is a terrible thing to be a nation of people's culture. Nobody else music is culture. White people country music ain't their culture. Think about that. Jamaican people, Jamaican music ain't their culture. It's not their culture. They might sing about the stuff that they do, Jah Rastafari. They might sing about weed and all of that. But hip hop, when an artist say do, we do. Whether we believe it or not, whether we notice it or not. I was a victim of that too. Whatever hip hop say do, we do. Think about it. When Jay-Z got us talking about when Jay-Z started talking about platinum, think about it. Before Jay-Z, right? We only wore gold. White gold was trash. Nobody thought nothing about white gold. I've been in the streets. I was wearing gold teeth, chains, and everything. Nobody ever before Jay-Z thought to wear white gold. When Jay-Z introduced us to platinum, because most of us couldn't afford platinum, a lot of people went and got white gold. Jay-Z single-handedly made white gold popular because it looked like platinum. And it was still gold, but it wasn't platinum, but it looked like platinum. Right? So after Jay-Z, the whole 90s going into the early 2000s, white gold was popping. White gold was popping. He showed us the difference in the difference between the ranges and all that. Cameron and his rainbow community ways, and I don't have nothing against the rainbow community, but I do have something against people who are using hip hop to push an agenda and getting paid to push an agenda and doing things behind the scenes and pretending to be a stand-up man or a street nigga, or you know what I mean? They pushed an agenda on us on a low. And the agenda that I'm gonna address is the reason why you have KRS-One saying he don't care what Africa Bambaataa did. That's what he's saying. You know why he don't care? Because he's upon that same poison. He's upon the same poison. Behind the scenes, he's done the same things. It just ain't come out yet. It just ain't come out yet. Have y'all ever seen the video of them talking about Scott LaRock and how it's a theory that Scott LaRock was the first sacrifice in hip hop? Did y'all watch that? Watch it. Watch it. Watch it. Because me watching that, me already knowing what I knew about hip hop, me already knowing KRS-One believes hip hop should be a church and it's something big and spiritual, which it is something spiritual. That's the point of what I'm saying. Hip hop is spiritual. We think it's just music, but it's not just music. It's not just music. Hip hop goes back to the Bible. What if I could show you hip hop goes back to the Bible? I could show y'all that. Hip hop was around in biblical days. I'm wearing Tommy. Who ain't disrespect? I got on a Yankees hat too. George Steinbrenner disrespected black people. I got on Cartier's. You know who Cartier was? Cartier was a pirate. He was a pirate, and he did this. He was a scrapo too. Tommy, you want to go on and on? I'm on YouTube. You know who owns YouTube? We could go on and on and on with not wearing or supporting the people who have oppressed us or don't care about black people of color. We wouldn't be able to do nothing. You wouldn't be able to go to McDonald's. You wouldn't be able to do nothing. You wouldn't be able to use your iPhone. You wouldn't. If we go down the rabbit hole, how many people that we wear and support? I mean, support as in buying their stuff because we need it. We could go down that rabbit hole. We'll be here all day. We'll be here all day. We'll be here all day. Oh, shout out to Kenya. What's up, Kenya? Why not wear FUBU? Because I don't like FUBU. I don't like it. If I don't like it, I don't like it. And I like what I like because of hip hop. Yo, you can't make this shit up. I'm wearing Tommy right now with this Yankee fitted because of hip hop. So I'll be the first to tell you that I know I myself have been indoctrinated by the spirit of hip hop. I have. But I'm just trying to let y'all understand it, let y'all overstand it or understand it. I know I have. I know I have. I understand. When it came and I began to realize, I said, oh shit, look what we have done. Look what we're doing. Look at how we're conditioned. I'm still conditioned. Yeah, I got on the Tommy Hilfiger shirt. I got on this Yankee fitted. I'm from the Bronx, but still, I got on these Cartiers. I got on these foam posits, Michael Jordans. Yeah, yep. You 110% right. But I had FUBU stuff before. I just didn't like FUBU. I didn't like it. If it was good, I would have wore it. I wore Sean John. 050 was good, bro. Was good. You know what I'm saying? But yeah, that's why this dude could say the thing that he's saying. He don't care if Africa Bambaataa. Hold on, I'm gonna play it again, y'all.
For me, if you keep it hip hop, nothing can be taken away from Africa Bambaataa. Nothing. Just keep it hip hop. Right. But if you want to dig into dude's personal life and the accusations that's being made and so on, personally,
you know that?
Personally, I don't give a fuck. Right. Personally. Right. Look, if somebody was harmed or whatever was done, or whatever, y'all deal with that shit. What? Deal with it. Right. That don't stop hip hop. Right. That don't stop what you did for hip hop. Don't take away the legacy. Don't take away none of it. History's history. Right. Right. But deal with that. That's personal. I don't, I don't even know what to say. I don't know the facts of the case. No, but even if you knew the facts, right? You know what I'm saying? A person
Bring
like
your best one. You right.
I deal with dudes that are questionable all the time. Right. Not just if the accusation is rape. Right. I know dudes that are doing, you know what I'm saying? Right. If you know anybody from prison, if you know anybody from the shelter, if you know anybody, if you live really in the hoods, you know shooters, you know dudes running from the, your man might have an open warrant on him right now, right now. You know what I'm saying? Right. I'm not judging these motherfuckers, man.
Yo, the brother bring your best one. You said you can't ask for grown men respect looking like a teenager. Now you want to know something? You 100% right. And that's exactly a part of the topic that I'm bringing up tonight. That's a part of the topic. This spirit of hip hop. You exactly right. This fitted hat, this Tommy Hilfiger t-shirt, wearing Michael Jordan sneakers. I don't own one suit and I don't own one tie yet. Yet. And I'm almost 50. And as much as I like to say, it's a choice or this and that, in all reality, this is the spirit of hip hop. This is our culture. Right now, me being 50, I have daughters. But let's say my 30-year-old had a 15-year-old son, right? So here I am, 47. I got a 30-year-old and I got a 15-year-old grandchild, right? Let's say I had a boy. So me, my 30-year-old son, and my 15-year-old grandchild will be wearing the same exact thing. Just think about that for a second. 3 generations of people, the 50-year-old, his 30-year-old child, and his 15 or 13-year-old grandchild, all 3 will be wearing the exact same thing. And this is hip hop. It's stunning our growth. What hip hop say, the majority, not all of us, the majority of us do. And some of it is not put in the music, some of it is just suggestive, right? They don't say wear a fitted hat, a fitted is what to wear, or baseball cap is what to wear. It don't say that, but because the artists do it, we do it. And we do it so much that it becomes repetitive. And now nobody's be like, yo, hip hop ain't telling me to wear the hat. Nigga, why you wear it? What made you wear a hat? What made you wear a gold chain? What made you go get gold teeth in your mouth? What made you do that? Where did you get the idea from? And if you got the idea from an older brother, an uncle, or a cousin, if we ask that brother, uncle, or cousin where they got the idea from, if they could remember, they're gonna say hip hop because their father didn't dress like that. Their father didn't dress like that. Our fathers didn't dress like that. They wore suits. You know what I'm saying? It wasn't until Run DMC in the 90s started wearing the Adidas. And I'm not saying they started it because people in the streets probably was wearing it before that. But once Run DMC put them Adidas on, once Run DMC put on them thick rope chains and wore the Adidas sweatsuits, then niggas in the hood started wearing the sweatsuits. Niggas in the hood started wearing it. And don't get me wrong, back in the day, it was reversal. The hip hop artists used to go to the ghettos and see what they was wearing in the ghettos, and then the hip hop artists will put it on, and then the world will put it on. Right? This is why New York is the fashion capital of the world. This is why a lot of our swag and styles have gone global. The streets was wearing Timbs. Once the rappers started picking up the Timbs or wearing the Timbs in videos in the early 90s, late 80s, then the world started wearing Timbs. Right? The drug dealers in the street dudes was driving the Benzes, and back in the 60s and 70s, couldn't nobody afford a Rolls Royce but Nicky Barnes. Right? So once he was driving the Rolls Royce, I think it was Clyde Frazier, one of them, said, man, he was in Harlem and he seen a Rolls Royce. He wanted a Rolls Royce. So he started driving Rolls Royces. So in the 80s, in the early 90s, the rappers used to come to the streets for the culture. And once they wore it, it was spread to the world. Now, the rappers could sit at home and paint his fingernails black, and then the streets will start painting their fingernails black. The rapper could sit at home and say, yo, I'm a demon, and then he'll have millions of kids calling themselves demons. It's the reversal now. Now hip hop is in full swing. Now they don't have to the appropriators who are propagating hip hop. They don't have to go to the hood to find it. They could sit at home and make some shit up, and everybody will do it. The kids will do it. But it's been like that. So me seeing dudes in the 90s, I'm from New York City, so a lot of my stuff didn't really come from hip hop. It came from New York City because New York City influenced a lot of hip hop, and hip hop influenced the world. Do you understand what I'm saying? Now you can see kids in Africa. They got on the fitted, they got on the Timbs. I seen a video the other day with some kids in Africa. They had on some Timberland boots and they had on some fake chains in a Yankee fitted, and they was playing 50 Cent music and they was mimicking like 50 Cent. That's the culture. That's the culture. If his great grandmother or his grandmother looked and saw that kid in Africa walking down the dirt road like that, she's gonna be like, why you acting like them niggas in America? That's our culture. But where did it come from? Hip hop. Hip hop is the reason why a 50-year-old me, myself, I ain't talking about y'all. I ain't disrespecting nobody on here. I'm talking about me and the culture in general. Some of y'all might not wear Michael Jordans or foam posits or Timberland boots. Some of y'all might not. I'm a street nigga. I'm telling you what I wear, but I know why I wear it. Did I automatically get indoctrinated by a rapper? No, but it becomes gradual. You do something so much, you start to think that you just did it because you wanted to do it. You don't realize why you actually doing it. You think you do it because you wanted to do it. You don't realize why you actually doing it. You've been indoctrinated. It's planted in your subconscious mind to like a certain thing. Like I said, I didn't like Fubu. Fubu it wasn't Tommy Hilfiger and it wasn't Polo. Should I had liked Fubu because it came from black brothers? Yeah, I should have. I should have, but I didn't. When Car Kanai was out, in the early 90s, we did Car Kanai. You know what I mean? I rocked a couple of Sean John because it was nice. You know what I'm saying? But I never had Rockaway. I didn't never wear stuff that had like Rockaway. I never wore Rockaway or Woo wear, like Wu Tang when they came out with Woo wear. I never wore Woo wear because I felt like Woo represented their crew. So I'm not gonna wear another man's crew on my body like Rockaway. Rockaway I felt represented Rockefeller. So I didn't wear Rockefeller. Sean John, it sounded fly. If Puffy rap name was Sean John, I wouldn't have wore Sean John. Now that sounds crazy, but I wear Ralph Lauren. You know what I'm saying? You know what I mean? I wear Versace, Johnny Versace, but we wore Versace. You understand what I'm saying? But our rappers made it cool, so that's why we wore it, because the rappers made it cool. Thank you. I appreciate you. Yeah, I don't really listen to rap no more. I don't even really listen to R. I haven't really been listening to nothing in the last couple of months, to be honest. Every now and again, you know what I'm saying? Like me actually turn the music on, I really don't unless I'm in the car sometimes. But I be having, since I've been on YouTube, on the internet, I've been having so many conversations. When I be in the car, I'm talking to somebody. So I haven't really been listening to hip hop in itself. And I don't really, I don't listen to the old stuff because I'm not in that space no more. I was a Nas fan, I was a Mobb Deep fan, I was a Wu-Tang fan. That's my era of hip hop. I like Griselda. I like Griselda. I listened to Griselda like months ago. I was listening to a lot of Griselda stuff, but I don't really listen to hip hop. I was listening to R&B a lot, but not old R&B. Don't laugh at me, but I was actually like going through my whole SZA phase, my Kalani, SZA. You know what I'm saying? Y'all know all of the new people. I just been listening to all the new people, like all the new people I've been listening to. Ella May, I've been listening to Tink, a lot of new R&B I've been listening to. But I had to fall back from that too. You know why? Because they're not even singing about love no more. If you listen to Summer Walker album, you listen to SZA, you listen to Kalani, they're not even Kalani singing to another girl. It's fly. I like Kalani. She's one of my favorite new artists, but she's singing to a girl. Kalani don't even sing to a nigga. She's singing to another female. Most of her songs is to another female. You know what I'm saying? But I kind of fell back from that too because they're not singing about love. They're singing about, sexual relationships. Dolores Tucker was right. Dolores Tucker was right. But it's not even just Dolores. Rap does make you quick temper because we got the drum. I'm gonna wait till I do these videos, y'all. Y'all see right now I'm free. When I get into these books and I show you the spiritual aspect of this hip hop shit, it's gonna blow your mind. That's why I keep referring y'all to Craig T. Lewis. That's who put me on. I was in the halfway house, in the Christian halfway house, and the Christian brother had me watching Craig T. Lewis. And when I watched Craig T. Lewis, when I started watching him, and I started realizing, I said, damn, they actually are a lot of the artists, Bone Thugs and Harmony, a lot of them was worshiping Satan. A lot of them was. So if we know the artists are devil worshippers, you think it's hard to believe that the Kabbalah, Jays, the small hat people, I don't want to keep saying their name on here, but y'all know what I'm talking about. They trying to knock the rock, blow the Palestinians off the face of this planet. Them, they run everything. So if they run hip hop, right, and they sacrifice their kids, if they are who we say they are, do you think 1 second that they wouldn't put spells in the music? You think in 1 second that there aren't warlocks who put certain things in melodies and in these beats and these drums? It is. There are. Had my mind blown when he broke down Michael Jackson. Come on. Come on. Michael Jackson, like, I got a video loaded about him. Called himself Peter Pan. See, we be thinking that things just be the way they is for no reason. Michael Jackson called himself Peter Pan, right? And people believe because, let's say he didn't have a childhood, right? The nigga been dirt rich since a kid. I get that he was performing and all of that, but everybody feels so bad for poor Michael Jackson, who been rich since he was 5 years old, and his whole family been rich since Joe let Quincy do whatever he did with them kids, right? He calls himself Peter Pan. He identifies with Peter Pan. If y'all study Peter Pan, who wrote Peter Pan, the original Peter Pan story, it wasn't the story that we was given by Disney. It's similar, but the biggest thing that he took out was if the kids grew up with Peter Pan, he would unalive the kid. If you grew up, he would unalive you. And what's not in the story as well was Captain Hook and his team, his pirates, they were once in Never Neverland and they escaped. And they escaped. So they wanted to write in the fact that Captain Hook and his crew was coming to rescue the kids, but they changed the story. They didn't want to make Peter Pan seem bad, so they wanted it to seem good that a grown-ass man sneaks in somebody's house, takes the kids away, and takes them off to Never Neverland and feeds off of their energy. And Pan is the god of chaos, the god of music, the god of illusion. Pan is a sexual deity. Pan is the Pied Piper. And then we got R. Kelly, who calls himself the Pied Piper. Pan and Pied Piper are both, no, Peter Pan and the Pied Piper are both the same deity, Pan, an entity that uses music to manipulate. That's where you get pandemonium from, panic, Pandora. If you get into Greek mythology, Pandora is a box. Pandora was a female who opened a box, and when she opened that box, all kind of spirits and entities came out of that box and caused pandemonium. The Pandora's box caused the pandemonium. And this is who they named themselves. So we think R. Kelly named himself the Pied Piper, right? The Pied Piper is someone who was called to get rid of the rat infestation, and he blew the pipe, and all the rats followed him out of the city. When the town people didn't pay him for getting rid of the rats, he came back and used his flute to lure all the kids away. This is the story of the Pied Piper. Now we get into R. Kelly. R. Kelly, with his music, met all these young women who wanted to be singers, took them away from their parents, and never brought them back to their parents. And he been calling himself the Pied Piper since he's been in the industry. And he did the exact same thing the Pied Piper did. And we sitting here and acting like he just called himself the Pied Piper for nothing. Michael Jackson whisked these kids away to Never Neverland, got allegations for doing things he shouldn't have been doing, and we think that he's just this innocent man who made his nose look like Peter Pan, who dreams about taking kids away from their parents and never bringing them back. And they all worship Aleister Crowley, who Aleister Crowley teaches them to, when you do the things you're not supposed to do with children, the fear and the energy you take from the children is a higher vibrational, which is a lower vibrational that will bring in the spirit of creativity. Yeah. Yeah. And Michael Jackson and Prince look just like Liberace with that white. That's an entity with their face looking white, having the long hair. That is the whole hermaphroditic spirit. It's a spirit of creation. When you're half man, half woman, that's the most spirit of creation because they make their feminine energy match their male energy, and that's how they get inspiration. Inspiration is a spirit. When they call somebody a musical genius, Google where genius come from. Genius means genie in us. Genie in us. The first person to be called a genius was Socrates. And if you study Socrates, Socrates said, all the information I get from a demon. I'm a genius because I summons a demon takes over me, and this is how I'm able to philosophize these things to y'all because a demon is taking over me. And he was the first genius. That's where the term genius come from. So when they say he's a musical genius, they're saying genie in us. That's what a genius is, a musical genius, any genius. Stop calling them kids too. Yeah, Disney is 666, but don't call them kids either because a kid is a sacrifice to Maluch. A kid is a sacrifice to a goat. A kid is a baby goat. A goat is Pan. Pan is half man, half goat. That's what the goat is. When we see all this goat talk, greatest of all time, what if I told you Baphomet is the goat? Baphomet been the goat. So when we start talking about all this goat talk, you have to realize that these people know exactly what they're saying. You don't know what they're saying. You don't know what they're saying. Pan is the GOAT. The greatest of all time is the GOAT. So don't be careful with calling your kids kids because a kid is a baby goat, and a baby goat was one of the best sacrifice. The scapegoat was the sacrifice the Israelites used when they separated the two. You never hear God say the kids of Israel. Only time kid is used in the Bible was for a sacrifice. All right, whatever. Demon, jinn, whatever you want to call it, bro. Evil spirit, the devil, Shaitan, Izezu, Baphomet, Baal, Molech. It's 1,001 names. I gotta go grab my thick book again. You're not teaching me. You must be new here, but I get what you're saying. I'm saying demon for layman's terms. Sometimes I say a lot of things that when I say God, I don't really use God, but I use God for layman's terms. So if I say a demon, I don't need you to teach me what the difference is between. I got 10 books over there on demonology. If you wasn't new here, you would know that already. But hold on. But yeah, understanding means to stand under someone. I see, just like I just told the other brother, it's not the same. It's there is death and magic. Yeah. But bring your best one, like you just said, to understand. I say understand for lack of a better term. All of this new word rhetoric, I learned 30 years ago what understand is. Understand is in Black's law. It means to stand under the authority. That came about when the Moors brought the sovereignty, and we learned not to use words to not, because people start saying that it was a spell, but it's not a spell. It's when you say understand, you put yourself under someone's authority. But I say understand because most people say understand. And to say overstand or understand is just too much to keep doing. So for lack of a better term, but trust and believe, as y'all come up here and y'all try to teach me something, whatever you show me that you're trying to teach me, I'm not being proud or pompous or nothing like that, but I'm most likely gonna know what you're trying to teach me. I just leave most things for layman's terms. I say overstand, or if I'm saying demon, because I know everybody understands demon. I say overstand so people could, understand so people could understand what I'm saying. I do understand the spiritual bind and the law when you say understand is to put yourself under someone's authority. I do know that, brother. But I'm talking to a lot of people, and I don't like when people get up here and mix and match a whole bunch of words. The grand rising and all that. All that shit is cool, but my thing when people with the whole grand rising thing, because they say, oh, to say morning is putting a spell over yourself. Because the slave masters, when they unalive somebody in the morning, they would say good morning because somebody was unalive. So you're supposed to be thankful for having a good morning, for being here, right? Or whatever the case may be. But I don't go all into that because everything is a spell. If your name is John Jackson, Jackson is a spell because it is a slave name. So for you to adhere to John Jackson, you're a slave. When you take your mail and your mail comes in all capital letters, that's a spell too. Everything is a spell. To be a United States American citizen and have a United States driver's license, or Connecticut, New York, Jersey, wherever you're from, to have that driver's license is a spell. So I'm not going to say grand rising every morning to avoid a spell, or say overstand instead of understand, because we all stand under the United States of America right now. You slap your kid in front of the teachers, they're going to take your kid away from you because your kid don't belong to you. Why? Your kid belongs to the United States. And I said kid, right? I didn't say your child. Your kid belongs to the government. You belong to the government. I had a conversation with somebody today who has an elderly mother, and she called it a consort, I think she called it a consort. More or less, her mother has dementia. So with her mother having dementia, they have somebody who takes care of her medical bills, somebody who takes care of all her finances, who's in control of her estate. And I don't know how true this is. I got to Google it myself. I just learned this today. So she says she went to court and the courts denied them. So instead of her daughter or her granddaughter handling the mothers with dementia's business, because she's in a convalescent home, they put somebody to handle that woman's business instead of her own family. And they went to court, and the court said no. She's in a convalescent home. They're handling all of her business, her medical, her money, everything they're handling is business. I never heard that until today. But what I explained to the lady is, she said, yeah, you wouldn't believe it. I said, well, I actually do believe it because your mother don't belong to you. Your mother belongs to the United States of America. And because the judge stands over you in his court, in his square, when you come into his four corners, which is mass, which is matter. That's why when you go to court, they say, what's the matter? Today's matter. Even your parents ask you, what's the matter? Matter is this. What we go through, flesh, steel, all of this. This is matter, right? So when you step into his square, his circumference, he sits above you, so he has control over you. We are slaves in this country. People say we free. Try to walk out of the hospital when you have a baby and don't have a car seat. You can't leave the hospital without a car seat, but that's your child. Now we could get into a whole, you're supposed to have a car seat because something can happen. We could get into the, oh, if you hit your kid and they take your kid, some kids need to be taken by the state. We could get into all of that. But the underlying factor is you're a slave. So please don't try to correct me when it comes to etymology and words, because I spent 18 years in prison and all I did was read. So trust me, whatever you tell me, I'm quite sure I'm gonna know, especially when it comes to words. I may not read them all that good, but I know what the fuck they mean. I just don't use all of the rhetoric. I don't want to be up here overstand, understand, and come on here grand rising and all of that. I'm not coming over here with all of that, because in all reality, everything we do here is a spell. We're under the jurisdiction of the United States. We live here. We live here. We're actually doing what's going on in Palestine. We are all responsible. If a galactic federation came here, right? Let's say aliens stopped this country from bombing them, right? Stopped us. I'm gonna say us. If they stop us from bombing them, right? Let's say Thor came down here tomorrow, right? Let's say the Avengers landed right now on the White House lawn. The Avengers landed and it was like, yo, y'all violating for trying to blow the Palestinians up. Do you know in the Galactic Tribunal, we'll all be as guilty as Trump and whoever else is over there dropping them bombs? You know why? You pay for those bombs. That's right. You pay for those bombs. Yeah. If they took us in front of a galactic tribunal, we'll be held accountable for all the FBAs or the native so-called Native Americans. We using word semantics. So I'm gonna say the so-called Indians, because they're not really Indians, right? Because we all know Columbus was on his way to India, so he called the people here Indians. So we would all be accountable in a global tribunal for unaliving all of the Indians and taking his land, what's going on in Iraq, what goes on, everything that's went on this planet since America has been the superpower for the IMF, the International Money Fund, right? Since they have been the power for the World Bank, and it's these J people that sounds like Suish, right? Being that we the police for them, we're just as guilty. That's how we can sit here with our air conditions. We got lights. You know what I mean? We eat steak. We could go to the supermarket and get shrimp, lobster, whatever we want. We could go right there and get it. Our gas prices is good. We driving Benzes. We wearing Cartiers. We're all just as guilty because we're under the jurisdiction of this place. We're just as guilty as them because we're reaping the benefits, right? If the United States was under federal, if they had a federal indictment for the United States, we would all be co-conspirators because we finance and live and get to rock off of the things that they do. You're just as guilty. There's places that can't turn on their lights, that don't have lights every day. There's places where they might have to walk. Some of the Africans who be on YouTube and TikTok, they can't just charge their phone. They gotta go 5 miles to go to the neighborhood charge station to charge their phone to come on TikTok and beg for money. Well, all we do, we just plug it right up. We go right to the bathroom and drink water. There's people gotta walk a mile to get water. So we have these luxuries because our country, the company of the United States of America, we're workers of this company. We're property of this corporation, and we fund this corporation with our blood, sweat, and tears. So we're just as guilty as them. I ain't get what you said, Artful Dodger. I remember wearing Artful Dodger. Is that why you call yourself that? I used to love Artful Dodger clothes. I ain't been reading. People don't understand that we are born into the laws of water. That's right. That's right. Jordan Maxwell. That's right. That's right. Jordan Maxwell. That's right. We're under what is it? Our maritime law. Our maritime law. We're under the law of the water because the papacy owns the church. I mean, the papacy owns the air, and the papacy owns the land, and England owns the water, and the devil owns the souls because that's what laws is. Land. This is what laws is, y'all. Whether y'all know it or not. Land, air, water, which is land, air, water, and fire, which is souls. Land, air, water, and souls. That's the law. North, south, east, west. What's it? Nitrogen, hydrogen, oxygen, and carbon. Carbon being the land. Hydrogen is the water. I mean, hot, and oxygen being the air. Y'all know what I'm saying? That's four: land, air, water, and soul. Those are the four things. North, south, east, west. That's the square. This is your square. This is your circumference. You understand what I'm saying? It's four components to anything that's physical. Four components to everything that's physical. Everything that's physical has four components. Those are the building blocks. That's why the gods, they say knowledge, wisdom, understanding, culture. Culture is four. Four is also to build. That's the platform. That's why an altar is on four corners. A bed is on four corners. A table is on four corners. Which a bed and a chair is both for altar. These are altars. This is the reality. You understand? This is so when you enter a courtroom, when you enter the court, when you enter their square, you're doing business with them. We're under their authority. You know what I mean? I got off topic a little bit. I don't know how I went all the way down that rabbit hole. You know what I'm saying? I don't know how I went all the way down that rabbit because I wanted to get KRS-One today in hip hop. That's really what I wanted this live to be about because I do believe that we are the lost tribe. I do believe that the fundamental blacks, the music group. The music group Earth, Wind, Air. Oh man, do you listen to Earth, Wind, and Fire? You know what you know. I could do a whole video on them just alone. Oh, don't worry. I'm gonna get started. Don't even trip. Don't even trip. Don't even trip. Rolls Royce, I got her too. I got her. Don't even trip. See, I told y'all to go to Craig T. Lewis, right? Because I'm not a hater. What most people would have did was they would have went look because I'm on YouTube now, right? So I could have went to Craig T, watched all his stuff over again because I know a lot of it by heart, and just plagiarized all his stuff and then pushed it out to y'all like it was my own. I'm not gonna do that. You know why? Because Craig T, he looks at it the same way as I do, but he got the older stuff. I got all the new shit. It's stuff he never even surfaces, he never even scratched yet. You know what I'm saying? But Craig T. Lewis, y'all, that's a good person to listen to. Go watch it. His name is Craig T. Lewis, EX Ministries, the truth in hip hop. Once I watched that brother, man, my life changed for real. Because I said if it's demonic presences, if there's witchcraft and magic in music, then it's witchcraft and magic in everything. And it is. It's not just music. It's Craig T. Yeah, G. Craig. All right, yeah, G. Craig Lewis. My bad. All right, yeah, that brother right there. He's a good brother to watch. Yeah, that brother's a good brother to watch. I'm gonna carry the mantle for him though. He woke me up, and since since he woke me up back in 2010, I've been doing my due diligence. Cause I was under the spirit of hip hop, man. I used to get songs in my dreams, man. When I used to, have orgies and shit like that, I would go to sleep. I would get songs in my dreams. Then my songs started coming true, and I used to only rap about death. I only rapped about death before drill music. That was my thing because I lost a lot of people. I don't know if how many of y'all been here with me since the beginning, but I've been around a lot of death and destruction. You know what I'm saying? And I kind of went viral for talking about 17 homicides that I played a part in and gave up to the government, right? But in all of that, a lot of those homicides and the way they happened, I creatively wrote music, and this music ended up coming true. A lot of it started coming true. So when you're disseminating death in music, and then the people around you are actually unaliving people, what people don't know is you start calling spirits. And a lot of these artists do it unknowingly. And but the Kabbalah J's, y'all know what I'm talking about. They rhyme with the two screws. Them, when they know the energy, we don't know. When they go into them boardrooms and they go into them boardrooms and they sit there with the music moguls, the music moguls are Kabbalah. They sacrifice real to entities. So when let's just say when Bobby Schmurder walked into that place, they don't know that Bobby Schmurder might not have known that they could see all the death around Bobby Schmurder. They could see that his group of people was unaliving people. They could see that energy. So it was an energy. And when he got on that beat and he started talking about unaliving his ops, he birthed New York drill music, and they compensated him for that. But do you know how much death and destruction, how much that has set New York's? It's not just New York. I'm just giving an example because that's where I'm from, right? But it's the whole world. Right now, if there was no such thing as drill music, New York probably wouldn't be getting a 500 unalivements that they even get every year. It probably wouldn't because hundreds of them are due to drill music and fake beef. Most of it. So while this dude up here talking about hip hop and hip hop's leaders and all that, this nigga KRS One is out of his mind, and I'm a 99% sure that he sacrificed Scott LaRock. I'm 90% sure. It's a video on YouTube. It says the first sacrifice in hip hop, and they're saying that it's Scott LaRock. I didn't know all the details because I was a kid when it happened, but when I watched the video, I know that's exactly what he did. So with this dude talking about the temple of hip hop and holy scriptures of hip hop, we think that this nigga just talking, that he just a forefather of hip hop, and he just talking. No, he overstands, because y'all don't want me to say understand. He overstands or understand that hip hop is a deity. Hip hop is a arrogant, ego-driven deity that has robbed and pillaged our community more than drugs, longer than prison, and longer than other shit. Because it propagates everything wrong with us. It propagates everything that's wrong with our community. It's all jumped up in hip hop. Because you could say crack, right? Drugs may took some fathers out of the home because they went to prison. Mothers like my mothers and most of the niggas I grew up with, our mothers were smoking crack. So mostly all my friends was raised by their grandmother as well, right? So we could say, okay, 85 came, the crack epidemic hit. Crack epidemic took some of the mothers out of the home, some of the fathers out of the home. We could say that, right? But now we not smoking crack. My generation ain't smoking crack. We don't see too many 21, 22, 23-year-old crackheads no more. These kids ain't smoking crack. Most of these kids ain't even selling crack no more. Crack is liable to be obsolete in the next 10 years. Remember I said it. Crack is liable to be obsolete in the next 10 years because it's nearly obsolete now. But guess what been thriving? Spewing more hate, poison, and destruction than hip hop. Because it comes in the form of drugs. It comes in the form of arrogance. It comes in the form of pride. It comes in the form of disrespecting your women. It comes in the form of seeing another brother as an enemy of you. It comes in the form of greediness, gluttony, jealousy. Everything wrong with the world is what hip hop is. Yeah, these kids are using different drugs. They're not using crack though. It depends on where you at too, but these kids ain't really they use well. Then again, the Molly and all that shit. Nobody knows what's in most of that stuff. But I'm talking about straight crackheads and dope fiends, and they're actually getting in the dope because of the pills, right? Because of the they putting opiates in everything. So these rappers are, but the rappers are the one promoting it. I'm not saying that drugs is dead and drugs ain't no, but drugs is not doing more than hip hop because everybody ain't a drug addict. Everybody ain't everybody ain't doing drill music. But I can show you how hip hop is affecting someone negatively who isn't in the streets at all. At all. You know why? Because when somebody gets unalived or you see on the thing, oh, Bucks spoke on 17 homicides. The person runs to see these 17 homicides, the younger generation, because they want to see the new King Von, or they want to they with that now. Now drill music has made how many bodies you got or how many unalivements you've been around cool. It's actually a cool thing. It's actually a subject of conversation. That's hip hop. That's not drugs. It's not the news. It's hip hop. Our culture. Our culture. Have a baby by a chick and just leave it for dead. That's our culture. This is our culture, and this is what this idiot is up here defending. If Africa Bambaataa is the godfather or the founder of hip hop, he went to Africa and he came back with more than just hip hop. He went to Africa and he came back with more than just the name Zulu Nation. He went to Africa and he came back with some old African spirits, and hip hop was one of them. That's a fact. That's a fact. If you read in your Bible, when Jacob wrestled with God, it wasn't God. I'm just telling y'all, it wasn't God. He wrestled with a deity. And I could show you in Hosea where it says, I was the one who wrestled with him. It's not a God talking, it's an angel. He wrestled with an angel. Now we can assume that it's an angel of God, right? But he wrestled with that angel. After he wrestled with that angel, the angel touched him on his hip. So he began to hop. And he wrestled with the angel until the break of dawn. I ain't get that from Craig T. Lewis. I didn't get that one from Craig T. Lewis. I promise you, I didn't get that. I'm reading as I study the Bible. As I'm studying, I read it one day and it said, he wrestled with God. That angel touched his hip and he began to hop. And he wrestled to the break of dawn. Now, if you're old enough to know, the beginning of the hip hop was a hip, a hop, a hippie to the hippie, a hop, hop, bop to the bang bang boogie, and they did it to win, to the break of dawn. Can't make this shit up. Can't make this shit up. And he got a new name. And what does these artists do when they become famous? What they do, y'all? Whenever you join any kind of thing that's prevalent in this world of society, you have to take an oath and you have to change your name. You become different from the person that their mother gave birth to. So when Africa Bambaataa came back, Africa Bambaataa, he came back with more than just a name. He actually came back with a culture. And it's been cultivating death, destruction since it been here. It has. You know what I'm saying? It has. And they know that. Even when you, Bucky, what's up? This Khalifa, we was in Lackawanna together in the hole. In the hole, man, I stayed in the hole, bro. The regular box or the special handling? Because I was in the regular box and then I was in special handling. What's good though, beloved? What's good? Kevin Chapman, why that sound familiar? Kevin Chapman. Now I know who you is, bro. Tell me who you is though. But yeah, you know what I'm saying? Even with the whole funk, the boogie, up jump the boogie, all that boogie, those are entities. Those are energies, I should say. Funk is an energy. It's an entity. Because that's where the spirits dwell. They dwell in these dirty, funky, decrepit places. So when they talking about, when the parliament was talking about bringing down the funk from the mothership and all of that, a lot of these dudes was into the Theosophical Society, and they study under Madam H.P. Blavatsky. Study her, go check her out. And Aleister Crowley. That's who they study. So when they say they bringing down the funk and all this other stuff, we think they just talking about music. That funk is funky music when it's not. It's actually an entity. Hip hop is an entity. Jealousy, envy, rage, these are all conscious energies. They are. And we unknowingly allow them into us when we go to these, when you go to a club. Why do you think you be in I used to do it, man. So I know when Craig T. Lewis opened his door and showed me, I knew he was right because I knew what used to happen with me. Okay. Peace. What's up, beloved? All right. Yeah, they ain't let me go too crazy. They put me in a box. I was in a box the whole time. Yeah, I was in the box the whole time. I be telling everybody on the live, I said, yo, I did 18 years in prison. And out of the 18 years, I probably did 8 years of it in the box. Every jail I've never been to a jail without going to the box, but I'm not glorifying that. I'm just saying, like, I used to like to read, pray, meditate. I ain't want to be around the bullshit out there. You know what I mean? And I'm glad I did, because now all the shit that I done learned, I'm putting into practice, and now I'm actually walking in my truth and living in my purpose, because I'd rather be in the box reading than to be on the tier making nachos and getting fresh flavors and running around doing all the goofy shit niggas was doing. And I was in there building myself because I knew I wasn't going back. I'm not going back to that ever again in life. You know what I mean? But hip hop is, while I'm up here saying hip hop made it okay. Hip hop made it okay to be going in and out of jail. Hip hop made it okay to be a jail nigga or a street nigga. Hip hop made it okay to gun another brother down and not even think about it. Always thought 60 heroin, 70 coke, 90s weed, drugs, gateway, ritual. She went for drugs to fight back the double backing of a ritual. Yeah, but I would say I would take coke out of the 90s and the 2000s, right? Because in the 70s, the people who was popular started using and selling heroin. In the 80s, people who was popular started using and selling crack. In the 90s, the people who was popular didn't use crack. The people who was popular in the 90s was doing hip hop. And hip hop said it's not good to be a crackhead. So most of us didn't become crackheads. You know understand what I'm saying? I ate pork in 2022. I stopped eating pork in 1995. You know why I haven't ate pork from 1995 all the way to 2022? You know why I didn't eat pork for what's that, 27 years or something like that, whatever that, however long that is. You know why? Because hip hop. No pork on my fork, strictly fish on my dish. It wasn't cool to eat pork. And I was around some fake guard body niggas. And if you was eating some rib tips, they wouldn't pass you the blunt or the 40. If you was eating pork, they wouldn't pass you the blunt and they wouldn't pass you the 40. Ain't that some shit? You you smoking drugs and you drinking a libation, alcohol, which is another spirit, right? But I can't smoke because I just ate some rib tips. This is the rhetoric of our people, man. We lost, all the way lost in the source. You know what I'm saying? We lost in the source. Quincy Jones once said Michael Jackson started dancing and couldn't stop. He said he danced all the way from the studio into the traffic outside. That's a spirit. Yeah, that's a spirit. Yeah, like they said Denzel Washington, and we think it's just hip hop. It ain't just hip hop. I ain't. It's a whole rabbit hole we could go down. They said when Denzel played Malcolm X, it's an interview with his wife said he couldn't come out of character. It was a spirit. And when you, I don't want to misquote because I don't know if it was Denzel or if it was Will Smith when they was trying to do a role and they asked Oprah and Oprah said to him, harness your skills. While you over there in Africa, summons the spirit of the person in order to do the part better. She said, hone your craft. We think they saying they craft is just, oh, he's an actor, he's a craft. No, she's saying a craft, a real craft, a ritual. Nigga, do what you gotta do and let that spirit of Malcolm X come upon you. Or a spirit that can act like Malcolm X. Because it don't have Malcolm X spirit could be in heaven, and Malcolm X spirit could have went to the X planet. Malcolm X spirit could be in his great granddaughter. He could be walking back around as his great great granddaughter right now, for all we know. So I'm not saying the spirit of Malcolm X, but she told him to hone your craft. They're all in the witchcraft, all of them. Oprah is Hoppo backwards. Hoppo Oprah backwards. Tyler Perry. You know what a Tyler is? A Tyler is the guy who guards the Masonic temple. Medea is a witch in Greek mythology. Medea is a hermaphrodite witch in Greek mythology. So we think he just made up that term Medea, and his real name is not Tyler, but he calls himself a Tyler because he's a guardian of a Masonic temple. These people in the witchcraft, man. Thank you for the donation. I appreciate you. Would you say those control use hip hop, use negative, use negative ways of life? We see more today than yesterday. Hell yeah. Hell yeah, because there was a time hip hop made it acceptable. Do you understand what I'm saying? When we was younger, right? I'm 47. So when I was younger, if you walked around carrying yourself like as a hip hop head, wearing the wear, talking like that, our parents and our grandparents and the older people looked at you like you was crazy. You understand? Now, because we're the elders, right? So now people who in their 60s came up on hip hop right now. People who are 60 years old came up in hip hop. I'm 47. I came up in hip hop. So now the whole world is open to all the shit that's going on now. It's open. This is how, I'm not saying nothing against the rainbow community and nothing like that, but that's how all of this became norm is because hip hop. And no, hip hop doesn't openly back then. Now it does, but back then it didn't openly say that. But like I'm gonna get into in one of the videos, like with Cameron wearing pink, he had us all wearing pink. He was paid by the J people to wear pink. Yo, if you could get gangsters in the hood to wear pink, I'll give you. They gave him some money up front to do it. The range, the pink this, the pink that, and then he did it. You know what else he did? He got us to wear 2 earrings. Just think about it. I had 1 earring throughout the whole 90s. I went to prison, came home in 2000. Everybody had 2 earrings. And when I came out with 1 earring, everybody, yo, bro, go get your other earring. You look crazy. Where your other earring? I'm like, boys, men don't wear 2 earrings. Everybody had 2 earrings. So I had to say, when did this change? When did men start wearing 2 earrings? So he got you wearing pink and he got you wearing earrings. Does that make you That, no. But it opens the door though. It's softening you out as time go on. It softens you out. And now this is why we see the women saying that the men are more feminine and the women are more masculine. And it's not just it's the music, but it's also how we're conducting ourselves. When women started wearing pants, they became more masculine. When men kept going to prison and the women had to take care of the children, or even if they was on welfare, but they had to get that welfare check and feed the kids while she put her jeans on and she put her Timbs on, she became a man. So as time go on, now this is where we're at. Women are just as masculine as men, and men is just as feminine as them. The lines are blurred, and hip hop is the reason. Look at your queen of hip hop soul. Who's the queen of hip hop soul, y'all? Who's the queen of hip hop soul? Mary J. Blige, right? Now, go Google Real Love and all them videos that came out with us 92, 91, 92. Google that. And when you see her, when you see TLC and Jada Pickett on A Different World, because that's the first time I've seen a female dressed like that, that's going to be the first time you see a woman wearing Timberland boots and jeans. I'll wait. You show me Anita Baker wearing jeans. Show me. Show me Aretha Franklin wearing jeans. We ain't gonna go all the way back to, you know what I'm saying, the Supremes. We ain't gonna go all the way back to the background singers for Ray Charles and all them. We ain't gonna go all the way back then. We ain't gonna go all the way back. When did you start seeing females on national TV wearing jeans, Timberlands, basketball jerseys with a hat turned back, rapping over a hip hop beat, grabbing their pants like they got something down there to grab on? Queen of hip hop soul. And you got to realize that these people are getting these titles as king of pop, queen of this, godfather of hip hop. Everybody who has a title of nobility in music did something wrong. The king of pop, king of R&B, the godfather of hip hop, they all did some bull. The president of the United States, they all Epsteined out. Every last one of them. But y'all think it's a coincidence. It's not a coincidence. It's because behind the scenes, they're harnessing this sexual magic because they all idolize and follow the ways of Aleister Crowley. But that's the new version of it. This been going on since Rome and Greek days. This been going on since back then, since Caligula, since Alexander. This goes all the way back to then. You understand what I'm saying? This is not new shit. This is ancient shit. You know what I mean? And we ain't see Mary do nothing yet, but if you listen to Mary J. Blige and let your third eye open and you really listen to what she's saying, when she hear that song, "You're my morning star, shining brightly beside me," and then she said this, "And if we keep this love, it will last through all eternity. Because our love will turn wrong into right and we'll never die because we'll always be together." She's singing to a fucking entity. That's not a human being. I know it sounds like, no, she's saying our love will never die, we'll live forever. I know that's what you think she's saying, but go back and listen to that song, "Our Love." Listen to it. She's singing to an entity. She ain't singing to a human being. Yeah. They singing to entities. They not singing to another human being because human beings pass on. And when you pass on, you're not gonna be in love. And when you hear Rihanna, "Come into me, you're my entity. There's no distance between our love." That's the Rain Man song. Y'all know who Rain Man is. On the Rain Man song, she's singing to the entity of Rain Man, and then she got Rain Man on the track, Jay-Z. And the other Rain Man, Eminem. I got a whole videos loaded about both of them too. I got a whole video loaded. But they singing to entities, man. You could go back to Earth, Wind, and Fire. You could go back to Rolls Royce. I don't know if y'all know who Rolls Royce is, but "You abandoned me. Love don't live here anymore." Huh? Woo. Man, she says it's an entity. She says it in her songs. She says it. You know what I'm saying? She says it. All you when I was in jail, right? In prison, in the feds, they got a kiosk, so you can order your music on the kiosk. So if I type in, like, let's just say, if I want to say Wankster, if I type in Wankster to show all the songs that got gangster, you could tap in Morning Star, you'll see all the songs, right? If you listen to Michael Jackson's Dirty Diana, right? Listen to Dirty Diana. And then I'm not gonna go grab the book, but if you've been here every night, then you know, yeah, I know a book. I got books this thick on spirits and spells and all that other shit, right? If you type in Diana on a kiosk, there's thousands of songs for Diana. Thousands of them. And Michael Jackson's Dirty Diana is one of the illest ones because it's one of the most blatant ones. Go listen to Dirty Diana. Go listen to it. He says you wait backstage for the members of the band. They all had their turn with you, and you promising them fame, money, and power. This is what he's singing to Dirty Diana. And we thought he was singing to Diana Ross. That's what we thought. But he's actually speaking to the deity. And if you study Greek mythology, Diana is the one who gives prosperity and magic to the practitioner. Diana, just Google it. Just Google Diana. And then when you listen to the Migos song, they have a song called I think Cocoon. They have a song called Cocoon. And in the song, they like, when we get high, we go straight to the moon. Dirty Diana did something to the cocoon. They say Diana in the joint, right? And in the joint, he says, he says, so we can smoke blunts at the bottom of the hill. And in the song, he said, Dirty Diana, Celine, boo, 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 bee, right? Now, I thought these niggas was slow. I'm not saying all Atlanta niggas or down south niggas is slow, but them niggas, to me, I always thought they was retarded until I heard that song. And a young boy played the song for me. And he said, yo, Bucks, because that's what I used to do in jail. I used to watch the videos with the young boys, and I used to point out all the symbolism in the videos, right? So they used to love to come get me. Yo, break down this video for me. And I'd break down the checkerboard or whatever's going on. And, if there was something to be seen. So one day, the young kid brought me that song. He was like, yo, I don't know what it is, but it sounds like he's saying, this is a young street thug. He's all the way, but his spirit felt something was in the song deeper than what was saying. He didn't know what, but he brought me the song. It's called Cocoon by the Migos. I put the song on. First of all, when the piano keys come in and he's humming to the song, you can hear the spirit in the song. I put the song on, I took it back off, I said a prayer real quick, then I put it back on. In that song Cocoon, that's when I realized them niggas ain't as dumb as I thought they was. And it made me dig into them. And what I'm about to tell you about them, I didn't read no book. I didn't get from Craig T. Lewis. A lot of my shit is my shit. I listened to the song. In the song, he said they took Diana. Diana brought them wealth, and they smoked blunts with her at the bottom of the hill. Right? Now, first of all, a cocoon is what a caterpillar goes into before it turns into a butterfly. A cocoon is like the phoenix to rise from the ashes, or Jesus rising on the third day. In in their belief system, you have to die in yourself, and I actually believe that they do actually die. It's like the falling place in Get Out, the coagula, right? That's actually a word too. I could break down that movie too, but the coagula, they do die when they go into that cocoon. When they come back out a butterfly, they're no longer the person their mother gave birth to. Something else is in control. Something else is in control, y'all. And when you go read up on Diana, people venerate her at the bottom of a hill. So this is why he say, take her to the bottom of the hill. When he says Dirty Diana Celine, Celine is the, I don't want to confuse it. I don't know if Diana's Greek and Celine is Roman. One is Greek, one is Roman, but Celine and Diane is the same thing. So when you hear these rappers talk about Celine, they want you to think they're talking about the clothes or the car, but sometimes they're talking about the entity, like Medea. Medea and Celine is the same. It's Greek mythology. So Celine is the Greek version of Diana. and you venerate her at the bottom of a hill, and she's the one who gives the magician the power to have wealth, fame, and power. So when you listen to Cocoon, they're saying how they take Dirty Diane and Celine, and once we hung out with her, we got lit. It says that in the song. Now, it's either one or two things. Either these niggas is playing dumb, the Migos, because you listen to them, they sound ignorant as fuck. So either they're playing dumb and they're on that type of time, or they was just dumb rappers. They went, sold their soul, and then something entered them, and then these entities are saying these things in this music to subconscious to program our children and even us subconsciously. It's one or two things. One thing about me, I'm not gonna stand firm on one thing, because anybody who knows something know you know nothing at all. So I'm not gonna pretend to say, yo, they this, they that. I'll be getting to the point where I'll be like, that might not even be the niggas who mother gave birth to him. They might not be. And they could come around their cousins and their family, and that entity knows the people. It remembers who people are. It'll remember them, but that don't be the people. They don't be the same people, y'all. You know what I'm saying? What you said, Craig T. Lewis? What up, y'all? God gave it to Craig T. Lewis. That's right. You can't, and this is what I want to say too, y'all. You can't, like the shit that I'm saying, I did this myself. I could have just plagiarized Craig T. Lewis. I'm sending the people who don't know who he is, I'm sending y'all there. You know why? Because all I gotta do is grab some music and listen, and they're gonna give it to you. All I gotta do is watch a video, and it's gonna come to you. So I don't have to use his stuff. And only God gives you this stuff. You understand what I'm saying? God, only the creator, the all in all, gives you discernment. So when you know what's going on, that Mary J. Blige song, that's one of my favorite songs. I love that. I know it by heart. A lot of the shit I'm gonna sing to y'all, I know by heart because it was my shit. And when God gives you discernment, I'm sitting there listening to my love. I had, no lie, y'all, and I'm sitting here saying this. On my MP3 player in jail, the average person probably have like 1,000 songs, 500 songs, 1,000 songs. In prison, I had over 7,000 songs in my MP3 player, and half of them was R&B and nigga music. I probably had 100. I have a playlist of like, Third Eye Blind or Three Doors Down or, Miley Cyrus, Adele. I got some white people in there. I had old stuff in there too, but my white people songs might have been 300 white people songs. My whole MP3 player was nigga music. Excuse my language, but it was nigga music. I had a love for music. So I'm not sitting here pretending like I'm holier than thou. But one day I'm just sitting there and I knew all of this shit, but I'm sitting there and I put on Mary J. Blige, and when she said, "You're my morning star," I said, then I start listening to it, and she's talking about love lasting through all eternity. And the main thing in witchcraft is they make bad good. Things that's bad, they make it good. Like how we can't talk against the rainbow community. And I'm not saying it is bad. I'm not saying it's bad, but what I'm saying is they make it good. Right? Now they got this whole co-parenting thing. Like, I'm not gonna say no names, but I know people who be like, yeah, I'm pregnant, but we just gonna co-parent. Like, this shit become normal. And I'm not saying it's bad to co-parent and not be together, but you're not allowing that child an opportunity to have, the masculine and feminine energy. You're not allowing that child to get the love frequency from two different human beings who love them, and giving them an example of what love, family, and power is as an example. Do you understand what I'm saying? Your kingdom is not in order. Your planet is not in a right orbit. So you're taking that from that child, right? And so they make everything that's bad good. So when she said our love would turn wrongs into right and we'll never die because we'll always be together, she's saying we're doing some demonic shit. I'm illegally embracing you, and I'm always gonna be here, because she probably believes she's gonna come back, Mary J. Blige, if she even writes all her songs, because some of them don't write their stuff. So some of them don't write their stuff, so it don't even be them, but they be somebody who's been around as long as she's been around. She's upon it. She's upon it. She may not wrote her music, but she's upon it. You know what I'm saying? Who said you was listening to them love songs in jail? Who who and you was listening? Me and myself. You got earbuds. Who else was I listening to? I'm locked up. I missed women. I was in there listening, reminiscing, thinking about women. Yeah, it's niggas in there too, but a lot of them. Rolls Royce, that song, You Abandoned Me, Love Don't Live Here Anymore. She's singing to a straight entity. A straight entity. She ain't even singing to a human. She ain't even singing to a human, y'all. I got a good one. I'm gonna play a little bit of it though. I got a good one for y'all. I want y'all to hear this one. I don't know if y'all know it or not, but this was one of my favorite. It's an old school song. It's Stephanie Mills, right? And that lady has a voice of an angel. Now, what angel? Y'all decide. But y'all decide what angel. He said, It feels like magic when you hold me. Let it be forever. You're my special kind of rainbow. You and me together. Now, what y'all don't know is the rainbow, if in the Bible, I'm not gonna say y'all don't know, let me not say that. But in the Bible, it says when that God, after that God flooded the earth, he shone a rainbow, and the rainbow became a symbol between God and man, right? Now, that's what the Bible say. But that rainbow being the connection between man and God is more ancient than the Bible. It's way more ancient than the Bible. Way more ancient than the Bible. That's why when you watch the Avengers series, right? When the black guy with the sword who brings um Thor and them up to Asgard, they come up to Asgard on what? A rainbow, right? That's how they come to Asgard. It's the gateway. It's the bridge between man and God. That's why it said the leprechaun thing is the pot of gold at the end of the rainbow, because the pot of gold is the entity, right? And the person given wealth and riches. And we became the gold. This is why they say the Anunnaki came here to mine gold. They didn't come here to mine gold. They came here to mine souls. They came here to make physical beings to harness these souls. It's like if I make a radio, if we make radios, so Hot 97 or whatever radio wave or YouTube, let's say YouTube is in the atmosphere, and the more phones we create, the more power we can harness from these phones from the atmosphere. So they didn't come here to mine gold, they came here to mine souls, right? Because you don't have to come to this planet to mine gold when you have an asteroid belt. The asteroid belt has pieces of gold the size of Texas. Some of those asteroids are pure gold, pure gold. So they don't have to come here to mine gold. If you're smart enough to get here and create a man, then you don't have to come here to get gold. You could grab gold from some of the asteroids in the asteroid belt. So the pot of gold at the end of the rainbow is the connection between man and the entity. You understand? So when she said you're my special kind of rainbow, she's speaking about a relationship with this entity. But in this joint, she says, I believe in you. Listen, we'll travel past the sky tonight with your love, which is starlight. That ain't that big. What ain't that big? What ain't that big? Let me see what you're saying right here. That's what kind of music you are listening to in prison. You must be in a mood. I grew up to this type of music. So if you like a certain type of music and you're in prison and you can have a piece of something that reminds you of the world, you're gonna listen to this type of music. Stephanie Mills is one of my favorite artists. So of course I'm gonna have a bunch of Stephanie Mills. You know what I'm saying? Are you insinuating that I wasn't supposed to listen to Stephanie Mills because I'm surrounded by a bunch of men? Is that what you're insinuating? Well, yeah, you have to calm yourself. I don't want to be around a bunch of men listening to Nas or MOP or some gangster music. I was actually the type of person that needed to be calmed. I didn't need to be hyper. I didn't need to be You know, if they made a movie about my life, I would. You ever seen what's the movie? Dead Presidents. When Anthony was riding with the OG with the one leg. Man, they was going to do. He jumped out, gun butted the dude, took the money, robbed him, and jumped back in the car. They was listening to, I think it was the Confunctions. He was listening to R&B then. You understand what I'm saying? So some people don't need music to turn up. Some people need music to soothe themselves as they turning up, if that makes any sense. I was one of those people. You understand what I'm saying? So it do get you in a soothing spirit. You understand what I'm saying? But what you don't know is she's singing to an entity. So as you're embracing this song, you're actually embracing the entity. It's changing you. What is music? Music comes from the word muse. Muse is another word from Greek mythology. The muses was entities that gave creativity, and they were also tricksters, and they were also illusionists. You know what I'm saying? So music, that's where we get the term music from. Even the see, if it's hard to believe that these people are, like for instance, when you hear the song Cocoon and he's talking about Celine, the Migos is talking about Celine and Dirty Diana, right? Which is Greek mythology, right? Or Michael Jackson saying he's Peter Pan, which is Pan is a Greek god. R. Kelly calling himself Pied Piper, which is also Pan, a Greek god. If you don't understand why they call themselves that, then you won't understand why the thing that they do is called music, which is also a Greek entity. I don't know. Coincidence? I don't believe in coincidences. I don't believe in coincidence. I'm not here to convince anybody neither. I'm here just to wake up those who want to be who woke or who are already on that wavelength and just want to know more to teach your children. So you could be mindful of what they're listening to and the suggestiveness that's in the music that they're listening to. So you could be mindful when you're listening to things around them. Am I familiar with Unplug Them? Nah, what's that? Don't sleep on Stephanie Mills. Stephanie Mills has the voice of an angel. She hits some, even in that song I was just playing, at the end of that song, her voice turns into an instrument. So I don't, and you got to remember too, right? A lot of these singers, a lot of these singers have spirits of fallen angels. A lot of them. I'm not saying that humans don't have voices to sing, but some of these people, I was watching a show on who was it? I don't want to. I want to say who it was because they had a voice of an angel. But was I think it was Minnie Riperton. I think it was. She said she was possessed before she passed away. If it was Minnie Riperton, I'm not sure. She said that her voice came from an angel. That it was an angel, and she was possessed before that. Before she passed away. Um, James Brown talked about being possessed before he passed away. Rick James. You can't make this shit up. The Blue Notes. Yeah, I know the Blue Notes. He teaches on songwriter secrets. What's the name of that? I'm gonna write it down. I'm gonna write that down. Hold on. Unplug them. What is on YouTube? Every night when I'm up here, somebody give me something and I write it down. I learned the word. I learned the new word yesterday, and I didn't even look it up. I gotta find that paper that I wrote it down on though. Listen, I'm a student, man. I'm a student. I don't get on here. One thing for sure, I might could teach you something you don't know. Or you might could teach me something I don't know. You know what I mean? And I might could teach a lot, but I'm always a student. I'm always a student first. I'm always a student first. Unplug them. I'm not gonna forget that. I want to get up. Beyonce said that as well. Yeah, no, the blue note, not the blue the blue note. You talking about the singer's blue note? Beyonce ain't got no voice of an angel. Nah, but Beyonce has the voice of Sasha Fierce. You heard her? She said when Sasha takes over, Beyonce can't dance. Beyonce don't really like singing, but when Sasha takes over, and she said at the Summer Awards was the first time I experienced her, and Sasha just came over me and she took over, and we think she just talking. We think she's just talking. She ain't just talking. The frequency which music is being played on. Yeah. First of all, the drum, what people don't realize is drums send shock waves through existence. The drum is everything is vibrational, everything. So that drum is powerful. And this is why hip hop is so, you know, suggestive. It's because of the drum. It's because of the you would think, right? Rock and roll music is heavy on guitars and they have drums too. But their drums is live drums. That 808 and all them electronical drum machines and all that they use in hip hop, it's a different vibration than the rock and roll stuff. And rock and roll, they're actually speaking in Latin and summons and shit. But why do you think their music doesn't have as much effect on their kids as hip hop does on our kids? It's not the same. And they're talking biting chicken heads off of chicken. Their shit is way more overt demonic than hip hop, yet their music doesn't do to their kids what our music does to our kids. That's one. And two, they're in the hip hop too. they love our shit too. They love our shit too. Hold on. Pan and Apollo are gods of music. Apollo and Harlem. Apollo, yeah, Apollo is a Greek god too. Yeah, Pan. I said that earlier. I think you just came in, but yeah, Pan is he's the god of pipes. The pipes. That's where we get pandemonium, panic, um, Pandora, and the Pied Piper and Peter Pan. You got to remember, Peter is the disciple who led the church after Christ was gone. So when he's Peter Pan, I mean he's a leader. He's a leader of the people, but he's also Pan. That's who Peter Pan is, a leader of the children. Remember, Christ said, "Least you touch one of these children," and Peter is the rock that he left the church upon. So Peter Pan is a double entendre. It's a spiritual leader of Pan. That's who Peter Pan is. And he sneaks through the window. The window is the eyes of the soul. When you hear a lot of these songs and they talking about the house and the house not being a home and all that, pay attention. Because a lot of times they're referring to their body when they say there's no, like Rose Royce, when she said, "You abandoned me, love don't live here anymore." You think she's talking about a house. When she's like, "Just a vacancy, love don't live here anymore." When you listen to it, you think she's saying a man left her and her house is lonely because the man left, right? But listen to it, because she actually says an entity. She says entity in the song. So she's saying, because when you watch Craig T. Lewis, you'll learn that these spirits come and go. I could attest to that. When I stopped shooting people and gunning people down and smoking weed and having orgies and threesomes, the longer I've not done that, which has been a long time, I don't get inspiration. Inspiration is a spirit. I don't get a spirit of inspiration no more because I'm not doing the things to lower my frequency to pull up the creativeness. And it hasn't happened for me. And that's what happens with artists. You know what I mean? So she's singing about a spirit that left her and she wants the spirit back in order to prosper in her music. Rose Royce has some of the most she don't blatantly say it though, but if you listen with a Christ consciousness, with your third eye open, you can hear who she's singing to. And a rose, and esoterically a rose, because she might even be a Rosicrucian because she didn't name herself Rose Royce for no reason, right? Um, a rose is a holder of secrets. That's why the Rosicrucians, the rose is used because a rose doesn't open up until it's about to die. Its whole existence, when you see roses, they don't bud like this until when it goes like this, all of the petals falls off and it's over for the rose. So a rose is clutched tight. That's how it blossoms. It's closed, and that's their term for secrets. Also, a rose when in Greek mythology, if you know why we say psychology, psyche is from Greek mythology, psychology. Psyche was a human female who fell in love with Cupid, which is the god of love, right? And that's why they give us psychology. Psychology is psyche. She was in love with a god or a spirit or a demon that nobody else could see. And when she unalived, Cupid carried her to heaven, and as her blood dropped to the ground, it spawned roses. So the roses represented the love between men and a deity, the devil. That's what the rose is. That's why we give roses on Valentine's Day. This is why a lot of the Rosicrucians, that's what a lot of the rose stuff is. It's a symbol of man's love for entities and also to keep that secret of the relationship. That's why Rose is closed. So she named herself Rolls Royce for a reason. Or they named to that, whatever. When you go too hard on one comment, you allow others to fly by. I don't get what you mean. I read slow. I'm not, you know, people think I'm retarded by the way I read, but I read slow as hell. And then you got to remember too, half of y'all don't word things right, and then it be typos and stuff like that too. Oh, you a troll, and I see. I try to like read the comments because some of y'all be saying some good stuff, but then I be flooded with trolls that throw the whole conversation off track. Bro, you stick too much to one comment. Um, yeah, because I go down rabbit holes and I be trying to explain shit and I double talk. I'm not a good teacher. That's why when I get this channel completely together, I'm just gonna put it out in the video so everything flows nice and you could just see it, read it, hear it, and get all the information. Me freestyling it, pulling it from here, pulling it from there, it will take forever. But I ain't going nowhere. I'll be here all day. When I'm dropping part two of the Jack Frost. Man, we over here talking about gods and goddesses, and you talking about Jack Frost. You wasn't here earlier, probably you wasn't here. I got Jack Frost loaded, but I took a lot of videos. A lot of the videos, when you load to YouTube, it'll show you what you can't use and what you can and can't use, right? So the Jack Frost video that I'm loading, I took a lot of stuff from other places. So it's like 6 or 7 strikes. So not only do I got to take those 6 or 7 things out, I got to make sure when I take it out that it flows smoothly. You understand what I'm saying? So it's a whole process. I have the video done, but I got to go in my phone and redo it. But I'm getting flooded with so much information that once I complete a video, first of all, it takes me like 2 days to do a video. I'm not gonna lie. I got to get a computer and I'm not gonna pay an editor for what I could do because they talking too much money. So when I put these videos out, depending on how much they go, because my channel ain't popping like that, it probably be like $30, $40 a video. It ain't nothing too crazy. I get more off the lives actually, but um this shit is for entertainment purposes. So when the video gets stuck and I gotta go back and take mad shit out, I get frustrated and start a new video. So that's what I did. So I got to go back and pull all that stuff out and then load it. It took the Prince one that I put up. I think the Prince one is like 18 minutes. That video was 30 minutes, bro. The original, if they would have let me put the original video out, it was 30 minutes. They struck everything that I put up. So I had to pull it out and I got frustrated and I just put it out. You know what I mean? As I grow, I'm gonna be able to sit with a computer if it's faster and do it, or find an editor that could do it when I'm making more money to pay them to do it, if that makes any sense. But I'm gonna do the Frost one. I'm gonna go through it tomorrow and pull all this stuff out. I literally was submitting that Prince video all day yesterday just to get 17 minutes out of 30 minutes. And I just got frustrated and I put it out because I didn't want to go a whole day without putting nothing out. But when it comes to these videos about the truth in hip hop in Hollywood, when I get into the spirituality shit, when I get into the preaching and teaching, when I get into all of that, I'm not gonna rush nothing. I'm gonna make sure it's the way it's supposed to be. I'm not gonna rush just to make money. I'm doing that with these street nigga shit because I really don't care about the preacher shit and the the Gerald Miller shit, the murders and the shark ballers, all the gangsters and killers I grew up around or met in prison. I'm putting that out there because I know people want to hear about it, and it's a part of my history, and I want to get all that old shit out as as this channel grows. So I'm putting it out, but I don't really be caring about that shit. So as soon as I can find everything that I need to take out, even if it don't flow right, I just might put the shit out. Because nobody really said the Prince shit was trash, but I know it's trash because I had to take all the good shit out, and some of it don't flow right. There's parts where it didn't click right because what I took out. You know what I'm saying? But I promise you, I'm gonna go through it tomorrow, and if it don't load tomorrow, then I'll probably have it up the day after. Right now, I got this Bambata joint. It's only 2 strikes left because it had like 4 or 5 strikes. There's only 2 strikes left on the Africa Bambata joint. So tonight, if I don't get off too late, I'm gonna fix the Bambata joint, and then I'm gonna go back into the preacher. I mean the John Cup joint. As you mentioned, Cupid, I can't hear this new generation street shit where with all the Roman gods, skeletons, devils. Yeah, yeah, it's getting blatant. It is. It is. It is. And sometimes we gotta be careful what we put on our body. Preacher stories are gold. Oh, preach, yeah. I used to, man, I was in there. See, I don't want to get off topic because I know a lot of people. So I see there's a lot of conscious people in here, a lot of good people in here. So I don't want to turn them off going into that you intrigued with your freestyler knowledge. I mean, I'm not making it up as I'm going on, but I'm as y'all asking me shit, I'm pulling it from here, pulling it from there. But I mean by that, as I'm saying, I'm talking it live and direct, opposed to putting together a video and everything is concise and everything is exactly how it's supposed to be. You know what I mean? I get up here and I misquote shit all the time. Like I know what I be meaning to say, and then I watch the video and I be like, one time I said the fourth chakra was blue or something like that, and I know better than that. But I was freestyling, you know what I mean? And I misquote things. And I said one thing about the Father Allah, the guy who started the 5% Nation. Oh my God, they was tearing me up. They've been getting at me, tearing me up because I said he got unalived in a robbery. And man, they've been tearing me up. And I knew better than that. You know what I mean? They've been tearing me up about that. So I gotta be careful with being wrong. Free Pooh Shiesty. Free Pooh Shiesty. No, you know what? This I don't know how old you is, but you gotta be young. You have to be young, right? You can't feel sorry for that brother because that brother was he was in a position and had the opportunity to make millions for his family, disseminating all that death he disseminate in his music, right? Why say free somebody who doesn't want to be free? He don't want to be free, so you saying free him? It sounds good. I mean, you got to be young, but this ain't the channel for that. Pooh Shiesty did some dumb shit. He's in a position to take care of his family for the rest of his life, and he goes and does some kamikaze fighter pilot shit that was retarded. That was crazy. But again, the spirit of hip hop. He in his mind, he just went to jail, did 5 years or 3 years, and in them 3 years, you sat and your mission was to come home and kidnap this guy. It's crazy. 35 dudes got grabbed in Brownsville, my neighborhood. Yeah, I seen that. The Chosen the Wolves got indicted. The Chosen the Wolves. They need to indict them. Lock their ass up. Lock them all up. Lock them up. Lock them up. It's drill music. Drill music at its finest. The Chosen the Wolves. All that killing over there. They unalived that little baby, man. They unalived the baby, and then I seen a video of some dude, like 28-year-old dude, telling some 14-year-old that he got to go spin, meaning he got to go shoot up the community. A 28-year-old telling a 14-year-old that he's old enough to be that kid's father. Technically, I had my first baby at 16, 17. My man Butter had a baby when he was 14. So this dude is telling this kid to go spin. They should lock their ass up. Lock all of them up. Lock every last one of them. Inshallah. Inshallah, beloved. God willing. You know what I'm saying? Lock all their asses up. And I used to be out there, you know, I was one out there. It's sad to say, but I remember people like, boy, we glad when we ain't hear no shooting since they locked you up, locked your behind up. I was that kid when I was younger. You know what I mean? But I can't even imagine I couldn't even imagine being that person because I don't hear shots where I'm at, right? But can you imagine when you hear gunshots outside and your kids is outside playing? Or even if you don't have a kid, you got a teenager or a grown adult. You know, you got a 21-year-old, a 14-year-old, a 15-year-old. Think of how the mothers feel in Brownsville when they hear them shots. I got family in Brownsville. Think of how the mothers feel when they hear them shots and they 15-year-old, they 26-year-old, they 22-year-old is still outside. When them mothers hear them shots, they like praying that their child ain't on the other end of that gun, on either end of the gun. So get them out of there. Lock their asses up. Them bullets don't got names, man. And they ain't beefing about nothing. I mean, you know, once you unalive somebody's friend or family member, then I can't say it's not you beefing about nothing. But whatever the initial, you know, unalivement happened for was pretty much about nothing. Clean them up. Get them out of there. Stephanie probably did not even sing. Stephanie probably did not. She was singing to an entity. Just listen to it. It says that song says an entity. And how do I say this? There's gonna be codes. A lot of it is coded, right? A lot of it is coded. So like the Mary J. Blige, I told you the song that I told y'all to listen to, right? Now it could easily be said that she's singing to a man because people do say I'm gonna love you forever, right? Or we gonna be in love forever, right? But when somebody's speaking about not only loving something forever, because that's forever. So if you say you love it forever, but that could be misconstrued, that could go either way. But when she puts the fact that you're my perfect kind of rainbow, and then you look up what rainbow means in spirituality, when it means that it's a gateway between man and God, right? So you know she's singing to a person because she's not singing to God, she's singing romantically, right? And then she says, at night, right? And then she says, you're my star or morning star. They both, when you hear about a star, stars are angels. That's what a star is. It's an angel. This is why these stars get stars on the Hollywood Walk of Fame. It's a star stuck in the ground. It's a star stuck in the matter. It is a fallen angel. That's what a star is. So when they start talking about a person being their star and loving them forever and a rainbow and turning wrong to right, making things that are bad good, when you start listening to these type of things, and then some of them say entity, but if you don't know all of these things, then to you it sounds like she's singing to a human being. If you don't know all these things, if you put all these things together, then you're gonna see esoterically they're speaking. These people don't speak. I could watch an interview and you would think that the person is talking regular, and I could tell you that, like DMX's wife, for instance, right after he passed away, she gave a whole video I seen, and she was like, "Yeah, because Earl would be this, but when DMX came around, and then she says, yeah, because he was fighting with his demons at that time, and then I don't know DMX, I only know Earl." Y'all sitting there thinking she's just talking about DMX, and when she say DMX, she's talking about his stage name. And when he's fighting his demons, y'all think she talking about the crack he was smoking and the alcohol he was drinking. Y'all don't think that she's really saying his actual demons, and that DMX is not the person she married. Y'all think they're just talking proverbial, but they don't be talking proverbial. They're talking factual. You just don't know it. But to them, that's how they're communicating with each other. Just like Oprah Winfrey told, I think it was Denzel or Will Smith, I don't know which one, but she said, hone your craft. And when we hear them say, yeah, I was working on my craft, y'all think he means acting or rapping. No, their craft is is witchcraft. She said the summons the spirit. It's said it in the whole interview. The summons the spirit. Go to Africa and summons the spirit and work your craft. But you think that Stephanie Mills ain't singing to an entity. You got to wake up, beloved. I don't know if you believe in the Bible or the Quran, or if you watch, things of history. Everything been spiritual. The trick that the devil did, or the trick that the elite is doing, is the average layman, the average human being out here on earth, y'all walk around in a physical reality, and y'all physical. Y'all don't look at nothing as spiritual. And this is why we're the workers, the 9 to 5s, busting our hump to pay bills and pay taxes and get back up. And we don't agree with what they're doing in Palestine, but they're gonna do what they want to do. You beat your kid, they take your kid from you. You don't got no control over that. You hoping you got a pension, and you hope because you're a slave. You have a slave mentality. There's not a king or anybody on this planet who did anything great without having a spiritual guidance. You name a person, and I'll more than likely tell you if I watch them long enough. There's not one person that that has any power on this planet that didn't do it without spiritual help. Every king had a spiritual seer behind him. Every single one of them. You can't be a king sitting on a throne, which is an altar. You can't sit on the throne and be anointed over the people without a entity behind you, or someone who can converse with an entity. It's impossible. You can't. Every king has a wizard. Every king has a seer. Every king, or then you have some kings who actually do it themselves. Every conqueror, anybody who did anything significant on this planet has some spiritual help. Tell me a person, if I read enough about them and studied them enough, I'll tell you who or what connected them to a higher power to give them the rights to do what they was doing down here. But y'all think it's all happenstance. It's not happenstance. Y'all think Steph Curry just worked on that shot, right? Y'all think Michael Jordan got them 6 rings and fell out on Father's Day crying on that 6th championship 6 months after his father was unalive. Y'all think that just happened, right? Because y'all entertain. Y'all not paying attention. You're not paying attention down here. And I'm not up here to convince you. I'm just trying to enlighten those who want to be enlightened, or help those who want to be helped. This life is a test. I don't think it's a test. I don't think it's a test. I think it's just the all in all experience in itself. But the majority of us is the goal. The majority of us are stuck in this realm, in this reality, whether you think it's a firmament, whether you think it's a flat earth, whether you think it's a globe, whether you think it's the third dimension, the fourth dimension, whether you think it's a simulation, or you think this is hell, or you think this is heaven or purgatory. Whatever you think this existence is, most of us are here just to keep this engine going. That's all we're here for. That's all we're here for, because we chose to come here. That's right. Every day is a test to be good. Every day. The Jews killed Kobe. Kobe unalived himself. Kobe knew what he was doing. Kobe knew. He took his 13-year-old daughter to just research 13. When you watch a lot of these famous people's stories, they're usually going to have something traumatic happen at 13, or something good happen at 13. Just pay attention. Just pay attention, because 13 is the number of sacrifice, just like 33. So Kobe had a whole cartoon talking about being unalived in the plane crash. Kobe knew what he was doing. He knew what he was upon. He knew that. If Kobe was even just I try not to get all the way super duper esoteric, but either Kobe was a part of the Illuminati, or Kobe summons the spirit that was upon Michael Jordan, and that same spirit was in Kobe's body. And Kobe Bean Bryant wasn't Kobe Bean Bryant that his mother gave birth to. When he took on that jump shot and his head went bald and he was playing exactly like Michael Jordan, maybe that spirit, because there's 2 types of people that I'm learning. There's those who stumble upon these things, like Kobe. I believe Kobe just was a good basketball player, and he became real good. And when he got to a certain point, then the people you say that unalive Kobe, they gave him what he needed to go to that next level, so to speak. But because he wasn't born into it or raised into it, he had to become the quote unquote sacrifice. You understand what I'm saying? But watch Space. If you think basketball players is exempt, right? If you think those basketball players is exempt, go watch Space Jam. Go watch it. Space Jam is a movie about the best in the basketball at that time. I didn't watch the LeBron James one. I gotta watch it one day. Maybe I'll do a whole joint on it. But if you watch Space Jam, I'm giving this up because I was gonna do a Space Jam joint too, but because I'm doing it on 2 phones, I'm taking more longer. So I'm telling y'all all the shit before I do it when I should just be doing it. But I can't help it. It's for the world, it's for y'all, it's for Nas, for all of us. But in the Space Jam joint, it's about the basketball, the best stars on earth, right? Goes against some foreign entities. You could call them aliens, you could call them demons, you could call them whatever you want, right? And they basically play for their soul. Michael Jordan goes and shakes hands with the cigar smoking devil, and cigars are big in witchcraft. It's no coincidence why people smoke cigars when they win stuff. There's no coincidence why the entity that Michael Jordan sells his soul to in Space Jam is smoking a cigar, right? The big boss, the devil, right? Those entities, the best players on the earth lose their talent. They lose their talent. And those other worldly entities go into the basketball players and change their game. And Michael Jordan and the best in the world at that time, the other basketball players are basically playing for their souls in hell. Just just watch it. Just watch it. And Michael Jordan is for the Bulls. That means something. His 6 rings and all of the significant, him losing his father for his 6 ring and him falling out on Father's Day after they won a championship on Father's Day, 6 months after his father got unalive. And y'all think this shit is just coincidence. I'm gonna tell y'all something. Real shit. I don't remember what year the Patriots beat the Rams. I don't remember what year that was when the Patriots beat the Rams, right? But I was in prison. And y'all know I'm a big conspiracy theorist, right? I wish I was home though. I'm gonna tell y'all why I wish I was home. As the football is playing, right, and the Patriots end up playing, I think it was the Rams, yeah. So they was like, yeah, the coach of the Rams was 33. So I was like, oh, he's 33. Oh shit, he gonna win. 33, that's their number. It's esoteric, right? The 33. Once I found out that this was gonna be their 6th Super Bowl, and then they said, what's his name? Bill Belichick was 66. They said, yeah, Bill Belichick would it be a good 66th birthday present for them to win a 6th ring. I said, what? That dude is 66, and this is gonna be their 6th championship? Oh, the Patriots is gonna win. If I was home, I would have put my house on it. I said, forget the 33-year-old coach being the youngest coach. His 33 was the sacrifice day. He made it there. His 33 meant something, but it ain't mean more than that 66-year-old getting his 6th ring. And what Tom Brady say? Google Tom Brady and his wife, Giselle. She's in the witchcraft. I think y'all know that. I don't know if y'all pay attention or not, but she's in the minute into witchcraft. And Tom Brady said that however many rings he won with her, he said she told him every time he was gonna win. He said he knew he had a air of consciousness because she would tell him that he was gonna win. He said, man, one time she even told me what the score was gonna be. And y'all think these people just be talking. Mike chip is 6 game. Every chip was game 6. Okay, yeah. And what if I told you about stacking? Ah, here we go. We got some blood in here, y'all. Stacking nines. Why you in here with this blood stuff, man? What are you here for, beloved? We in here having a positive conversation, and you come in here with this blood snitch shit and this blood stuff. Stacking nines. Double O cheesecake, homie. Come on, man. Get out of my chat with that goofiness. But every now and again, y'all gotta excuse me. I'm a former gang leader. You know, I gave up a lot of homicides and all of that. I was somebody in the streets. So sometimes we're gonna have a lot of old ex-gang members coming here to troll me. So it comes along with the turf. But yeah, um, yeah, he won all his chips in game 6. That is a fact. And he got 6 chips. And He probably unalived his father. That's why he cried on Father's Day. I saw that recently. I didn't even know old. I saw it when it happened. I was a kid when it happened. I remember when it happened. I wasn't a kid. I was like 15, 16. But I remember when it happened. But years later, I heard and I was like, yeah, he probably did. But just recently, maybe like this year or last year, I was watching the what's the name? I was watching it somewhere and it said 6 months after his father was unalived and he fell on the floor. It was his sixth title and he was crying. And it was a conspiracy person who put it up there. That don't make it no less true. But when I saw it, I said, wow, that shit ain't no coincidence. Yeah, I could think it's a coincidence. There's no such thing as coincidence. No such. Yeah, he run 3 in a row twice. Yep. 666. Yep. You let negative comments control you too much. Nah, I'm actually laughing, but I make them laugh. I make them laugh. I don't get upset. I know why they're gonna come. 666 is 9. Yeah, 9. 3, see, 369 is real powerful, right? In this realm. In this realm. 666 is equals 9, but um 369 is powerful in this realm because, as y'all know, and this is why I like the guard bodies because the guards do have the science without the power, meaning like they know a lot of the sciences and they were given some good stuff. But I just personally believe that with a lot of things, it's like somebody giving you all the parts to put a car together, but they don't teach you how to put the car together. That's what I believe a lot of religions is, like a lot of spiritual walks of life. They give you all the parts, but they don't teach you how to put the car together. You understand what I'm saying? And so the God bodies, they break down these numbers and they do it in a profound way, but it's a lot older than their belief system, right? But 3 is spirit. That's why in the Bible, most of the things Christ did was in threes, right? 3 is spirit. I'm gonna start from the beginning. 1 is the all in all. That's the all in all. Like I always say, if the all in all, what y'all call God, I don't call that God. I call duality is when God started for me. But the all in all, like in Star Wars, the Force is 1. That's everything. 2 is duality. That's 2. 2 represents duality. But the gods say 1 is knowledge, 2 is wisdom. 2 is wisdom because once 1 became 2, once 2 came out of the 1, then you have duality. So now you have light and you have dark. You have matter and you have spirit. So matter, spirit, light, dark, they come together and then they form 3. 3 is the action. So I believe 3 is spirit, 3 is manifestation, 3 is 2 becoming 1 and making the third, right? That's manifestation. So 3 is the all in all, right? Her God and he God. So you have the all in all, a her God and a he God. That's the 3 for me. I believe that's the Holy Trinity. The Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit. That's what I believe. The Father is the all in all. The Son is the positive side or the light side, and the Holy Spirit, and you read a Gnostic text is usually referred to as a she, which is wisdom, right? So for me, 3 is spirit. Four, four is the building blocks of everything in physical matter. So you have the all in all, which is the canvas. Then you have the she God and the he God, or positive and negative, light, dark. You have those two. They come together and they make the paint. The fourth is the picture, right? That's the building blocks of reality because everything is in fours and it's solid matter. 360 degrees is 93 times, right? 4 corners of the earth, 4 seasons, right? I said this earlier. Carbon, nitrogen, hydrogen, and oxygen. Those are the 4 elements that's in everything in existence, right? So 4 is the building block. Five, five, five is the one that can rise above the 4, which is physical matter. If physical matter is 4, 5 is a conscious being in that realm, right? So we have 4. If we have 4 limbs, arm, leg, head, arm, and then you have what? Your 5th is your head, your star. So that's why the 5-point star represents man, because that is one whose head is above the matter. That's why the judge wears all black, a black robe. The robe represents matter, right? The 4 points of matter. His courtroom is matter. You're in his courtroom. His head is above the robe. So that's his 5th point. That's his star. So that's what 5 is. 5 is the conscious mind above matter. If that makes any sense. The same with the cap and the gown. That's why the cap is a square and it's on the head. The square on top of it is knowledge, wisdom, and understanding, which is 360 degrees of knowledge, wisdom, and understanding. And the head makes the 5th, right? The 6th is a double portion of spirit, meaning humans have 3 portions of spirit, right? But the 6th is a double portion of spirit. So the 6th, I believe, are the angels and entities that could come in and out of realm of reality because they have a double portion of 3, a double portion of spirit. Then you have 7. 7 is what? God. That is a God that is bigger than the spirits that could come in and out of reality. This is a creator. This is a creator. 7 is a creator. Why? Because the square is 4, right? You have the square. That's 4. And then on top of the square, you have a triangle, which is 3. So 3 and 4 is 7. So it's the square with the spirit that's outside of matter. See, when you're the 5, you just the head outside of matter, right? When you the 7, you a spirit in and out of matter. When you become 7, when you become God, you become the square and you become the spirit outside of matter. So you can control everything from the 7th and down. 8th is infinity. It's infinity. These are the gods or the beings and the things that don't perish. These are vibrations that don't cease. These is all those entities that like vibration, time, or gravity, or whatever you want to call it, or whatever. These are the foundations. These are the what they call them, immortals, whatever you want to call it. Those are the immortal. And nine is completion. 9 is completion. That is the triple stages. Like when you unalive and you come back, Prophet Muhammad taught, I mean, not Prophet Muhammad, excuse me. Elijah Muhammad taught you go back through the triple stages of darkness, which you do, right? So 9 is the triple stages of birth. It's triple stages of 3. That's rebirth. 9 is the last number. 9 is one coming up from this realm into the cycles of the all in all. 6 is the spirit coming down. That's why 6 represents a lot of fallen angels and entities. They go with the 6. That's the downward. That's the coming down of the 6. So 9, 6, and 3 are the power numbers in this realm. And not let people control the original topic. Yeah, I mean, I should or I could, but I let it go as it go. Whatever's here to be said, because you might have. I say that because you might have some street niggas, right? Some gangsters in here who might be like, "Yo, I'm gonna go troll Bucks," because a lot of these dudes know me from the street. So when the street dudes come in here to troll, sometimes they might learn something. So I could be here building with y'all, and we building and we learning because we vibrating on that type of vibration. But it's good when the young thug, like the young nigga who came in, free Pooh Shiesty. Then we got the little blood homie spitting blood codes to me, talking 999 and all of that. It's good to have them in here because I'm really here for them. So when they trolling, I don't get upset. I came to the world and told the world that, I told on, and had involvement in 17 homicide. I told the world that. So I'm not ashamed of that. I'm not ducking it. I'm not dodging it. So when they come here to troll, I don't get upset. I'm just hoping they stay tuned. I'm hoping they say, well, that sounds interesting. Let me listen. Well, let me go. And these kids are smart. They got computers. I want them to jump on their phone and Google some of the shit that I'm saying. Research some of the shit that I'm saying. Sometimes I have my books out and I show them a book. Maybe they'll go and read the book. You understand what I'm saying? So I want to have a channel for those who want to be on that, but I more than welcome those who are not, because you could plant that seed in them. Because I was them. I was them. Even though when I was thirsty for knowledge, I was them though. You know. Oh, Mike Jones was good, beloved. Peace, peace. What's up, bro? 6 is death. I don't know why you would say that. Why I don't get the theory in that. I don't think no number represents I don't think no number represents death. I don't think no number represents death. I don't see where you're going with that. King Solomon did nothing but magic. Yeah, he did. King Solomon did magic. Yeah, he did. He did. He did. He was a wizard. He controlled 72 demons. He had a sigil. He had a ring. If you read the lesser keys of Solomon and the greater keys of Solomon, those that will show you the 72 demons that he had control over when he built his castle. That's why the Freemasons and a lot of witchcraft is based on Solomon. You know what I'm saying? Solomon was in the because Solomon, when God wanted to bless him, he said, I don't want money. What he asked for? He asked for wisdom. Wisdom is Sophia. Wisdom is knowledge. Remember, they ate the apple that the supposed to be fruit in the Garden of Eden, right? And it made them like God, right? So when you acquire a certain kind of knowledge or the ultimate knowledge, you're not going to want to go back to heaven. You're not going to want to be with the all in all. You're going to want to be a God down here. And that's what happened with Solomon. That's what happened with a lot of us. That's what happened with Jay-Z. That's what happened with Dr. Malachi York. That's what happened with a lot of people. That's what happened with young Pharaoh. Young Pharaoh was an intelligent brother, but I don't think he prayed and meditated. He wasn't in tune. He knew a lot of shit, but spiritually he didn't have no weapons. He just knew a lot of shit. So now when you watch him on TikTok, he blocked me. Well, he didn't block me. There's people that's moderating his page, they blocked me. Because I was saying stuff to him and they blocked me. But he doesn't moderate his page because when I got blocked, he was playing a video game. So there's people who are monetizing young Pharaoh's page, even though he's not in his right mind or his right spirit. There's somebody monetizing his page, paying attention to what's being said. And I was messing up the money, so they blocked me. He didn't block me. He was playing a video game. You could see the controller. He had the rap music playing. He's smoking a blunt. He was not paying attention to the comments. But his moderator saw what I was saying and they blocked me. But I say that to say, when you acquire a certain type of knowledge down here, most people don't want to be righteous with it. They want to be powerful. You if like in the Star Wars joint. Hold on, Mike Jones. I mean, what you said, bro? Do you want the number 7 meaning of represent? Do you wait, bro? Do you want do wait, do, bro? Do you what the number 7 means or representation? Or do I know what the number 7 represents or means? Is that what you're trying to say? I said it earlier. I think you was late. I said that the number 7 to me represents God because 4 is the square. 4 is matter. The number 4. The Islam. I mean, the God body say 4 is culture to build, right? So 4 is the building blocks. 4 is this realm of reality. Three is spirit. So what I said was 7 is God because 7 is if a block is here and that's this world, right? And then you sit a pyramid on top, right? Which is a 3-pointed, if you're looking at it from a two-dimensional standpoint, then you have the 3 on top of 7. So it is the spirit that's outside of the box, the spirit that's on top of reality. That's the Godhead because your 7 chakras on top of your head. So your 7th chakra is the Godhead. That's like your first 3 chakras is 5, 6, 7. 5 is the first above the box, the matter. All this shit is not, all this shit, it all correlates, all of it. That's why a 5-point star is 5 points with the top part, right? And the sign of Baphomet, which is the coagula, if you watch the movie Get Out, when the grandfather's on the TV, if y'all watch the movie Get Out and son is tied to the chair and the grandfather's talking about the coagula, well, what they don't say in the movie is the coagula is, if you ever see the picture of Baphomet, the goat head with the titties and the goat feet, if you ever see it, it's going like this: one arm up, one arm down. I can't remember, but one arm says coagula and one arm says sulliv. I think the one going down says coagula and the arm going up is sulliv. Then you got the goat head. On its head is going to have a 5-point star pointing down, right? And they make that the goat of Mides, the goat of Mides, or the goat of Baphomet. And the reason why it's a 5-point star pointing down is because that is an entity, a 5-point entity that's not that much higher than me and you that descended to Earth. It's a falling star. The 6 is 2 triangles, 1 up, 1 down. But a 6 is what? 2 threes. 3 is spirit. So a 6 has a double portion of spirit. So a 6 is a being that could come in and out of this reality. Most demons and most angels are upon a 6. They could come in and out of reality. But a God is above the reality. It's out of the reality. And they could play, they don't have to come down here to play, if that makes any sense. You know what I mean? So 7 is God. 8 is infinity and or infinite beings, and 9 is completion. 9 is everything in its existence in these physical planes. You know what I'm saying? It's an upward spiral. 9 is when you get done with this, you leave here and you go up into the spiral. You leave here like this, and you go back up there. 6 is the downward. That's why Genesis was in chapter 6, where it talks about the Nephilim, the sons of God coming into women. Those are the fallen angels. It's in chapter 6, Genesis 6, because they came down into this reality. You understand what I'm saying? But somebody said something good. Your birthday is 7/29/77. What are you? You a 7? If you add all of that up, what are you? Your life path number. I asked because the number 7 is connected to me everywhere. Yeah, mine's is 666. I wish I could show y'all my glasses. This bridge, this was from an old pair of glasses. I got a new pair and put this bridge on. This bridge is 666. Any woman that be around me, 666 been following me my whole life. And it doesn't mean a bad thing. 666 is, like they call it, the mark of the beast, right? But what 666 really is physical matter. It's physical matter. 666 is 9. 9 is everything in this reality. So a 6 is the same as a person who's a life path number 8, which I'm a life path number 8. And that's why 666 follow me. Because if you go into angel numbers, 111, 222, 333, 444, 555, right? All the way up to 9. There's 9 of them. Just like there's 9 life path numbers. You could be a 1 or you could be 1 through 9. Angel numbers is 1 through 9. So the 666 correlates to my life path number, which is an 8. What 6s and 8 have in common, the one thing they have in common, a life path number 8 is somebody who's fortunate, lucky, whatever you want to call it, right? And the same with a 6. But a life path number 8, it says you will always have money and the things that you need. But if you chase it, you're gonna chase it away. It comes to you naturally, but if you chase it, it's gonna chase it away. Now, 666 says you're powerful and fortunate, but you if you neglect the spiritual aspect for the physical, you're never gonna get what you want down here. You have to go after the spiritual as much as you go after the physical. 666 means those who chase the physical. And that's why I believe when the Greeks and Constantine and them put that Bible together, or I don't what's my name, son? King James, they understood that 666, which is 9, is just a person being stuck in this realm, in this reality. 666 means love. I mean, it could mean a lot of things, beloved. It comes back to 9 anyway. And we already in our way. There 5 years from now, it will be really bad. Oh, you're talking about this world? Yeah. I think 30. I think 2030 is gonna be bad. I'm hoping we make it to there before it's a drastic shift. I try not, man. I'm not gonna lie to y'all. I don't even watch the news no more. I don't watch the news no more. I try not to be like the big doomsday preparer. I'm kind of asleep myself. I'm up here talking all this hip hop shit and the spiritual shit, right? But to be honest with y'all, man, I'm not gonna say worried, but I don't know. I don't think we got much. I don't think we got much more time here. Word to mother. Y'all want to know something? Some real shit. The last 3 days, right? I don't want to put too much of my business out there, but I was on the phone with a white lady that don't know me, right? Like a teleprompter type of lady for something that I'm dealing with. She don't know nothing about me, and I'm talking to her, and she was a Christian, She was a Christian lady. No, the first day, I was in a store and a Christian lady was in there passing out some cards, some church stuff, and she was like, "Yeah, brother, we don't have long. We don't have long. The rapture's coming. Whatever, whatever, whatever." And I kicked it with her. You know what I mean? And I spun off. Yesterday, that was the day before yesterday. Yesterday, I'm on the phone with somebody, handling some business, and out of nowhere, she was like, "How are you feeling today?" And I was like, "What?" It's kind of weird because what we was doing had nothing to do with asking me how I feel. And yesterday, I was feeling kind of funny because the night before, I ate too much salt, and I'm doing a lot. I'm doing a cleansing right now, y'all. You know what I'm saying? But this is because of the day before yesterday. So yesterday I was coming off the cleansing. I was like, "Yo, I had a headache for the last 2 days. I know it was my sugar, but I didn't tell her everything that I'm doing." And she was like, "Yeah, you need to take care of yourself because you don't want to have a stroke. You don't want to have a heart attack." And she said to me, she said, "You don't want," she said, "You might want to go before the rapture, but I want to be here to see the rapture." But she was like, "But regardless of what, I'm gonna see you again in heaven. I can't make this up. I could talk all the gangster shit in the world, and I'll be blasphemy if I'm lying on God or pretending like God is saying some shit to me that is not right." And I say God for a lack of a better term. So she said that to me. She said, "Regardless of what, I'll see you in the rapture, brother." Christian, white lady, Christian. So I said, and it's crazy we even had this conversation because I'm gonna tell y'all something, but what I was talking about on here the other day. So she got. Can y'all hear me now? Can y'all hear me? Oh, y'all can hear me now? Damn, that's crazy. They ain't want y'all to hear that. They ain't want y'all to hear that. Y'all ain't hear nothing I said, huh? What's the last thing y'all heard I said? That was actually a good one too. That's crazy. That was actually a good one. I was so busy talking, I didn't even see that. Damn, y'all couldn't even hear me. Wow, I don't even know when y'all where this shit went out at. Let me see. Let me try to see where it went out at. Your studio of 5. We can't hear you. You're mute. Oh shit. I probably been muted for a minute. That's crazy. Well, nah, I was trying to show y'all it was 666 up here in the numbers, but I don't know if y'all could see. The person gave me the 699. There was 62 people in there. It was 46. It was 66 across the top. But no. So for the last 3 days, um, three white women 3 white women in the last 2 days have been telling me about the rapture and how they'll see me in heaven. And I swear, I never lie and say things about the creator or the power of the universe. I don't embellish when it comes to things like that. But it don't happen for a reason. And that goes into what I was saying a few days ago when somebody was talking about white people being the devil. And I was pretty much saying that, you know what I mean? Like some of these bodies and some of the like different races that was here, other shit did come in here and manipulate, DNA and create other hosts for spirit, right? And sometimes when you don't put together the right blueprint, sometimes the bodies or the DNA or the molecular structure that make a human being could make certain people a little off. But by no means does that mean that all white people are bad and all white people are good, because I mean all black people are good and all white people are bad, because there are white people that have more, that vibrate higher than any nigga. This, and it's the vice versa. It's just that this flesh makes us a more we earthly, right? So because we're here and we match the vibrations of this planet, we dance better, we basketball better, we got a lot of the physical shit more because this is our physical existence. They're not natural to this existence. And that doesn't mean a good thing or a bad thing, because it's all about your soul. Some of us been white, some of us been black, some of us been green, some of us been blue. You understand what I'm saying? It's just in this realm of reality, this body is more suitable for this planet. But that don't mean that a white person is the devil. You know what I'm saying? They might have been some. I don't want to get into that because I don't want to sound how I'm trying to sound. But what I'm saying is these 3 white women were beautiful. They were angels, and the creator used them to give me this message these last 3 days as I was up here trying to explain to brothers, don't just sit here and talk about blacks like we the creme de la creme when it comes to being righteous and being spiritual, when a black devil is worse than anything. I seen them. When I gave the John Cuff story, and I know a lot of y'all want to see, a lot of y'all want to hear about the John Cuff story, but this dude was responsible for 30 homicides. I looked at he didn't have no life in his eyes. He was cool, don't get me wrong. He was cool, but somebody who was unaliving people at an alarming rate like that, somebody who could, this dude held heads in his freezer overnight. That's in the story that I'm putting out. He held body parts in his freezer. And he had a baby mother who got shot because of him. One of her arms don't work. This is what he told me. So if his family or people who know him is in the chat, then y'all know what I'm saying is real. I'm just going by what he told me. I don't know the woman, and I didn't Google it to find out or whatever. But supposedly he got a baby mother from Webster Projects who has one arm because somebody tried to unalive him and they shot her and messed her arm up. Then somebody grabbed her and kidnapped her. Then she went in the freezer one day to grab something and open the freezer, and he had somebody's head in the freezer. Why would you have a head in the freezer with your food? Is beyond me, but why would you even have the head, right? And she opened the freezer and the head fell out the freezer. So this lady, his baby mother, one of his baby mothers ended up going crazy from what he told me. Anybody who know him in the chat, get in the chat. That's what he told me. And she became crazy. And one of the things that used to bother her was that she said when he brought her house, wherever he moved her to Georgia or wherever he brought her, right? She couldn't have a freezer in the house because she would think that the freezer would open and a head would be talking to her in the freezer. She had a phobia of freezers because she would always say her head is in the freezer. This woman ended up catching a spirit of upon her because of the stuff he was doing. So I say all that to say he's a nigga. He's black. That's not natural shit. And I don't care what race you say, the white man is devil and the black man. Nigga, there's a lot of black devils right here in our community. A lot of them. You understand what I'm saying? Them kids who could shoot off a scooter and unalive a 7-month-old baby who had no regard for that stroller on that corner and the women on that. It was only one man on that corner. If you watch the video in Brooklyn, it was 3 women there. Anybody who could just open fire on a group of women in a stroller, regardless if they op was there or not. So don't talk about blacks and whites and we supposed to be good and they all supposed to be bad. Don't talk about that because that ain't necessarily true, man. Watch the movie Rwanda, like I said when they was attacking white people in my chat. Watch the movie Rwanda, where you have black people hacking to death other black people, and you had white parishioners, white people that's not from Rwanda, who came from wherever country they came from to help save some of these black babies. And in that movie, and this is a true story, there was a white parishioner, a Christian white lady, ran back into the chaos where people were getting unalived, ran back in there to save some children. They ended up unaliving her. But you're gonna tell me because she's white that she's a devil. And because we black, the niggas that hacked her to death and the children to death are something special because they niggas. Y'all out your mind, man. Y'all got to get out of that stinking thinking. We went from the mark of the beast to this. You did not pay no mind to what I was saying all over the place. What you was saying? I forgot. What? How do we get into the white people? I don't even know how we got into the racism. I don't know how we got into the race thing. It was something in the chat. Oh, I guess because somebody asked about Frost. Was that who that triggered it? I don't know but see, this is the conflict here. Me talking the street shit and then me talking the spiritual shit. But the reason why I'm doing both is because they both correlate. They both correlate. You got to understand spirituality to understand a nigga like Jack Frost, John Cuff. You got to understand that. I didn't understand it then, but now I understand it. Have you ever looked into the eyes of somebody who unalived 3 or 4 or 5 people? Have you ever been around somebody like that? It's a look. They all have the same look. It don't change. Forget what you talking about, whatever you was trying to talk about, but I'm just telling you this. It's all spiritual. Have you looked into the eyes of somebody who unalived 5, 6, 7, 8, 15 people? Have you ever been around somebody like that? Okay, then if you have, then you know what that looks like. It's a blank look. It's nobody's home. The only thing I can compare it to is if you ever see a mass pew pewer, right? When they do those mass pew pews, and you see them guys and they be like this in the paper, they all had the same. They be like this. They look like something is wrong with them. That's because they have a spirit of death upon them. That is an entity. That is not the person that they mother pushed out of their womb. That is inhuman. It is an inhuman cat. Their smile doesn't reach their eyes. There's no warmth in there. Look, I just tuned in and you on point. There's a problem. People don't want to wake up. They just want to stay basic when the science is here. That's a fact. That's a fact. It's a blank look. It's a cold look. There's nobody's home. They say the eyes is the windows to the soul. And that's why, Peter Pan came through the windows, because that's our actual house. Peter Pan is in form of a spirit, and he takes the youth out of the house. And what y'all don't realize is when people get, you know, sexually, as a child, that also traps the person in the mind state of that. Do you understand what I'm saying? A lot of people who've been, went through those things, they'll be grown, but they still like the Smurfs, or they'll be grown, but She's still into Hello Kitty. I done had strippers. I done took, God forgive me, I done took strippers home, and we get to doing the thing, and she got Hello Kitty in her crib, in her house, and she got Hello Kitty panties on. Like, I don't feel right taking off no Hello Kitty panties. I don't care how big your BBL is. Why the hell you got Hello Kitty? Oh, I just love Hello Kitty. And then after you know, have relationships with this woman and y'all laying and cuddle, I was a cuddle monster. I'm not gonna lie. I had mommy issues. She had daddy issues, right? So after you get there to cuddling, that's when they give you the story of, you know, what they uncle might have did, some of them what they fathers might have did. As crazy as it sounds. You understand what I'm saying? So even under that is still the little girl. So some people get stuck there, so to speak. You understand what I'm saying? They get stuck in that kid state because that's where they lost their innocence. They get stuck there. Yeah, they may function as an adult, but they're still a kid mentally and spiritually. They're still stuck there. And I believe that was the symbolism in Peter Pan taking them to Neverland and they not growing up. It's the kid being stuck. But the point that I'm making is he went through the window, the eyes. He went through the soul and entered the soul. You know, just like in the movie Get Out, right? When the flash went, the eyes was good, big, but that was another person inhabiting someone else's body, which is the coagula. If you Google what the coagula means from the movie Get Out, it's Soliv and coagula. And it has Baphomet sitting in the chair, the goat head being with the titties, because it's a hermaphrodite. Baphomet is a hermaphrodite. It is a male goat with titties like a woman and it has goat legs. It's a hermaphrodite. And this is why the pan and stuff like that is because the sexual energy, when a man does things to a boy, whatever the case may be, it is bringing up the hermaphrodite, the Aphroditus and Hermes put together. And this is where they get their creative energy force because when they take that innocence from that child, that's why Christ said, at least touch one of these. When they take that innocence from that child, the entity that comes feeds off of that energy and it'll inspire the artist to do whatever it is he's doing and also attaches itself to that child. And that child becomes the next stripper or the next Jeffrey Dahmer or Charles Manson or Bucks. Because it happened to me too. You understand what I'm saying? And it took me a long time, a spiritual awakening, a whole bunch of holy water, a whole bunch of garlic, a whole bunch of prayers and meditations for me to stop feeding that entity sexually and violent wise. Yeah, real talk. Talk least and read comment. Talk less and read comments. Bro. I try to stay away from the comments because sometimes y'all don't be talking about nothing. It's some of y'all that I recognize and I'll read y'all comment because I know y'all talking about something. You look like Carl Johnson. Who's that? GTASA. I don't know. I don't even know what you even talking about. That Hello Kitty shit always makes me laugh. No, I'm for real. But hold on. This look like a good one. Cause you streets is watching be saying some shit. Again, I said whoever takes the mark of the beast will go against God and will go to hell. We already took the mark of the beast. As I say, everything is in three. There's a physical, mental, and spiritual mark. I believe. If you believe in the word, right? Because in what is it? Revelations, the 13th chapter. No, Revelations, the 13th chapter, verse 16 through 18 is the mark of the beast, right? If you read it though, and you read it, because it says at the beginning of that chapter where it talks about the mark of the beast, it said, let he with wisdom. It only says that 3 times in the Bible. They go 3 again. Whenever it said let he with wisdom, what the Bible's telling you is that you're gonna read this, but most of y'all are not gonna understand what y'all reading. That's why it says that. If you go to my Bible, always on my bed, y'all know it would be right here, right next to me. But I put all my books away because I put all the books in the box because I'm moving. But if you go to the Bible, to Revelations, the 13th chapter, the 16th verse 16 through 17 or 18, I'm not sure, but it says, let he with wisdom understand that this is the number of a man. And the reason why it says that is because it knew y'all wasn't going to understand. People be waiting for the rapture, but there's 3 raptures, just like there's 3 marks of the beast. Everything is in threes. So there's a physical, mental, and spiritual mark of the beast. The one that people say we ain't get yet, I think that's the spiritual mark of the beast. The physical mark of the beast, we already got it. You already got it. Because the things that say you can't do, you really can't do in this realm of reality without a social security and birth certificate, without proper identification. So you already have it. Your right hand is what most of us write with. Your forehead is your frontal lobe where your memory is at when they ask you your social security number when you go to get a house, car, land, anything of significance, credit card, anything of significance, right? Even if you don't give up your social, your identification card, you only could get that with your social. So that represents your social. So that's your frontal lobe. When you call or you go get a car, whatever you're going to get, and it was like your last 4 digits, you spit that social, you know that social by heart. It's tattooed on your frontal lobe. When you sign that check, when you endorse the back of that check, or you sign the paperwork at your job, or you sign that lease, or you sign that finance, you're signing with your left hand. That is the mark. To buy, trade, or sell is the mark. We already have the physical mark. That's what y'all waiting for something. You already got half of it right now. You already got the mark of the beast. Whoever that was. Oh, the COVID shot? I ain't take that. I didn't take the COVID. I didn't get COVID and I didn't take COVID. When COVID came, I was praying. I'd be slipping, but I was praying, meditating, and fasting more than I ever did. I was in a cell with a nigga who had COVID and I ain't get it. And I'm not being prideful or I swear it ain't pride. But these practices, this making it this holy water, programming this water, whenever it get real bad, I start programming the water. I wish I could show y'all what I drink out of. I start programming that water. Ain't nothing like that water. Ain't nothing like it. People got all these different kind of remedies. They take this leaf and this, that, all that's cool. But you take that water and you program that water gonna do what it's supposed to do. That water is a conscious being. That water came here just to sustain life. Water is an entity. It is a high level, a high vibrational entity. Could you imagine deciding to be water? Let's say, right, if you could be reborn, right? Let's say if the reincarnation thing is real, right? And let's say you vibrate so high that when you get to the gates of heaven, I'm using regular terms now, and they say, yo, you did great. You want to go into heaven, or you want to earn your angel wings? You want to be a seraphim or a cherubim and do something great. You want to go back down there and help? You be like, yeah. Most of us want to come down. We want to be an angel because we could like disappear, we could fly, we could do all kind of magic and shit. But the most humbler of servant, the most unconditional love is someone who says, nah, I want to be water. I want to go down there. I want to be water. I just want to provide nourishment to the planet and to the people. And then I want to be a tree. I want to give oxygen. I just want to stand there and be consciously aware of being. uh, So you want to watch the humans have fun? You want to watch them fornicating, driving Benzes, Ferraris? You gonna watch all of this happen, and you just want to be in a cup of water, or you just want to be a tree outside the mansion, and you watching them humans walk around, and you saying you want to go do that for 500 or 10,000 years. That's what you want to do? Yeah. These energies and entities came here to help. Crystals, water, all this shit is consciously here for you. But we don't know that. We don't know that. Then we wonder why they poison it and why they charge us for it and they put it in plastic bottles and why is it so important? Why are we under the law of water? Or you can't travel on water without permission. Water is very powerful, man. You program that water. It's a book. I want to get the book because I know I'm pronouncing this dude name wrong, but his name is something Makimoto. It start with an M. It's the consciousness of water, or water consciousness. It's a little. It's thick, but it's a little book. Get that book, man. Get that book. Get that book. That book will change your life. I'm telling you, because it'll show you that you could program water to do whatever you wanted to do. You could turn it into medicine. You could turn it into a sexual elixir. You know what I mean? I wouldn't, but I'm just saying, like, water is powerful, man. Water is powerful. Why did I even get into that? I do be, y'all gotta keep me on track because I will go off. Okay, Buck, I feel you still in the show, but you can read what I send. Can I read what you send? The streets is watching. I will read it because you be, what's the name? You be saying good shit. Let me see. Can you read what I just told you about the mark? All right, I'm looking for it. I said, whoever takes the mark of the beast will be going against God and will go to hell. I did say that. Yeah, was you not? Is this thing on? Is my mic on? I did say about the mark of the beast. I said we already got the mark of the beast. We already have it. One of them. It's a physical, a mental one, and a spiritual one. I think we already got the physical and mental one. We just waiting for the spiritual one. The spiritual one is gonna be in the end times. No, I said about the chip. Look more back. Oh, oh, you know what? I'm glad you said that. I'm glad you said that about the chip. You right. Everything is in threes: physical, mental, and spiritual. As above, so below. We already have the mental mark. We already have it. The physical mark is gonna be the chip. The spiritual mark is gonna be the actual mark. When I don't believe that's the most high though, the mark of the beast too. I don't want to offend nobody or nothing like that. Even though I'm quoting the Bible and I read it a billion times, I don't believe that the entity in there talking about the mark of the beast in the whole book of Revelations, I don't believe that that's the all in all. That is a God, and that is some other worldly beings or entities talking about its chosen people, the one who sent Christ. I believe that these are entities. This is higher level entities than we are. I don't believe that that's the God. But I don't take away from those who do, because as long as they vibrating high and they believe that, then they're closer to the all in all. So I'm not gonna say that they're wrong. There's no right or there's no wrong. As long as you believe wholeheartedly and you decide not to take that mark, whether I'm right or you're right, it's gonna be a good thing. But I personally don't believe that that's the most high creator with the mark and the rapture and all of that. I believe that that's a race of beings. I don't believe that that's the all in all. But the mark of the beast is some can't hear me. Y'all can hear me? Do I believe what you said? Hold on, I gotta go back a little more because I seen, all right, the mark of the beast, talk, listen, read the comments. Hold on, I'm trying to find what you said. Again, I said, who takes the mark of the beast will go against God will and go to hell. I said, whoever takes the mark of the beast will go against God will. Oh, you talking about, okay, so we went from the mark of the beast to this, you don't pay no mind. I'm trying to find what you said. The streets is watching, but yeah, yeah. You talking about hell? I don't think the mark of the beast. I don't think that it's gonna be the hell that I think hell is gonna be. All right, because we're in America. If right now a galactic council come down here and judge America because we're a part of it, we're gonna have to deal with those consequences. That's what I believe the mark of the beast. Oh, you can hear me. That's what I believe the mark of the beast is. I believe that is a higher beings basically saying fuck with us and don't fuck with them. If you fuck with them, then you gonna get everything that's gonna come to this planet, because we gonna take those who belong to us, those who vibrate in the way we created y'all to vibrate. We're gonna take them and we out, and y'all gonna have to deal with the Leviathan. You're gonna have to deal with the dragon. Y'all gonna have to deal with all them other the malevolent beings that's gonna come back in this realm of reality once the veil is broken. Once we allow them to have at y'all, we gonna take who we supposed to take, and we gonna leave y'all down here on lower dimensional earth, and y'all gonna it's gonna be a proverbial hell. I don't believe that it's a good God in heaven and you're going to a hell with a demon with I don't believe that. I believe that these are beings who came here and created these bodies and helped us along consciously, they're gonna take their group of people that are vibrating the way they vibrating somewhere else, and those who are of this world and upon these people are gonna be stuck here to deal with the entities that's gonna be here. That's just my belief. Is there a most high good God? Yeah. Is there a bad devil? Yeah. But I don't believe. I believe that the Bible is a warring faction. I don't believe that it's a the dragon is the same as the garden. The dragon that's going to come out in the end is the same as the serpent in the beginning. I believe that's a reptilian race. I don't believe that that's the devil and the dragon. I believe the dragon and the serpent in the Garden of Eden represents a race of beings. That's just my belief. I don't ascribe to the Bible like most people do. Not saying I don't believe in it, but I just don't believe in it the way a lot of people do, because not to dissuade or persuade anybody, as long as you live by your tenets and you live them wholeheartedly, then ye shall find the kingdom of heaven. So I'm not saying like that, but I'm just saying with me, because I read so much and there's a lot of similarities in everything, I become to realize that this is just the Bible is just an offshoot of the Sumerian tablets. That's all it really is. It's the same story being told. The Sumerian tablets, the Bhagavad Gita, the Nula Alish, all those books, it's the same story. And those some of those stories is older than the Bible. It's the same story. The Bible is the only one though that makes it God and the devil. The other people who had those stories before the Bible, they're saying that it's a race of gods against another race of gods. That's what everybody says. We didn't start believing the one God against the one devil until the Abrahamic belief system. And that's only 6,000 years old. And that's what the Bible tells you. That 6,000 years ago, we've been here. A lot of our souls been in this trap, been in this loop longer than 6,000 years. You understand what I'm saying? Like the Sphinx is, they say the Sphinx is 12,000 years old. So how could the Bible tell us we've been here for 6,000 years? We've been here way longer than 6,000. There's civilizations underwater that's 200,000 years old. There's civilizations underwater. They show you. They have to show you. So when we see these things, how can we believe that if the same Bible we believe in says that we only have 6,000 years of existence, then that shows you that that's a new way of thinking. Abraham Abraham came from Ur. He came from a place that had a pantheon of gods. This whole planet had a pantheon of gods until Abraham came. So when I read it, I know and understand that this is a God angel, good angel race of beings against a malevolent race of beings. And because it says the dragon in the end and the serpent in the beginning, and if you read Jeremiah 29, when he speaks, God, that God is speaking, and he says to the prince of Persia, he says to it, you was there in the Garden of Eden, and yet you make yourself a god. But I tell you, you are not a god, and you shall die like a man. How could God be talking to a man, saying that that man was around the king of Persia, that he was around in the time in the Garden of Eden, and that he's making himself a god, but he's not? So how was he there in the Garden of Eden, but here he is in the book of Jeremiah, thousands and thousands of years later, still on earth as a king? How come Melchizedek, who was the king of Salem, that Moses came and gave half the spoils of Israel after the war, and then it says Melchizedek has no beginning, no end, and no mother, no father. He's not a human being, but he's a king. So how we have the king of Persia and the king of Salem, two individuals who haven't died, still walking the planet in the kings? Because it's not all this shit ain't, we think human and then we think God. We don't think it's no in between. It's either you're human or you God or you an angel. There was shit here that wasn't the all in all. There was shit here that wasn't the all in all. Can you imagine what a person looks like that lives for 900 years? If you read the King's List in the Sumerian tablets, because this is where a lot of the Bible shit came from, it's talking about kings who ruled for 3,000 years. You think that's a human being? How can somebody rule for 3,000 years? Some of the kings list, some of the people in Egypt, it said they ruled for 700 years, 800 years. And then we're gonna get into the Bible and say, because God cut man's lifespan short. But what y'all don't realize is, if this is the all in all, a man can never do an infraction that the all in all knew man would do in order to cut his life short. The all in all knew that. Only a God would say, all right, y'all getting too big for y'all britches. I'm gonna cut y'all lifespan. Only a God would do that. Only a God would say, I regret it even making man. I'm not gonna flood the earth again, but I regret even making y'all. Read your book. That's a God. That's not the all in all. Because the all in all knew everything we did, we were gonna do. Ain't no mistakes. I'm not, yo, I regret making man. Your God said he regretted making you. And I'm not judging nobody. I'm just saying we just have to, ask for discernment, man. And sometimes if you ask for discernment and the discernment leads you to believe that this Bible is one good God against one bad devil, and all of this stuff is about you going to a physical heaven with a physical 12 gates, with marble, with gold, with rivers, with banks, and God sitting on a throne. If your God sits on a throne and you believe that to be the all in all and not something that actually has to sit, or not something that actually has to rest on the seventh day, or something that walks into the Garden of Eden and say, "Where are thee?" Every book before the Bible said that that was a God with hands, arms, and feet, but we was taught through Abrahamic belief that this is not a physical God. This is a bigger God, but it takes a seat, it rests, it eats, it gets jealous, it gets angry, it has a hand, it has a back, because he said to Moses, I'm going to fly by you and let you see my back, because no man can see the face of God and live. So God has a back too, and a face, and a feet, and a hand. Come on, bro. Come on. And hey, I'm not just believe your tenets to the fullest shape, form, or fashion, but I only do this when people come try to teach me something about the book that I read a billion times and ask for discernment. God give me all this other shit, but it gave me enough to say, that ain't me, little homie. That's not me. That ain't me. That ain't me. It's a God, and he probably did create your physical flesh, but I'm your soul. I'm the one that's in you. I'm the kingdom of the all in all that's in you. I am it. I am the all in all. That's why the kingdom of heaven is within you, because I'm in you. But if it needs a seat and a rest, and it gets jealous and it gets envy and it has hands, then it is a physical God. And there have been thousands of physical gods down here. There are still physical gods down here to this day. They just shooting basketballs and rapping. Real shit. The all in all don't rest on the seventh day. The God that I serve, the God that fills me with energy to cast out spirits, to heal cancer and to heal myself and others, that all in all don't rest on the seventh day. What if I catch him? What if it was just making another planet somewhere and I catch him on the day he need to rest? I'm just saying. What if an Anunnaki land tomorrow, right? What if an Anunnaki land tomorrow and we actually get to see these 15 feet beings or these 33 feet beings, and they could do magic, they could do everything. We're going to bow down and worship them. We are, because people bow down and worship Jay-Z, Michael Jordan. We bow down and worship idols every day on this planet without even really knowing it. So when they get here and we bow down and worship it, right? We're all going to the hell, because that God is jealous, and that God gonna say, how dare you worship that when I wrote y'all this book and I told you he gonna unalive all of us and we all gonna be in a hellfire for eternity. But how could I burn in a hellfire if I'm in hell? I'm not gonna have flesh. My soul is actually fire. So if I'm in a fire and I'm already on fire, how can I burn? Because I'm not gonna have a physical flesh to burn, because I'm no longer gonna be physical. That's what Christ said. Oh, what you writing? I'm trying, bro. I'm not trying to streets is watching. I'm not trying to ignore you. I'm busy going back. Basically, you don't believe in the Trinity. Yeah, I believe in the Trinity. The last chapter in the Bible is what is going on now. Yeah, all right, let me see if that's all you said. Break down your on the 44. Do you believe in the Bible, the last chapter? I'm gonna break down 144,000 what I believe. Do you believe in the Bible, the last chapter, the reservation? Yeah, I'm not saying you wrong on the streets is watching. What I'm saying is that all of that stuff in Revelations is a God telling you what's gonna happen. And all that stuff is gonna happen. I agree. The only way we disagree is what I'm saying is that God is not the all in all. That's what I'm saying, beloved. I agree with you. The rapture and all that, but the rapture is a shit because heaven is gonna come down, right? Jesus, well, not Jesus, because he said, the Son of Man, Jesus, his higher self. He's the avatar, right? So he understood that. That's why he spoke in third person, because he knew that that's going to be his higher self, not his physical self. But when he comes on the cloud and the kingdom of heaven is coming with him, it's going to be a ship. They're describing a ship. They tell you it's this many. How can you really think you could? We think we could measure the vastness of space. We think we can measure the vastness of a sun. We have a baby sun. Imagine a galactic sun, right? How could you measure heaven? So those measurements that they're giving you, the 12 gates, the pillars and the marble and the gold and the streams and all of this living forever, that is a ship. That is another realm of reality. That's not the all in all. I'm telling you it's not, because if the kingdom of heaven is within you, then what's that coming out the sky? What's the thing that's being described? Because it's giving you measurements. It's giving you descriptions. The kingdom of the all in all is the all in all, which is in you. It's like it's like like I said, the all in all is an ocean. You got rivers, you got vapors, you got rain, you got gases, you got lakes. Those are all different forms of water. But the all in all is the all in all. That's why the kingdom is in you. Because if you're an ice cube, if you got frozen and you were part of the ocean, then the kingdom of heaven is in you, because the kingdom of heaven is the all in all. And your soul is the all in all. The physical thing that it's describing is a God describing when it comes back for its people in a rapture, that it's taking you away from here when this world is collapsed by other entities and energies that they're allowing not to come here for this particular time. So everything in the Bible is going to happen, but it's going to be, that's a physical, it's physical, mental, and spiritual, as above, so below. There's going to be a big rapture for physical shit from physical beings. There's going to be a spiritual rapture from spiritual beings. My God that I serve don't have a ship. It don't ride on a cloud. It don't have a physical measurement. It don't sit on a throne. It don't have a right hand that has somebody sitting at. That is an entity. That is a being. That is a God. It could be righteous and powerful and all that, but it's not the all in all. And every religion on the face of this earth believed that before Abraham. So why are we embracing something that's 6,000 years old when some of our souls been here 60, 200,000 years? That's why we still here, because we're looking at the rhetoric. But let me go back to what I was saying. What you just said, Streets. Bucks, do you study IFA? Leukemia, Santeria? Nah, but I read Santeria. Oh, Ifa. I'm sorry. Nah, I mean I've studied it because I used to wear the beads, and a lot of the people that was in the Ifa try to bring me in the Ifa before I was spiritual, and then when I became spiritual, I began to learn why they used to tell me I had attributes of Chango and all that stuff, and I was wearing Chango beads without even knowing them, and I do have the attributes of Chango, but that's just like somebody saying I'm a Pisces. I'm gonna have Piscean attributes, because your soul enters this realm at a different time, certain times, and you're gonna have certain attributes. If that make any sense. Hold on, Streets. Don't leave. Let me see. Listening. Jesus is one in the flesh that you talk about, bro. He came in the flesh. He has feet, hands. Yeah, yeah. Jesus was a physical being. However, though, this is what I'm explaining to you. Jesus was a physical God, like we are a physical God. Those who are coming to take us from this physical hell or physical earth become before it becomes a physical hell. And if you don't, this fire is going to be a physical fire. But there is a God in gods that are spirit, no physical, no hands, no feet, no throne, no place that dwells with measurements. That's when you could tell the difference. That is a ship that's coming. The ship Enoch was taken on a ship. Read the book of Enoch. He tell you he was on a ship. He saw computer screens. He looked down and saw the earth round. He looked and saw all everything that he described. He described a spaceship. Elijah was taken in a fiery chariot to heaven. If you believe the story, Elijah, a fiery chariot came and swooped him up and took him. What is a chariot? A chariot is a thing they use to travel in, right? A horse, a chariot. So they couldn't say he was in a spaceship or a plane. They don't know what a spaceship or a plane is. So they said he was taken in a fiery chariot up to heaven. A fiery chariot is a thing that travels. It was fiery and it took him to heaven. So when you read, if you got your Bible, read the book of Zechariah real quick. Go into read the whole book of Zechariah. And Zechariah Sitchin is the guy who wrote the 12th planet of the Anunnaki, right? Why do you think his name is Zechariah Sitchin? And if you read the book of Zechariah, the book of Zechariah is describing all spaceships. And I might be the first person to say this. Everybody always talks about Ezekiel and the wheel. When I got to Zechariah, I'm like, how people are not talking about Zechariah? Zechariah said an angel was flying in the scroll. And when the scroll landed, it was a bowl that opened up and the angel stepped out of the bowl on top of the front flying scroll. It's in the book, bro. Then it talks about the chariots that flew from one part of the earth to another part of the earth. If you read it, it's talking about ships, brother. I'm just saying. And all the people believed this before Abraham. All people believed in shit from other places that had ships, that had knowledge that we didn't have, that had powers that we didn't have. Everybody believed this shit before Abraham. Abraham came and said, this is a God. This is a good God, but he get mad. This is a God, but he got hands. This is God, but he need rest. When you read when my son, when Abraham, I said this the other day. I keep saying, I hate to repeat myself for those who've been here, but for those who haven't, I gotta repeat it again. When Abraham, before they destroyed Sodom and Gomorrah, it's chapter 19, Genesis chapter 19. I don't know when it starts, or 18. It's either 18 or 19. He's chilling, and then three angels, he said, three men approach me. And he said, my lords, what is it that you want? They said, yo, we about to go destroy Sodom and Gomorrah. Two of them went to destroy Sodom and Gomorrah, and one of them stayed with him and ate. And some Bibles have said it pretended to eat because it didn't have to eat. Like Jesus pretended to eat, right? So this being, he said, three men. It says men. I done read another thing. I used to sit in the box and I would collect every Bible when the book, because they come through with books, and I would always take the Bibles. Every time a Bible came through, I would take it, as long as it was one I didn't have already, because I would like to read 6 or 7 different Bibles, and I would turn to the same scripture in each Bible to see what each one of them say, so I could get a real good general of what's being said. So is that times where I might have had 3 Bibles? Is that been times where I might have had 10 Bibles? Because there's so many different variations. When you read that chapter, every one of them says a man, 3 men. None of them says nothing different. It says 3 men. And then he said, my lords, what is it you want of me? And they tell him that they're going to destroy Sodom and Gomorrah. The only point that I'm making is those men, and they were men, because when the 2 went to Sodom and Gomorrah, I was trying to send you something and it's not letting me. I guess I'm going too deep. But listen though, I'm just trying to show you how these angels and gods were men and how things get misinterpreted, right? He called them men and then he ended up calling them Lord. 2 of them went to destroy Sodom and Gomorrah. This is how you knew they was just regular men, not regular men, how they look like men, because when the 2 that went to Sodom and Gomorrah, if you remember the story, the people tried to, we entertain angels are unaware. That is a fact. That is a fact, both positive and negative. So when the 2 angels went to Sodom and Gomorrah, the people tried to have relations with him. Remember? He had to snatch him in the house and sent out his daughter because the men, they wanted to do something to the men. So that means they look like men, right? So they destroyed Sodom and Gomorrah. The one who was eating with him, with Abraham and his wife, because remember, Lot was Abraham's first cousin. So the one who was eating with Abraham said to Abraham's wife, Sarah, for you were gonna be pregnant. She laughed at him. How I'm gonna be pregnant? I'm old. He was like, I'm telling you, you're gonna have a son, name him XYZ, boom, 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 right? Now we know that this is a man, but he never called him a man. He kept saying, my Lord, my Lord, my Lord, my Lord, my Lord, my Lord. Even Sarah says, my Lord, how am I gonna be pregnant and I'm old, right? Long story short, towards the end of that chapter, Sarah says, God told me I was going to be pregnant. She called that angel or that being that looked like a man that sat and ate, she called that entity God. But what a lot of religious scholars are going to say, well, because it was an angel who's a messenger of God, the angel gave the message as that God wanted to tell her. So he gave the message. So when she said, God told me I would be pregnant, they say, well, she said God because the angel told her for God. But it's misleading though, because as the story gets told, say that story gets told 1,000 times, after a while, they say God told her, but it wasn't God, it was a man. The burning bush was an angel. Do you know how many times you heard that story and people say God spoke to Moses in the burning bush? But when you read 90% of the Bibles, it says an angel spoke to him in the burning bush. Do you know how many times when they was coming out of, I'm going to read your comment, the streets. Give me 1 second. I would like to bring some heat up, but not let me. Oh, I know. I'm interested to know what you're trying to say. I'm interested. Keep trying, man. I'm gonna move to I don't want to move to TikTok, but I do want to move to TikTok because it seemed like it'd be way more trolls on TikTok. But my TikTok was popping at one time. That way we could talk, because I do like to talk, because I could learn too. You know what I'm saying? But and I don't like that. I don't like when I be on TikTok and I be texting people and they don't be responding, and I got some good points, and then I got a text. I'm not fast as you. It take me 1,000 years to text. Are you into conspiracy theories? Am I? Everything is the Bible's a conspiracy. Everything's a conspiracy, man. It's not. And I want to say this, bro. I'm 47 years old. Unfortunately, I've been in and out of prison my entire life, right? And the good thing about that, even though I miss my children's most of my children's lives, which is horrible, right? Is an assistant of God's. Not all, because they got bad angels too. Lucifer was an angel. He ain't assisting God. They got dark angels too. But so let me say this about the conspiracy part. Somebody had a good comment, and I breezed past. Oh, the 144. Somebody asked me about the 144, and I want to break that down. I almost forgot. I hope that person is still here. Let me know if you're still here. I like that, but I don't let. I like that, but isn't. Don't let me tell you something. Oh, yeah. Well, conspiracy. Oh, this is what I want to say. I've been in and out of prison my whole life. The only good thing about being in prison, well, not the only thing, because you could eat healthy and you could fast, pray, meditate, and build yourself. But the other third good thing is when you're removed from society for years and you come back to society, like I have 6 times, you get to see what people don't see, if that makes any sense, right? Somebody who was in jail before COVID and came out after COVID or came in during COVID, there's gonna be so many changes that they not gonna. DoorDash wasn't out, Ring wasn't out before I came. Those are small changes, but human wise, y'all, because y'all been out here without no interruptions and hiccups, y'all don't get to see how much this world has actually changed. And all the shit that I read in the conspiracies in the 90s when I first started going to prison, it's all actually coming now. And I watch shit happen gradually. So when you say what you say about the mark of the beast becoming a chip, I know it's gonna happen because it said it's gonna happen. And it's kind of already here. I've had read books where it said before the mark of the beast come, cash was gonna become obsolete, right? I was a dude who went to prison, came out of jail, started selling drugs again, and I'm going in Walmart with $6,000, $7,000 in my pocket, trying to buy stuff, spend $500, $600 in cash. Do you know how upset people get having to count cash? It's because they're conditioned for a cashless society already. But because y'all here, y'all don't see how it's changed so much or really feel it. You might feel it, but you don't feel it. Like the meat. Y'all don't realize how chewy chicken is because y'all just been out here chewing this chewy ass chicken. I'm realizing that this chicken ain't real. This shit is too chewy. Y'all know it if you think about it. Chicken ain't used to be this chewy. You used to bite the chicken and it disintegrates into chicken. All this shit is chewy ass chicken now. The food ain't real. You can't even, when I came home 3 years ago, they still had grapes with seeds in it. Now you go to Walmart or Stop and Shop and most of the supermarket, you can't even get grapes with seeds. Just 3 years ago, when I first came home, there was seeds with grapes. You know why? Because I love grapes. So I used to be like, oh, I'm getting the ones with grapes. So I used to pick up the ones with grapes because I said, I want grape seeds in my grapes. Now you can't even find grapes with seeds in it. I only been home 3 years, and that's something that I saw. How many of y'all paid attention to that? You can't even find grapes with seeds in them no more. I hate to say this, a lot of people just haven't been through something. That is true. Or watermelons. That is true. You can't even find shit with seeds in oranges too. There ain't no seeds in oranges. In jail though, it's backwards. I was in jail. Y'all gonna laugh, but this is real shit. I don't know what they giving them niggas in jail. In jail, the oranges have like 50 seeds in it. The whole fucking orange be full of seeds. If you slice it in fours and you take one of those little, remember when you was a kid, you used to slice the orange in fours and shit. If you take one of them slices, that one slice might have 7 seeds in it. I swear to God. And it's not even the seeds you remember. The seeds are like grains of rice. I remember orange seeds. I'm old enough to remember what an orange seed looked like. The seeds that was in these apples, oranges they giving niggas in jail, the seeds is like grains of rice. I swear to God. What the fuck is this shit they giving us? But because I've been removed from society so many times, I see gradually how it's changing. Let me give you an example of New York City, right? This is a couple years ago when I was in the city. I'm on a platform and there was a brother speaking the gospel, right? While he was speaking the gospel, a woman ended up fighting with her man. And I'm looking to see what's going on. This is on 125th Street train station. I don't know if y'all know the 6 train on 125th Street. It's a long, skinny platform. So when I look, I see the dude beating his wife, beating his girl up, right? Around me, there's a bunch of people on this end. They're like the only two on that end. A couple people seen, but as I looked around, everybody around me couldn't see. You know why? Because everybody was in their phone with their headphones on. So they couldn't even hear the man speaking the word of God, nor could anybody come to the aid. Not saying they would, you know, this New York ain't, don't nobody care. But what if it was a mass shooter? Or what if it was a bear, a polar bear on a platform eating people, or a man pushing people on the tracks? People were so busy in their phone with their headphones on that nobody could hear the word of God or nobody could hear this woman getting assaulted. When you separated from society and you're sitting on the train with no phone, no headphones, and everybody's in their phone and in their headphones, some people even looking at you like, why this nigga don't got a phone? What, he broke? What, he poor? What is he, a stick-up kid? Is he homeless? Why he don't got no phone? Why he ain't on his phone? They look at you like something wrong with you. I'm looking at y'all like something wrong with y'all because I'm like, nobody's even engaging. Nobody's here. Everybody's in YouTube as I'm on YouTube, right? But I'm just saying, like, so to get you to the thing about conspiracies, the conspiracies that I read 30 years ago are all coming true. So I don't think it's a conspiracy. That's a good term for it. If you put it all in one little good little group of things, then yeah, conspiracy, but it ain't a theory. A lot of that shit ain't a theory. Let me see if you know that, see what you talking about. The fool who you think is in control of population and doing this to our food. Who do I think is in control of the population and doing this to our food? Some shit that's not from here. What? I'm not what I would want me to say. The Anunnaki. You want me to say the reptilians? What you want me to say? The Draconians? What you want me to say? The Illuminati? I don't know what you want me to say. Whatever it is, it's not a human being because it lacks compassion. It lacks empathy. It don't like creation. It's anti-creation. So it wants to mimic. One thing like the devil and certain races, alien races, is they can't create on this realm. They can only mimic. So they don't like Earth creating, so they want to mimic that creation, if that makes any sense. So I don't and I'm not gonna say William Cooper, Behold the Pale Horse, excellent book. I read that. That was one of the first, that might have been the first conspiracy book I ever read, 95, 96. But if you got a Behold the Pale Horse, go to the books in the back. I kid you not. Wake up and pay attention. I can tell you, but don't want to bring them up. Who is them? It could be. I'm not gonna be solid on. You could tell me, but I already heard it. Whoever you're not gonna tell me something I ain't already heard. More than likely, if it's any truth to it, I heard it already. But I'm not gonna stand solid on the who's who because man, you be a fool to say, yo, it's the reptilians or it's the draconians or it's the Illuminati or it's this or man. I, I don't who's the who. I can't tell you who's the who. I be lying, but yeah, William Cooper, Behold the Pale Horse is a great book, but go to the back of the Behold the Pale Horse. Those books are even better. Some of the greatest books I've ever read is the ones in the back of the Behold the Pale Horse from Light Publishing, Light Technology. When you go to Behold the Pale Horse, in the back, it's going to have a leaflet full of books from Light Publishing Technology or something. Tech. Those books are. It's a guy in the back of that book. I got one of the books here, actually, a couple of the books by. I'm gonna get it now. Now you make me get it because now you brought up Behold the Pale Horse, but that's a good book. But I'm gonna tell you about Behold the Pale Horse. Behold the Pale Horse is it was a good eye opener, right? But today's society is kind of obsolete, if that makes any sense. It's a good book, but it's outdated, if that makes any sense. It's a real good book, though. It was good 30 years ago, but in that book, he talks about the mark of the beast. He talks about us being goyim to the Zionists. He talks about all of that in there. He talks about Area 51. But he talks about a being in there named Lord Matria, and some people call it Francis Bacon or what's the name? Those are beings that live, that's still on this earth, that live for thousands and thousands of years. That Lord Matria, I read it in there in Behold the Pale Horse, and then I came across that name years later. But that Lord Matria that he speaks about in Behold the Pale Horse, like that was on the boat and all the presidents and all of that came to see it. It don't really say that in his book, but as I learned that being is a being that like Melchizedek, it don't have a mother or father, it don't have a beginning and end. It's like the Prince of Persia. It just been here for mad long. He don't really get all the way into it, but that book is a real good book. That's why they unalived him. But let me get these books real quick. 1 second. I got these books. I got these books from the back of the Behold the Pale Horse book, and don't be laughing at my hotel chair. Somebody gave me that. I got these from the back of Behold the Pale Horse. This is Ascended Masters by Joshua Stone, I think, right? Yeah, Joshua Stone. This is Ascended Masters by Joshua Stone. And this is The Secrets of the Flower of Life by Druvro Melchizedek. And it's called Light. What's it called? You remember in the back of the Behold the Pale Horse? It got these pages. Look, remember in the back of the Behold the Pale Horse? It got all of this stuff. See all these books? This book and this book came from the back of the Behold the Pale Horse. Those came from the back of the Behold the Pale Horse. If you got a copy of Behold the Pale Horse, go back there and grab some of those books. A lot of those books are written by people who has spirits basically speak through them. All right, conspiracy. Let me see. What's the being name in Behold the Pale Horse? Lord Maitria. Maitria is like Mait. Lord Maitria. Maitria. A con can be good and bad. It's called duality. Yeah, that's right. I'm out. They sending shit. I'm out. They sending shit about counseling me. Where to your thing? I found Behold a Pale Horse in the prison library. Believe it or not, I just couldn't get into it, but I know it's powerful. Yeah, I don't think the one I had that. They all got, unless you had a secondhand one, because sometimes people rip it out. In the back of the, but then again, because I love books. If you have a newer revised version, then it probably wouldn't. The older ones had, because even this book is from Behold the Pale Horse. This is the same company. All those books from Light Publishing Technology, it have all these other books in the back. And Behold the Pale Horse was just like that. That was the first book that I got. And then when I got that book, no, not when I got it, because that was years later. I read it in the 90s. I didn't get into all of these books to maybe like in the 2010, like 2010, 2010, 11. No, after I had my spiritual awakening. So probably like 13, 14, and then I got them all on my last bed. But the back of the Behold the Pale Horse is just like these two books, because all these books are written by angels. The information that comes in those books in the back of the Behold the Pale Horse, those is from light beings that are trying to awaken us to what's really going on down here, like William Cooper. But his book, Behold the Pale Horse, was more physical. It's about physical aliens, the mark of the beast, the governmental shit. He didn't really get into spirituality too much, but he was a devout Christian himself by practice. But in his book, he didn't talk a lot of spirituality. So there's physical, mental, and spirit, right? He was more physical and mental. His books was not really about spirit, but his opening and closing, he spoke about God and the rapture. So he was a devout Christian, but his books, he was more physical and spiritual, if that makes any sense. But the books in the back of Behold the Pale Horse, Josh Stone, he lost me at the 8th book, but I think this is like a 30 books or 20 book series. I got to the 8th book and he started losing me. This is called the Ascension Manual. It's called the Ascension Manual. Josh Stone is real good. And Juvenile Melchizedek is two of these books. It's the Flower of Life 1 and the Flower of Life 2. This is a real good book. It has really good macabre activations. The macabre activation that I do, and I didn't get it from this book, it's almost similar, but he stops at 22, which is like the Kabbalah magic. He stops at 22. I go all the way to 36. I go to 36 chakras. He stops at 22. But the thing that he does is similar to what I do. You know what I'm saying? And always go to the back of the book of Behold the Pale Horse and look at some of those books. In the back of that book, back of the book, Behold the Pale Horse, is a guy named Robert Shapiro. I don't know if you heard me speak about him on another live, but Robert Shapiro, he has books called The Explorer Race. The Explorer Race, a race of beings that jump from planet to planet to planet to planet. That book, I'm telling y'all something. The Explorer Race by Robert Shapiro, book 1. It costs $25. It's like 500 pages, 400, 500 pages. Book 1. I read probably up to book 5. Book 1 is the illest. I'm not gonna say the illest. It's in my top 5 illest books I've ever read. Top 5 illest books I've ever read. And Basically, if y'all wasn't here before, I'm gonna get back. I'm gonna go back and say it again. I repeat a lot of stuff, y'all, that I said on other lives, because sometimes people come in that wasn't in the other live, and it's pertinent information. That book, Robert Shapiro, Explorer Race, Book One, is one of the illest books I ever read. A lot of these books, a lot of these books are channeled books, meaning it's a human that has a download from an entity. A Christian might call it a demon. I don't know if it's an angel. I don't know. Some of them believe that it's an ascendant masters. But Robert Shapiro, he had a multitude of entities that they do. You read with your Cartiers on? These are for far. I could see right here. That's why I be blurring, because with me keeping them on reading the comments, it's blurry to me. I have to take them off. I can see the comments perfectly because I can see close up. These are for far. Like if if I wanted to read this, I would take it off to be comfortable. So that's why I be blurring, because it's blurry. I'd have to take my glasses off every time I read the comments. These are for far, but it's both, because up here is for far and the bottom is to read close. But I would have to go like this so I could see it perfectly. You know what I mean? But I don't like doing that because I look old. People be laughing at me when I read stuff because I be like this with my glasses on, like an old person. But yeah, listen. The Explorer Race by Robert Shapiro is a channeled book, meaning he has walk-ins. So these are different entities. His whole books are like this. He's strapped to a chair and something comes in and he starts talking and people are recording him and they're asking him questions. Not him, supposedly this entity. Now check this out. Knock it down. Unitarian. Is that like from the Urantia book? Did you read the Urantia book? A you a you a Unitarian. What's a Unitarian? I read a book called the Urantia book. The Urantia book is a good book. So I'm wondering if you got that from the Urantia book. The Urantia book is a good book too. Glory be to the light of the heavens and the earth, the globe and the beneficial and the glory of God. The kingdom. Amen, amen, and amen. Universalism. Okay. Update your books at least every 10 years if you can. Yeah. But listen, the Explorer Race by Robert Shapiro, I recommend it to anybody. So these books, he don't just it's a bunch of entities coming to him asking him, and the people ask these entities questions and it's speaking through him. Now I know a lot of y'all gonna, it's either one or two things. You're gonna say it's a demon or y'all gonna say he's faking. He definitely ain't faking. So it would have to be demons or demons, right? Because he's definitely not faking. The shit that he says in that book is so profound. If he's faking, he need to be up there with Steven Spielberg and George Lucas. He need to go make movies. He need to remake the Star Wars series all over again, because the stuff he's saying in his book is the most profound shit I've ever read for that aspect. I've read things that were dope, but the shit he say in his book is the most profound shit I've ever read. And he's a white man. Robert Shapiro. I've never, like, what? Hold on, meaning we all connected, almost like you said, in connection, people not looking at the things, let alone to be science and make sense of what don't make sense. That's right. Like what? One of the things he said that was profound is a lot, man. But one of the ill things he said that was simple, but it was ill. He said that one of the things he said the reason why the pyramids and the paint in the Egyptian walls lasted so long is because, and this is true, just think about it, right? I'm from New York City. You see some of the trains that people did graffiti on in the 80s. When we seen them in the 90s, it was faded. You go into some of them bridges in New York and you see people, they might have spray painted, it might say 82 and it's almost faded, right? This is spray paint. How did these people take plants and dyes and make paint in Egypt time, put it on these walls at least 6,000 years ago, and this shit is still on the wall? how is that Sphinx in that building up those many years? Do you see what happened to Rome? Rome came after Egypt by 2,000 years, and hardly none of that shit is still standing. The Roman Colosseum is not even a quarter of the age of the pyramids, the Sphinx, or the temple at Luxor, right? All that shit came after. You can't even find remnants of Rome. Rome is in ashes already. How the fuck did Egypt, the things they looking at Egypt, be around 6,000 years before Rome and Greece, and Rome and Greece is already in ruins, but that shit is still standing? You know what he said? And it's just some simple shit. Y'all might not think it's profound, but to me, it's some of the most profound shit I've ever heard. He said, when they quarried those rocks, they spoke to the rock and prayed over the rock and told the rock, you're going to be a monument. You're going to hold knowledge to keep this planet vibrating at a certain frequency. So you're doing your part in passing on this message. So the rock agreed to be a pillar, or the rock agreed to be a tomb. The rock in the ground that they did it on agreed to assist these people to do these things. And that's why it lasts long, because they asked permission and told the rock and the ink, when they extracted the ink from bugs, when they extracted the ink from flowers, they told the flower everything that they put into making the temples and putting them paint, what it was going to be and how important it was to stay around to teach us how to vibrate high on this planet. And that's why it's still here. Now, if that nigga made that up, then he should go make movies. And it wasn't a 1,000-year-old entity speaking through him telling us how this happened. If he made that up, this nigga need to go make movies. He need to go make movies. He need to go make movies. And because what he's doing, what you're doing is just like, I know you could program water. I know that for a fact because I've done it. I've given somebody some water that I programmed, and they'd be like, my wife used to say, man, make that water. The kids want that. They want that water you be making. They don't know I programmed it. But anyway, that is profound, because you're asking permission and you're telling the dirt, you're telling the ink, you're telling all of these things how important it is and what you're doing. And they understand, if the pyramid was let's say a ley line, or let's say the pyramid was a gateway or something profound, or it helped vibrate the planet in a certain way, then of course the planet would help it stay up longer. That's why Greece, Athens, and all that shit is already in ruins, but the pyramids is still there for a long time. I see paint in New York City that's 20 years old that already is coming off the walls. How did this shit last for 6,000 years? Because of that. And he gave an example of the igloo. He said they do the same thing when they make igloos. He said, but a white man to take, and he's white. He said, but a white man, you'll go take the ice, you go steal the knowledge, and you'll just make an igloo and then wonder why it melt in 3 days. He said, because you didn't speak to the water. You spray paint, you build these buildings, you build this, but you didn't ask permission. You didn't talk to the dirt, you didn't talk to the gravel, you didn't talk to the cement. You just started building and then wonder why it don't last. And this is a white man talking to other white men. Y'all, if y'all was here earlier, I know I'm not being racist. I'm just saying this how it shows you that this man is not talking from his white standpoint. It's the spirit that's talking through him, telling the people the questions that they answer. And it was way more profound shit than that. That's just one of the things. This dude says so much ill shit. He spoke about why he said something that I didn't know. He spoke about the Galapagos Islands, and he spoke about and I read this somewhere else too though, about Australia. Why the kangaroos, there's only kangaroos in Australia. Why they got the wallaby is only in Australia. Why there's so much shit only in Australia. Why when you go to Galapagos Islands, there's only that shit is only there. And he broke up down a lot of shit that made sense. And what he said was, he said a lot of these different islands, and I read this in Zechariah, he kind of said this too in the Earth series about the Anunnaki. He said because those places was test places to make certain animals, and certain animals, they didn't spread everywhere. They was testing there, they just left it there. They didn't take the kangaroo and brought the kangaroo to Africa. Even though the kangaroo could flourish in Africa, they didn't bring the kangaroo to Africa. They left the kangaroo there. Or why they made certain things in certain places. Like a lot of those places was test places, and that's why those stuff is only there and nowhere else. They wasn't allowed to leave there, or they didn't want to disturb another part of the earth. And somebody was like, well, they disturbed it by coming here. And he was like, no, this race of being, they didn't walk, they floated. They was like, what do you mean they didn't walk, they didn't float? They said, there's beings. No, he said, when they did that, there was beings that was here that was smarter than them, but they didn't do nothing because they didn't want to mess up nothing that was on earth. So he's like, but they came here, they messed up something on earth by coming here. He said, no, they didn't. He said, because they didn't have ships to land. They didn't even want their ships to disturb the ground. He said, when they came, they didn't walk, they floated because they didn't even want to take steps on earth. Can you listen to that? He said they didn't even want to take a step on earth. So they floated, they glid. Without ships, they glid because they didn't want to disturb the earth in no kind of way. They didn't even want to step on a blade of grass. And now, like I said, this nigga could just have a good imagination, but the shit was profound. You want to know what else he said? I don't like to say it because people will think that it's me saying it instead of this man. You know what he said? He said that Earth was a black woman. That's what he said. He said Earth was a black woman. The being, not him, because you gotta remember, shit be coming in and out of him. It be different shit. It don't always be. Sometimes it be a moon. He'll say, "This is the soul of a moon." Who are you? I'm what your people call a moon, but I'm a moon in the such and such star system around the third star of this place. Not even in this solar system, but it's the spirit of this moon talking through him. Real shit. I know y'all think I'm bugging, and it might sound like he was bugging, but like I said, if he made this shit up and they would ask what's the name, right? It was time when people like, well, what's the name of this being? What's the name of that being? He'd be like, you would you have a call a xylophone? You know what a xylophone is? But like, yeah, if you take the stick and hit the xylophone on this key, that's my name. And they'd be like, what do you mean? Like, what's your? It's like, my name is not to be pronounced. It's more of a rhythm or more of a melody. It's not a word name. It's a melody. If you take what you guys call a xylophone and hit C note minus one time, and that's what my name is. Now I know I'm telling y'all, if he made this shit up, he should be writing movies. But he said Earth was a black woman, a xylophone, yeah. And he said, Earth is a black woman because they kept asking him. They kept asking him, well, because he was talking about races coming in to this planet, and it was and he's white, and everybody around him is white. So they kept asking him, like, yo, well, when did the white race come? When did the white race come? They kept asking because it's a bunch of white people talking to a white man, right? He said, listen, stop asking me when the white people came. We're talking about, and it said this in the book of Thoth, not the color thing, but he said we're talking about when the sun rose, before the sun rose in the east and set in the west, when it set in the west and rose in the east. He said before the second reset, he said the Nordic races that is different from the color of this particular earth, y'all didn't come to the fourth reset. He says, so when we get to that reset, I'll tell you. Most of what I'm talking about has nothing to do with a race that is not black, brown, green, or blue. He said this in the thing. And he said the reason why y'all go through what y'all go through because y'all treat the black people bad, not realizing that the earth that you are on is a black woman. I swear to God, just get the book. It's Explorer Race, Book 1. Robert Shapiro, he's a white dude. He said that. He said Earth is a black woman, and y'all not gonna get to where y'all supposed to get or fight off them other entities. Y'all can stop bullets. Y'all can walk through walls. Y'all can fly. Y'all can levitate. Y'all will never be able to do none of that until y'all respect the black woman. I swear to God, this white man is telling these white people that, but it's not him. It's an entity speaking through him to those people. And I'm not saying it's profound because I'm black and I'm saying the black woman is earth and it's a black woman that's earth and y'all need to praise us or they need to praise us. I'm not saying that's why it was profound. I'm just saying all the shit he said in that book was some of the illest shit I ever read. Yeah, I gotta get it again, actually. Come on now, what y'all saying? Sounds pretty nutty. Fly and levitate. What are you talking about? People fly and levitate right now? You you know what? If it sounds nutty, it is. You'll never be able to fly or nut or levitate. Go on contact with Fro Jack's podcast. Y'all gave me another one, a podcast. I don't think I wrote it down. I think the earth is a rock and solid. It could be floating through an endless space of nothingness. All right, let me see what Michael's saying. I gotta flex, my brother. I love your talk. I got my notification on so I can check whenever. Yeah, I appreciate it. Like, subscribe, and share, y'all. They hungry, these type of convos we have. That's a fact. That's a fact. I appreciate it. Get on topic worth freaking talking about. Get on topic about what? Is Malika oops, I meant B. Yakub from Yakub. Who from Yakub? That the big head scientist? This shit is crazy because when I first seen you, I'm like, oh, he's different. Then I heard you told I'm being funny. I'm not being funny at all. You still have a great content, but shit. Yo, I'm not gonna lie. I love my hood people. I love black people, man. I'm not gonna lie. I love y'all, man. I love y'all to death. Because when I was in the streets before I told, I'd have said the same shit too. I'd have been like, damn, this nigga, he on the right path, but he a fucking rat. Nah, but I get it. But it is what it is, you heard? Yeah, xylophone, C note, minus B flat. I can't remember what actually he said, but get the book and read it. It'll say what he said. Yesterday I woke up and I wasn't sleeping no more. Yesterday I woke up and I was, oh, you saying spiritually. Nah, that's a fact. You can't go back to sleep. You can't go back to sleep. Ain't no going back to sleep. Seed comes from the black man, and earth cultivated. I gotta start with the seed though. Now that's a fact. Oh yeah, the 44,000. That's crazy. I didn't even see that. Yeah, somebody asked who was my interpretation on the 44,000. I think in spirituality, if you get these books, it's gonna talk about a monad. 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 Monad is an oversoul. This is why Christ said the Father, Son, and the Holy Spirit, they are the same. And they say how we're all a body in Christ. Like Christ, if you read the Bible and you believe in the scriptures, when say we all are different pieces of the body in Christ, because that's a monad. I don't believe that it's going to be just 44,000. I believe that's 44,000 soul groups. 44,000 is 12,000 times a thousand. No, 12,000 times 100. I think it is. Somewhere 12,000 fits in there. 12,000 fits in there somewhere. So 144,000 is 144,000 oversouls, or 144,000 super souls that we all come from. Some families, these families are born into the same group of families over and over and over and over and over and over again. That's monad. That's an oversoul. That's what I believe, because 144,000 is nothing compared to the billion. There's a billion and something people. Is what is it? 8 billion, 6 billion. So they say people on this earth right now. And if it's 8 billion or 4 billion right now, how many, if it's been 6,000 years, how many people done lived and existed? How many? And you telling me out of all them trillions of people, it's only going to be 144,000? Nah, those is 144,000 oversouls. Now, how many souls are in the oversoul? That I don't know. That I don't know. But we all are kindred spirits. That's how you could meet somebody in the streets and they're more of your brother than your own brother. Or you could meet a woman in the streets and she's more your mother than your own mother. Or you could meet a man in the streets, and so on and so forth, right? That's because you might come from a different soul group. You might have been put in a lower vibration around a lower vibrational family because you was doing something you wasn't supposed to be doing in another life. So that might be your physical family, but your spiritual family, you might find them somewhere else. That dude that they locked up, Nature Boy, yeah, he's a little twisted, but those people worshipped him because whatever he was doing, he found his soul group. That's his soul group. They believed what he believed. They was with what he was with. They were one with him. That's what happens when you get these cults and stuff like that. It be people who recognize their kindred soul, their kindred spirit. You understand what I'm saying? It don't mean it's a good thing. It don't mean it's a bad thing. I really can't say what he was upon because he was saying a lot of right shit. But I think just like with what's my son name? Nature Boy. I mean not Nature Boy. Young Pharaoh. I don't believe these dudes be praying and meditating. I think they start learning shit without protection. And when you start learning shit without protection, you could become Darth Vader. You either gonna be a Jedi Knight or you want to be Darth Vader. But they don't even make it to Darth Vader because they lose their mind. Something else enters their house. Their house ain't clean. Their house ain't protected. You understand what I'm saying? When you start reading certain shit, like Dr. Malachi York, shit starts to happen. I believe he everything he say he is, but I believe he did do that to them kids though. I believe that. And he's a master teacher. He's one of the best teachers that ever walked planet Earth. But I don't believe he understood spirituality enough to lock down his being and something else entered him, if that makes any sense. It's like Darth Vader, right? Darth Vader was a Jedi warrior. But love and the Sith Lord came and offered him a whole galaxies, and he chose that. And then, his girl was pregnant and he wanted to save her. So what we call love, human love or attachment to this third dimension, caused Anakin to become Darth Vader. You understand what I'm saying? So that's why Jay-Z and them follow Dr. Malachi York. Erica Badu, Andre 3000, they all follow Dr. Malachi. But what happens is when you start vibrating and saying certain names and doing certain practices, you know what I'm saying, without protection, something else they inhabits these people, and they don't become who they was naturally born to be. It's the coagula. Something takes over. You understand? So facts, Dr. York did so much ritual magic. Yeah, that power got to them. Yeah, because what happens when you become powerful, even if it's just words like Young Pharaoh, for instance, he's not Dr. Malachi York, he's not Jay-Z, but he began to get power. Do you know how many people probably was in his inbox and how many women was coming at him and how many people was coming to him for knowledge? I watched his videos. I wasn't out when he was popping. I came home right before he lost his vessel. So I watched him and I watched how he gradually started to become cocky. He started becoming too cocky. You know what I'm saying? With with the things he was saying. And you're speaking about these beings and these high level entities and energies, and you ain't praying and meditating, you ain't guarding yourself against a spiritual attack. You have to do that. You have to. You think you go in here just really let me just say that's why I be saying I don't really know and I ain't gonna hold a standpoints because if somebody really sat here and knew exactly what was going on and all the conspiracies was real, you think for 1 second they just gonna leave you up here just doing that, and you really actually waking people up, and you don't have some kind of form of authority or force field shield of protection down and around you? You can't rock out like that. Ain't They ain't gonna allow that to happen. You got to have a force field shield of protection down and around you. You got to pray and meditate before you do certain things. You know what I'm saying? And catch yourself when you're being prideful. Because I do it all the time. If y'all watch me, sometimes I start talking and somebody jump in the comments and start talking about the neighborhood and Bucks and what block was taken and who got unalived or pew pew. And I find myself and I stop, but I catch myself. You know what I'm saying? The all in all, my angels, my ancestors, they be like, yo, hold, chill out. And I'm like, oh shit, I let Bucks back in, y'all. Soul went to sleep. Soul went to sleep and Bucks took over. When Bucks started talking, he started getting into all kind of goofy shit that I ain't even supposed to be adhering to. You understand what I'm saying? I'm still trapped in this fleshly body. And sometimes, it kicks in, but I catch it. It's a constant war. But if I don't, let's say I start popping on here and people start giving me money and I start blowing up and I'm making
30,000 or 10,000 a month on YouTube, and I got beautiful women in my inbox. I got people who want to follow me and all that. If I don't keep my pride in check, if I don't keep my if I don't stay in my walking in my purpose, I'll be y'all tuning, and I'll be, if I'm lucky. Nah, I ain't gonna say that's lucky, but I'll be just like Young Pharaoh. Have y'all watched Young Pharaoh? They blocked me from his channel, but you watch him, man. He plays video games, he's smoking weed, listening to drill music. The same brother who had all his knowledge and wisdom, I wouldn't say wisdom, but he had all his knowledge, and he's playing video games, smoking weed, listening to drill music. He is gone. Nobody home. People saying they cloned him. They didn't have to clone him. If somebody sent a spirit attack, if you allow pride to rule you, then pride opens the door for other shit. He allowed. I watched him. He went and bought that Lamborghini and put um hieroglyphs on a Lamborghini. Nigga, how you gonna put hieroglyphs on a Lamborghini, nigga? What's wrong with you? You know what I'm saying? He went and put hieroglyphs on a Lamborghini. Does it bother you mowing? Oh, knowing you told, but if someone tells you to your face, knowing you would smoke them. What does it bother you? I think you put knowing. Does it bother you mowing you told, but if someone tells you to your face, knowing you would smoke them? I, I don't get what you're saying. You saying, does it bother me knowing I told, but if somebody told me to my face that I told, will I smoke them? No. Hell no. I'm not even that person no more. If that's what you're trying to say, chill season. I don't know what you're saying. The Eye of Horus tattoo is cursed him. Yeah, he start doing shit. He don't have no protection. And then what people don't know too, in the Bible it says that. That's why I said I don't refute the Bible. The Bible got some. The Bible's the illest book I ever read. All the other shit, I read some good shit, but for its age, and if you read it with overstanding, but yeah, when you tattoo something on your body, yes, I did. That's what I meant. Amen, amen, and amen. Yeah, when you tattoo stuff on your body, it says they wear their gods on their flesh. This is when it spoke about tattoos in the Bible. So when you put those tattoos on your flesh, you know what I'm saying? It become that eye became an eye. So through that eye, he put the wisdom of Horus, and the wisdom of the Egyptians rushed into his body through his window. That's his window. His window wasn't guarded, and it rushed into him. And now he's listening to drill music, playing video games because his pride. He allowed pride to rule him. You can know all the shit in the world, but you have to humble yourself, homie. You have to humble yourself, and you have to ask for a forceful shield of protection all the time. Sometimes you got to cancel negative entities and energies. Whenever you find yourself, and it's not about no Bible shit or no going to heaven shit. It's about energy. You understand what I'm saying? You have to constantly check yourself when you know you're going off the road. I do it all the time. My shorty catch me all the time, and I be apologizing to, and she be like, "Here you go again." My wife used to do the same shit. Here you go, blaming the spirits and the devils, nigga. Just don't do it. And I be like, I'm telling you, I was weak. I caught myself. But at least you catch it and you could see. But it don't be no excuse. It be real shit. Sometimes Bucks takes over. Sometimes I get tired. I might wake up today and I didn't pray. I might take a shower and I don't program the water while I'm taking a shower. You understand what I'm saying? It happens. It happens. That, man, listen, I'm not harming nobody physically, mentally, or spiritually no more consciously. So I'm not pumping poison to the people. So what, if you want to call it the enemy, the devil, or negative vibrations, or whatever you want to call it, they still thirsty for me. So they know that I'm not enacting violence. So my thing be sexual now. I'm not gonna lie. That's what I fight the most. It don't be lying because I don't be lying. It don't be hurting people because I don't be hurting people. My shit come like that. And that's the shit that I be fighting.
You know, my anger, I can control. Do I get heated in the moment? Sometimes I still get heated, but I don't physically put my hands on nobody. I don't let nobody get me to that point no more. It's still there. I pray and ask for it to be removed from me every day. All of them. All of them. Because anger was my biggest one, but secretly, sexuality has been my biggest one. For real. Man, I'm not gonna lie. I'm not gonna lie. I fight all the time. I do. Real shit. That's why I put the whole Matthew on my back. Yeah, that's a good Ecclesiastics 6, 10 through 10, the Ecclesiastes chapter 6, 10 through 17 is a powerful one. It opens up portals in young Pharaoh. It did. It did. He allows something in. And I don't think, yeah, that's your worst sin. Yeah. I don't think he was protecting himself and pride slipped in. I used to hear how he started talking to people when he started getting prideful, thinking that he knew more. And the whole time I listened to him, I don't never hear him say nothing about protection. All I hear him say is what's going on and how y'all don't read enough and y'all niggas is stupid and all this shit he's saying about what's going on. And never, and all of this, I didn't hear a bunch of his shit, but I've sat and listened to him for hours, and never once do I hear him tell anybody how to protect themselves. Not once do I hear him talk about how to heal yourself or how to cleanse your house or cleanse yourself. He'll say, yeah, you could heal your arm. He'll tell you you could do amazing shit, but he ain't never given up no information on the how or what he does to do it, because he wasn't. All he did was read a bunch of shit, and I know he had a photographic memory, meaning he could remember 95% of the shit he read, which made him intelligent. You understand? But intelligent opens the door for pride, because wisdom shows you don't know nothing. I don't know nothing. I know some shit, but I don't know some shit. I know some shit, but I don't know everything. That's why I don't take a solid stand on this and that, because I took a solid stand in Christianity. I took a solid stand in Islam. I took a solid stand in being God myself. I took a solid stand that it was the Draconians. I took a solid stand that it's the Anunnaki. I took a solid stand that it's the reptilians or the Greys from Zeta Reticula. I done took a solid stand that is all this. I don't take no solid stand on none of that shit no more. The only solid stand I could take is that Yahshua Yahweh, Isa, Jesus, the Christ, came down here to show us how we can defeat this flesh and we can move spirits and we could do my son Bruce Leroy. We could stop bullets, all that shit from the Matrix, because I did it. Not stop bullets, but I've did it. I'm not lying. I didn't tell you about my Rikers Island experience, but I was on Rikers Island praying and meditating, and I swear no weapon formed against me did prosper. I even got myself out of that case. I beat a whole case that I shouldn't have beat. I was on Rikers Island, a leader of one of the worst gangs possible, and I'll go into a unit with the worst people, and I go in there saying, Christ unconditional love, Christ unceasing love light. Christ unconditional love, Christ unceasing love light. I'll say it over and over and over and over again in my head though. Nobody would know that I'm saying this. And I would just say it after I just did a fast, a prayer, and a meditation, and the whole unit would change. The whole unit would change. The whole unit. Or the homies would tell me, yo, look, tomorrow we gonna cut so and so and so and so, and I try to be like, yo, they ain't listening to me. And I'll go take a shower, I'll program the water, and I'll give it a cleanse, and I'll start saying other mantras, because I say other mantras, but all Christ, all love, all light. That's it. No other thing other than Christ, love, and light, but just in different ways and different bounces. And I'll do that. And in the morning, I swear, in the morning, the brothers who were supposed to do it, they'll all be asleep. And then the CO will call, hey, Johnson, the dude they was going to cut, yo, pack up. They sleep. They ain't even wake up. And the CO moved them out the unit. Real shit. Or a dude to come in with them voodoo beads you be seeing all these New York niggas wearing. A dude to come in talking to himself, and I start saying a mantra and he'll leave. Or they say, oh, Shooter J getting out the box. This dude who he like to cut, start problems every unit he going. They say he coming. I'll go jump in the shower, boo. And they be like, what happened to Jay? Oh, he cut somebody before he got to the unit. Won't even come in the unit. And I could go on and on and on and on and on and on. And as I'm saying this, I can show you that I'm weak in my flesh. That's 2012 to 2014. I got out 2014, started selling heroin, got indicted in 2016, and told to get out of my situation. Had I got locked up and say I got out of Rikers Island and I didn't sell drugs from 2014 to 16, let's just say if I got arrested by accident, let's just say, I would have went in that jail and did exactly what I did. I would have got out. I wouldn't have. I wouldn't have caught the fat case to begin with. But let's just say I would have got out. So when people be like, "Oh, you found God and you told," no, I found God for what y'all call find God. I had a spiritual awakening. I seen it work through Rikers Island. I came home, and even I could tell y'all what happened when I came home. I was in a spiritual warfare, and the Creator and the All in All was showing me so much stuff you wouldn't even believe what I was seeing. But I was fighting because I still. I didn't I got weak. I got weak. I was 36 years old, staying in my aunt house, a 2-bedroom, my aunt in one room, me and my 2 other little brothers is in the room. My aunt door wide open. She sells cigarettes. My brother sell weed. The door's wide open. People come and go as they want. The room that I slept in had a bunk bed and two futons and a video game. You know why? Because there'd be 10 little niggas in there playing PlayStation all day, every day. So I was living there. So I had pride because I was 36 at my aunt crib, shameful, tired, lustful, and I did not keep my commandments. I wasn't saying my mantras. I wasn't doing my prayers. I wasn't doing my meditations. And while I'm working this job, I could go get a kilo from Joe Blow. I could go get a half a kilo from Ali Mo. I could go get 10 pounds from this nigga. Now, they ain't gonna give me no money, but they'll give me all the drugs I want because they know I'm gonna go to PA or I'm gonna go to Connecticut or I'm gonna put it somewhere in New York so I could get anything I want. And I did that shit for like 3 months and I got weak. I forgot. I didn't say I forgot, but everything that I went through in Rikers Island, how Christ changed every atmosphere I was in, even my current court situation, I came home and didn't trust in that same power, and that's why I went back to prison. And for a stupid drug case, and was facing a life sentence for all the bodies and shootings that I got away with and was involvement in, I get caught for drugs and face more time for all the other shit that I did. And had to use all that shit to get out of this situation that wasn't even a murder situation. It's nothing but God. Nothing but God. So as I told you, I could read 1,000 books, 1,000,000 books, and it's gonna be people, these pro-black brothers and these EFIs and all these people who got all these different belief systems. They're gonna say, "Oh, Christ is a white man," and "Oh, the white man gave it to you," and all this and all that. Listen, I know that Christ is a collective consciousness, and Christ is an entity, whether you believe he really walked this earth or you don't believe he really walked this earth. What I'm telling you is that entity, that being, that power, that name vibrates from here beyond the heavens and around, and it's authority. That name has authority. So when a person try to tell me what they read, because I read what you read, I don't care what you read, I read it. I don't care what you read, I read it. The people try to come because what happens is when you say Christ, right? This is what happens. When you speak Christ, people think that you just a Christian and you didn't read the God body lessons. You don't know about Dr. Malachi York. You ain't read what Young Pharaoh read. You don't know what Polite read. You don't know what I read, all the shit they read. What I'm telling you is the name Christ moves mountains and spirits like no other. So I don't give a fuck what you read. I'm telling you what works. Do you understand what I'm saying? It's like you know how to build a car from scratch, and another nigga tell you he read about every car there is in existence, but you actually built the car. I don't care what you read, because I read what you read. I read everything you read, but I done woke the dead. I done healed myself and others. I done moved mountains. I done had people trying to jump me. I swear, y'all. I done had guys jumping me with razors in their hand. I have a Bible and my paperwork, and I'm in a 3-piece suit and some hard bottom shoes from coming from court. And as they swinging razors, 4 or 5 people punching up each other, trying to attack little old me. Everything is going in slow motion. And by the time the COs rush the bullpen, I still got my Bible, my paperwork, and not a scratch on me. I swear. It just felt like I was just going like this. and they punching and they swinging razors, and I didn't get cut, I didn't get harmed, I didn't get nothing, and I had these, not these exact same glasses, but glasses just like these, and my glasses didn't even get broke. And I'm not saying like, you know what I mean? I'm not like, I'm just trying to, I'm saying, and you know why? Because when I went into that thing, and I swear to y'all, I'm gonna tell y'all, I'm gonna be real, because I talk about fear a lot. I tell y'all I started shooting people because I was scared. I say in a lot of my lives, when I was going into these dangerous prisons, I was scared and all of this. When I was praying and meditating like that, I could come back from court with my Bible and my paperwork and my three-piece suit, and I could go in a tank full of enemies because people, oh, that's the Big Mac. That's a gang in New York. Oh, that's the big homie for the back boys. I just left a gang that had beef with everybody in the whole jail. So I got beef with everybody in the whole jail because even though I ain't gang, they still thinking I'm gang. And then I got beef with the gang that I was a part of because they mad that I'm not gang, but I had people telling them they couldn't do nothing to me, so they ain't do nothing to me. So I'll come back from court, act like this is my manila envelope and this is my Bible, and I got on this three-piece suit, y'all. Rikers Island, you can wear your own clothes. And I'll come back from court and I'll look in the bullpen and there be a bullpen full of enemies, dudes I know want to do something to me. And you know I'm a street nigga, so I see them whispering like, "Oh, look, there you go, y'all, there you go." I see all of that. I'm telling y'all some real shit. This is how I know the Bible and Christ is real. Because I was praying and meditating and saying my mantra, I might have been on a 6-day fast before I went to court, and I'm still on the fast. The whole bus ride, I'm not talking about Jay-Z, I'm not talking about basketball. When niggas ask me what I'm in for, I give them a short thing because the whole time I'm saying Christ's unconditional love, Christ's unceasing love light. Christ's unconditional love, Christ's unceasing love light. Or I'm just going Christ love, Christ love, Christ love, Christ light, Christ light, Christ light. Christ love, Christ love, Christ love. In my head though. So people see me bouncing, they think I'm bouncing to Drake or something. I'm saying this mantra over and over and over and over and over again in my head, right? So when I get in there, holding my Bible in my suit, and I see all these enemies, I see the nigga going to the bathroom to shit out to get the razor out his ass. I see all of this. Y'all want to know something? The praying and meditating had me so vibrationally high. I swear to God, I don't know if y'all ever felt this way. You know what I'm saying? I didn't feel nothing. I wasn't afraid. I wasn't mad. I wasn't sad. I wasn't worried. I didn't feel nothing. It's only happened a few times in my life, but it only comes when you're praying and meditating hard. I didn't feel nothing. And when the CO said, you gonna be good to go in there? You know I ain't supposed to be good to go in there. I'd be like, yeah. Not being prideful, like, yo, I know God got me, or none of that. I'm just saying, like, it was as if nobody was in the bullpen. It was as if nothing. You get what I'm saying? I'm not, because in order for me to say I wasn't scared, then that means I'm conscious of not being scared. I'm saying I'm not even conscious of not being scared. I'm like, you know, in Star Wars when he told him, Luke, ease your mind, don't drive the ship, let the Force take the ship. This is what they mean in the, you know, when Luke was fighting and he's like, Luke, let the Force do it. Like, don't drive. Let God drive. Let Jesus get the wheel. That's why I hear Christians say that. I think this is that. I'm not even mad. I'm not even like, "Nah, I'm good. I know God got me." I'm not even conscious of nothing he's saying. I'm just like, you good in there? And I go in there and I get bumped around. They come in there and they get me out of there, and all them they all one time a guy, I don't, y'all never been to Rikers Island, but there's like benches welted to the ground. As I'm coming in the bullpen, the biggest dude in the bullpen is waiting by the gate for me to come in, right? I can't make this up. When he see me, he rushed so hard to get me, he bumped his leg, tripped over one of the benches that's welded to the ground as he's trying to attack me. And he trips and falls. And when he falls, he hits the other bench that's welded to the ground and busts his whole face open. The rest of them looked at each other like, oh, did he just do that? And when they thought to come get me, by the time they thought they can't get me, the COs was already rushing the thing. And I was just moved around, like bumped and this, and they pulled me out, and I still got my paperwork and I still got my Bible. And my glasses are still on my face. Because, you know, when you attack somebody, the first thing I do is want to punch them in the face. Lord, forgive me. That's the first thing you want to do, right? If y'all ever been in a fisticuffs or altercation, that's the first thing you want to do. I come out of there. I still got my glasses on my face. My manila envelope might be just bumped a little bit, and I had one of them blue Gideon Bibles. It was blue with the gold letters on it, but I had this Bible so long, you know, that fake leather, that blue fake leather, like snakeskin fake blue leather with the gold words, Gideon Bible. I had that Bible so long it was white. It wasn't even blue no more. It wasn't even blue, it was white. That's how long I had it. Nothing. Time and time again. And I didn't have to go through the metal detector. While everybody else was getting strip search and this and that, I refused that metal detector one time, and I never even had to go through the metal detector. Straight anointings. So as I'm saying this, and I'm not even gonna pretend, I don't think I've vibrated that high since that time. And that was 2014. I'm gonna keep it real with y'all. 2012, 2014. But that time, thank you for the gift, brother. I'm so sorry. I didn't even Alex, I appreciate you. God is with you, brother. Thank you. God is with us all. And that's what I'm here to say. So when people come and they want to act like when they come with their rhetoric, they grand risings and overstand. Oh, brother, you gotta say understand, overstand is nigga. I read everything you read 30 years ago. Just because I say Christ is my Lord and Savior, my perfect example, you think I don't know what you know. I know what you know. I read what you read. I could sit and go back and forth with you about what you think you're telling me about. But what I'm telling you is I seen this shit work. You can't tell me what I seen work, what I know to work. I don't care what you read. Do sometimes I'll be like, damn, what if, you know, Christ was a nigga? I know what that name does. I see, and it's not, and that's just it's spiritual, but spiritually keeping me protected from physical attacks. What about the spiritual attacks that it kept me away from? What about that? What about me looking in a person's eyes, saying that name, and I see the minute the entity leaves that person? I seen a dude who wanted to attack me have them same eyes from the killers. I told you I've been around killers. I slept in a cell with Frost. He was accused of 35 homicides. One of the little dudes I was, you know, raised up in the streets, he's up north right now for 5 homicides. I know those eyes. I seen a dude come at me with those eyes while I'm saying that mantra, and I don't raise my hand as he go. I don't even raise my hand. I don't even blink, and I see his eyes change. And he turned back around. The minute the entity leaves his body, I saw the minute the entity left I'm looking dead in his eyes, and I saw his eyes change. Not like reptilian slits. I'm saying, like, I don't know how to explain it because I seen that happen to a girl before too. I was arguing with this girl and I slammed her on the wall, and her eyes changed right there, and her whole, because she was trying to hit me and attack me, and I grabbed her and I like slammed her like, yo, chill. And the minute I slammed her, her eyes changed, and she started, oh, I'm sorry, and started crying. And I seen it leave her. I seen it leave her. I seen that happen to a dude as I'm saying Christ's name. I saw the entity leave him. In the moment it left him, I'm looking in his eyes and I saw it. I didn't see it leave like it physically leave. Like I didn't see like a mist or the entity come out his body. I saw it in his eyes. I saw it leave out his eyes. I saw his, like, if your eyes is like, if his eyes was gray, I seen them turn, not the eyelids, the whites. Like the whites, it was like a dimming or a lighting. And when it happened, he changed. So I don't be wanting to hear what people say about the white man giving you a Bible. You know how sometimes somebody might find something that you lost. It ain't gonna be somebody you know. Sometimes it'd be a total stranger, be like, hey, you dropped this. You be like, oh shit, I did drop it. That's just the universe giving you back what you were supposed to have. If Deuteronomy said we was gonna be, if that's us, if we're not fundamental blacks and we've been here, if that's not us, or whatever the case may be, Deuteronomy said you was gonna be spread to all 4 corners of the earth, you was gonna be taken from the land and spread to all 4 corners of the earth, and you was gonna be hated amongst the people, that you was gonna work the vineyards, or you was gonna have the yoke of slavery around your neck for 400 years, and you was gonna work the vineyard, but you would not taste one grape. It said the dogs shall eat before you. You would be the hated amongst all. And even if I brought you back to the land from which you came, there would be no one to sell you, to buy you, and you would not see each other as brothers. If you believe that, then if the white man gave us the Bible back, then that means it was ours. That means it was ours. Because Jamaica, Haiti, Cuba, Colombia, Africa, they all got Ifa. They all got Ifa. So that means that all came from one origin. It came from one place. So when your ass got kicked out, our ancestors got kicked out of wherever we got kicked out of from, guess what followed us? This black skin and Ifa. Cuba, Colombia, Haiti, Jamaica, go on and on and on. Puerto Rico, they all got Ifa. They got that same African shit. So we could get into how the Bible ain't real and how Christianity, whatever. Get into the rhetoric, but I'll show you what is real. We could debate about a whole bunch of other shit. But the anointed one, Christ is an anointing. It's a consciousness. It's an anointing. Anointing is when you have that oil upon your head. It's a consciousness. It's a vibration. Was it one who came down here to physically show us? Whether you believe it or not, so many people believe it that it is, because it is. They say that's the Slender Man thing, right? The Slender Man, when the girls, they believed in Slender Man, so Slender Man became an entity that possessed them little girls, and they try to unalive their own little friend, and little 13-year-old girls. That's because that they believed it, and that entity, they gave it power. So if Christ never existed, I'm gonna take the road that they say, oh, it never existed. It was made up in the Council of Nicaea and 325 and Constantine. I hate when they give me that, like I don't know that. But I'll be like, okay, well, all right, let's say he never existed. Guess what? So many people believe in that anointings that it becomes an anointings. So many people give that name power, if none of the scriptures real, that it actually has power. You know how I know? Because I seen it work. I seen it work. If I never seen it, I'll probably be just like the rest of them that read so much shit that refutes it, that I'm be like, yo, yeah, it's a fairy tale. You know what I'm saying? And the one about, the sun, how Christ is really the sun, and it's a sun worship, how it died and it risen, and the sun and all of that, it goes real good. It makes real good sense how the pagans could have put the sun god into it, and we still worship the sun god on Sunday, and it not be the son of man. That one makes real good sense. It would have tricked me if I didn't move spirits in the name of Christ. It would have got me. Like the rhetoric, it would have got me. I ain't gonna lie. But the fact that I move spirit in that name, you can't tell me nothing. Can you let me know more about Bow? Get a book. Get a book. It's the Lord of the Flies. That's what Bow means. It means the Lord of the Flies. Funk, feces, funk. That's when it happens to be like bring down the funk. That's Bow. You know what I mean? That's why we have bowels, the bowels or the bowels of, like the dirt, the filth. Bow is a god of filth, and that's despair. Son. Yeah, son. I mean, the whole thing makes a lot of sense of them giving us sun worship and all of that. It all makes sense. I'm just talking about the name, Christ. I'm just talking about the name. I'm talking about that vibration. And I believe when you read the Bible with overstanding, this was a being that came here to show us that we have eternal life, that we're powerful, that we could do anything, that we could move spirits. And if you praying, fasting, and meditating, your name hold weight in the spirit realm. And I seen that too. When I'm fasting, praying, and meditating, every unit, because people in jail, I'm not gonna say 90, that's a lot. 50% of the people in jail have spiritual practices. A lot of them are on voodoo, Ifa, witches, warlocks, a lot of them, a whole bunch of them, especially when you go to the feds and you're dealing with the Mexicans, right? And now it makes sense because Iran burnt a big statue of Baal. Yeah, that's where it's from. Iraq, Iran, that's Mesopotamia, Babylon. Yep. So damn, I lost my train of thought. The Lord of the Flies, Lord of Flies is Baal. Bow. Name 5 books. What? 5 books of what? The Bible or just books, period? What do you mean name 5 books? What kind of books? Feds and the Mexicans? Yeah, a lot of them be upon witchcraft. But when you praying and you meditating and you vibrating, my mind is blown. You said in prison, a lot of evil practices. Yeah. Christ died at the age of 33. Christ means savior. It don't say he died at 33 though. That's the Masonic, that's the Masons gave it an age. It never said what age he was when he died. It said, how could you, a man not even 30? 5 books that I read, man, I read thousands of books. I'm not being cocky or pompous or nothing. I did 18 years in prison, 8 years in solitary confinement. I love books, man. I love books. I've read 5 books. Name. Oh, you said you want to know 5 good books? I would get if I had to. If I, but then again, you have to be. I don't know what you upon. I don't know what you've read already. Because if I tell you the books I would want you to read, you wouldn't. I'm not saying like that, but spiritual books, like if you don't know all the characters and you jump into it, it's like reading. It's like getting into Marvel comics, right? If you don't know what Thor is, then you read a book about Thor or about Thor from Asgard. If you don't know about Asgard and you don't know about the whole thing, if you get a book and it's talking about prequel of Asgard, if you don't know Norse mythology, then you're not gonna really fully understand the book. Do you get what I'm saying? So if I could give you a book, it would be the Nagamandi scriptures, one of the illest books I've ever read. But if you don't, if you're not really read on biblical stuff like the Talmud, the Bible, the Torah, the Quran, if you didn't read those and study those, if somebody give you the Nagamandi scriptures, you're gonna be like, what the fuck is this? Because it jumps around a lot and it's a lot of parables. It's like the Bible, but it's deeper than the Bible, bro, and the Bible's pretty deep. So you got people who read the Bible their whole lives and they don't know what the fuck the Bible's talking about, but they go to church every day and they read their Bibles, but they don't know what they're reading because they don't know all the aspects of it, if that makes any sense. But the Nagabandi scriptures is a good book. Uh Secret Teachings of All Ages by Manly P. Hall. That's a good book. Um the Book of Enoch, but the one by a woman named Elizabeth Clare Prophet. The Book of Enoch is a good book. Um, if you want just a book on a whole bunch of shit, David Icke Tales from the Time Loop. That's a good book. The Emerald Tablets of Thoth. That's a good book. The Three Initiates, a book called The Three Initiates. That book is only about this thin. It's a thin book. It's a real good book. Oh my God, you are a blessing to the saint after the prison and solitary confinement. Man, praying and meditating. Praying and meditating. The demons I had on me was demons of solitude. They didn't want to they didn't overtake my mind because I was there for a purpose. You understand what I'm saying? If I didn't have no purpose and I was just gang banging and still a hoodlum, then I wouldn't have made it out. I wouldn't have made it out. Bible's basic instructions before leaving Earth. It ain't that basic. I heard people say that as an acronym and it makes sense. But if it was basic, people would know what's in there. People don't have a clue what that Bible is really talking about. So it's not basic. It's not basic at all. Because people don't know what they be reading. The Children of the Matrix. Oh, that's David Icke. Yeah, David Icke, Children of the Matrix. That's good. James Baldwin, Giovanni's Room. I think I read that. Nah, I didn't read that. I seen it in another book. God basically instructions before leaving Earth. Oh my God, you are blessed. And let me see. Why I pray? Why pray to a man? What man are you talking about? Pray to a man. Rudy Fruit Jungle Bar. Maya Angelou. Maya Angelou. That's she's upon she's upon Ifa. Maya Angelou is upon Ifa. She don't say it, but Soul on Ice by Eldridge Cleaver. What you talking about, man? Man, you think I ain't read, man? Soul on Ice by Eldridge Cleaver. Come on, man. I read that book. It's about him being in jail. Most of it. Then he met the white woman in jail. I read all the Black Panther. Nah, I ain't gonna say all of them, but all the good ones, and that was a good one. The ones that are by like Eldridge Cleaver, that's his book, right? Like Revolutionary Suicide is by Huey P. Seize the Time is by Bobby Seale. All the ones who wrote personal books, I read all of the Black Panther books by the actual Panther. And Soul on Ice was a good one. Blood in My Eyes, George Jackson. What's the other one with Jonathan Jackson? The other one, Soledad Brothers. Man, come on, man. But that's physical stuff, though. I I, I wouldn't even waste my time reading those. They were good for the time. That's where I started over there. You know, with the black and white Elders Cleveland on. They're real racist and physical. Not racist, but they're more on the black stuff and physical law. Those are, I call that's a physical group of books. The Black Panther books. That's a physical group of books. I wouldn't read those books no more. Though. I only read spiritual stuff for probably about the last 10 years. The last 10 years. Jesus is a man. I mean, you must have missed what I was just saying. I wish you was here. You must have missed what I was saying. Eugene Bradley. You must have missed what I was saying about that man, Jesus, man. You wasn't here. You missed it. You missed it. Okay, Baton Rouge, what's going on? What's going on? What's going on? Where everybody from? Where everybody from? Yeah, Eugene, you missed what I was saying though. You missed what I was saying. I was just telling you about if you was here for what I was saying, I think I might have converted you to Jesus Christ, man, because that name ring bells. No hate towards Jesus. Let them hate, man. King James, you right. You right. You ain't never lie. You ain't never lie about King James. You right about that. And he wrote a book on demonology. A lot of Christians don't know that. The King James Bible is the worst Bible you would ever want to have. I wish I wish I took the notes, man. Like I told you, I used to be in a box and I have like 7 Bibles laid out or 5 Bibles, whatever. Cause you know when you in the box, they you allowed to get booked. One good thing about, and it's another thing too, it's sad to say, but in jail, niggas take all the good books, like the real good books, and you in general population, niggas will go to the library and they'll keep all the good books as their own. Most people don't got their family to send them money and stuff like that. So when you go to the library, people take all the good books. You know what I'm saying? But when you in a box, when you in solitary confinement, those books don't leave the box. So it's sad to say I learned this just from always every jail I went to the box. I gotta go. I gotta experience the box. It's like another part of the jail to me. So when you go to these prisons, the best books be in solitary confinement. So when you in the box and they give you the books, you can always find a Bible too. Every box you go in the cell and there be a Bible already sitting. That used to happen to me a lot. I go in there and it's already a Bible in there, right? But when you sit in the box and you got 7 Bibles in front of you, whenever I had a King James version, the other 6 Bibles might say love God and King James would say fear. I'm telling you, the other ones would be like love, and the King James would say fear, and it'd be like God's hand was upon him, and the King James would be like wrath, God's wrath. Like the King James Bible, he changed words so dramatically that it messed up the whole sentence. The King James Bible is the most horriblest Bible you ever want to have. But the reason why Black Christians praise that book so much is one reason. It's 2 reasons. One, it was the most published Bible in the 1500s. The most published Bible, the book. No, not Bible, book. It was the most published book in the 15th century.
I think it's a century behind. So I'm saying the 15th, but it was the 14th or the 14th and 15th. It's always one ahead. But in the 1500s, when it was 15 whatever, that was the most published book, not Bible, book, period. So it was around more than everything else. One. Two, those ships on slavery, if you believe some of us was brought here in slavery, every ship had a Bible. Every ship. And it was the King James's version. So we was given the King James's version. A lot of those black pastors, when they was taught how to read or was able to read or allowed to read, because you know they would unallow you for reading. So a lot of those pastors was given the King James version because it was popular and it was what the slave master had because it was the most popular. So what happens is we start swearing by and living by the King James version when the King James version is the worst Bible. And this is coming from somebody who would sit and read 6 Bibles at a time. I would just go each one, I would go to each chapter. And as I'm doing my Bible study, I would turn all of them to the chapter and I would read them all. And the King James, if I had 6 Bibles, the King James said something completely different every time. It actually took stuff out and added stuff. Then the other ones did not have. Real shit. It's horrible. And this is the one that most of the Protestant black people swear by because that's the one that they was given, and it's actually the worst one. So when somebody talks about King James, again, because I'm saying I received Christ and I know who Christ is, they're gonna attack King James like I'm gonna defend him. I read what you read and probably more about King James. I actually read his book on demonology as well. So when you come to me telling me that, you think that that's a way to attack what Christ is and what it's been for me, but it's not because I know what you're saying. And I actually agree with you as far as who King James is. I'm not going to defend them like the Christians do because they don't understand that they love that book because that was the only one they was given. Pirates valued the Bible and prisoners that could read it to them. Yes. The New Revised Version is pretty respected by scholars. Man, the they have the Septuagint and the Vulgate. Those 2 Bibles are the ones that the Catholics used during the Council of Nicaea. Those, the Vulgate and the Septuagint. I don't know how to pronounce it that good because I only seen it in books. I've never, you know how you go on uh podcasts and had them pronounce it, and you be like, damn, I've been pronouncing that wrong the whole time. So I'm probably pronouncing it wrong. It's called the Septuagint or something Bible and the Vulgate. Those are the now I ain't gonna say the purest because the Ethiopian Bible is pure in the nose. But as far as Christian Bibles, those are the best because that's what they use in the Roman Catholic Church. If you go to a big Roman Catholic church or you go to the Vatican, that's what they're gonna read out of. They're gonna read out of the Septuagint, and then comes the Vulgate. It's the closest to the Greek translation. You know what I'm saying? But I read them all. I read them. I line them up and I knock them all down. I usually always have. I ain't bring my Bible, but I like the Catholic Bibles because the Catholic Bible. The main reason why I read the Catholic Bible is because the Catholic Bible has all the footnotes, the asterisks. Whenever there's something they know you're not gonna understand, it's gonna have a star in the scripture, and then on the side it's gonna have a whole bunch of words and a little thing, little micro words, and it's gonna break down everything. The King James doesn't do that, and a lot of African Americans have Bibles, and all they look for is the red words. They don't want to have a Bible that's teaching you at the same time because you'll begin to learn certain shit'll blow your mind because you'll breeze through something and then you see an asterisk and you go read it and then it'll tell you, yo, this means that. And when you hear some of the names, it'll tell you this name means the wicked one. You'd be like, why is his name the wicked one? And then when you get to see that Joseph had a cup of divination and he married the chief Pharaoh's chief magician's daughter and named his daughter something under, like if it's Ephah, he named his child something
related to Ephah, and then he had a cup of divination, and then you see when Pharaoh gave him that new name is a demonic name. So you know that Joseph, which we claim to be so good, was actually in a bunch of witchcraft that had nothing to do with the children of Israel. You know what I'm saying? The same thing with Daniel. When Daniel, not saying Daniel, it didn't show Daniel doing nothing bad. It didn't show Daniel doing nothing. It's a lot of shit Joseph did was bad, but Daniel don't show Daniel doing nothing bad. But what happens is they renamed Daniel something Belteshazzar. All those czars and Belteshazzar and belts, that is a demonic spirit. He wasn't supposed to take that attribute on. But when you read it in the King James Bible, it's never going to break down what that name means. If you read a Catholic Bible, it's going to tell you what that name means. And then when you see all them kings with bell or something Chazar or this Chazar and that Chazar, it's actually a ruling king under the entity of Beelzebub. So why would Daniel take on that name? But they'll breeze through it. Their Bible don't teach them that, and their pastors don't teach them certain things, so they'll never know. They don't know. Their pastor won't tell them certain things. Same with Moses. That was an Egyptian name. It says to drew out, but it's an Egyptian title. A Moses is a drawer, like Moses. He wasn't the first to have that name, but the regular Bible won't show you what his name means. You understand what I'm saying? And another thing about the King James version, a lot of those angels, when they call, the other Bibles will say my Lord, King James version will say God. King James call all the angels in the Bible, King James say is God. But I have 6 other Bibles where it'll be like my Lord. People don't understand that Lord is not the most high. A lot of those lords in the Bible was not most high. It was an angel. That's why when you read in the book of Revelations, John, who was the revelator, who did the revelation, he bowed down and prayed to the angel and said, and called it God. It said, don't praise me. The angel told him, get up and only praise God. And this is the revelation, though, right? John knew all these revelations, but still he went to praise the angel. And the angel said, don't praise me, only praise God. That happened throughout the whole entire Bible. They was praising the angel instead of God. And then when you read the King James Version, he calling all of the angels God. So now you calling something God that's not God. So that wasn't God in the burning bush. That was an angel. That wasn't God in the cloud above the Israelites. That was an angel, because God said, I'm not gonna go with you, because if I continue to go with you, Moses, I'm gonna unalive all of them because they don't want to listen. So I'm gonna let my angel go with y'all. It says that even in the King James version, but in the King James, it keeps saying God was followed them between the day and the night, and God did this, and God was in a cloud above them. When it clearly said that that wasn't God, but the King James version gonna say it was God, and now Christians, I'll be like, yeah, God followed them in a hell up through the night, but it wasn't God. I can show y'all in the Bible where God said, I'm not gonna go with you. I'm gonna let my angel take y'all from this point on. Because if I keep going with y'all, I'm gonna keep unaliving these people because they ain't listening to me. So I'm gonna let the angel go. It says that, but people still say that that was God. But and God said, I'm not going. I'm gonna send my angel. But the King James version always called the angel God. And that's why Jesus came, because Jesus knew that the scripture was twisted. We didn't really have full understanding. So he like, man, fuck all the reading it. Do what I say to do. Move like this. Forget all the other details and all that other shit. If you do this, you good. Because some of the shit y'all got ain't right. It's not read wrong. The niggas who got control over the law and the books and the scriptures in the synagogue, they ain't even right. They got all the books, they got all the religious shit, but they ain't right. So forget all of that. Do what I'm doing. That's why he came. He knew what was going on, but he ain't gonna say, "Oh, that was a different God," or "Y'all didn't understand this." He didn't say that because he knew man wouldn't comprehend what he was saying. So he didn't want to come to change the law. He just came to fulfill it. I'm gonna fulfill it. Moses said to do this, but I'm gonna say do that because I know Moses was doing other shit that he ain't had no business. And we know that Moses did some shit that he ain't had no business. He got unalive, and God didn't let him into the promised land. He married the Canaanite woman. It just breezed right through that. It say don't marry woman of Canaan, and then he goes and marries a Canaanite. You know, he did a lot of shit he wasn't supposed to do. That's why Christ came and was like, yo, listen, I know y'all following the law of Moses, but that nigga wasn't all the way right. I'm showing y'all the way. Let me show you the way. Fuck what you reading. Forget all of the scripture. Forget all of that. Do what I'm saying. This covenant is in your heart. It ain't written on tablets. These commandments I'm gonna write on your heart. I'm gonna write on your soul. This ain't in the tablets. This ain't in the book. Moses broke the first law. He broke it with his hands. He was the first to break the Ten Commandments because he slammed them on the ground. He broke the first law. He unalived somebody. He broke the law. He had a whole nother staff in his hand before the angel gave him a staff. Where did he get that staff from? What did he do with that staff? What kind of magic was he enacting in that staff? And he was in Egypt his whole life. So we already knew he was on a whole bunch of other stuff, and Christ knew that. So he didn't speak directly bad about Moses, but if you really pay attention, he did. The first one was on tablets, was written on tablets. This one is going to be written on your heart. I know Moses said you could divorce, but I say he knew Moses was on something different. So that's why he came to fulfill the law. If it was right and exact and everything was 100%, he wouldn't have had to say nothing different. I'm just saying, it doesn't matter if the Lord is masculine or the origin of the Lord is a black woman. I'm Osiris. It doesn't matter if the Lord is masculine, the original Lord is the black woman. What are you talking about? Sophia, wisdom? You talking about Mother Nature? You talking about Mother Gaia, Mother Earth? What do you mean, Osiris? Do you believe Jesus is a God? Is it not written in your scriptures that you are God? Jesus is God like I'm God. You God, we God. She God, he God. We all God. What are you talking about? Jesus is our perfect example, is our perfect example of who we are and the kingdom of heaven which is in us all. And when he says uh you can get to the Father through me, meaning through the ways he moved and what he was doing in his way of life. Psalms 82 said we are God. Matthew 37, Matthew 10 and 37 says, Christ says this is not written in your scriptures that ye are God, and he's referring to Psalms 82. Correct. Correct. Yahweh is the Father though. I mean of Christ. Yeah. Yahweh is the is a positive he God who sent Christ as the perfect example of who we were and who we are. But Christ is also Yahweh because we are Yahweh. Yahweh is a monad, that is an oversoul, that is our higher selves. That is the spirit from which all of our spirits derive from. Not all of us, most of our spirits derive from. This is what I'm trying to explain to y'all. These gods and these deities are oversouls. That's why God has his children, the devil has his children, Baal has his children, other gods have their children. Christ said, I only come to the children of Israel. And he told his disciples, only go to the children of Israel. Not because he was racist, not because of that, because he understood that those who come from the monad of Satan or Shaitan, Lucifer, this one and that one, they wouldn't be able to hear. They're not meant to be saved. They're not meant to enter into the gates of kingdom. Some people have to be here. Some people have to go to hell. Some people have to be, it's in their DNA. But this is what I'm saying with Yahweh. Yahweh is not the most high creator. This is just what I'm saying. Do I accept Christ as the Lord and Savior? Yes. But I also understand that Yahweh, his father, the oversoul from which he emerged and the children of Israel emerged, is not the all in all most high creator. It's not the ineffable one. Because the ineffable one doesn't have jealousy, envy, rage, hands, and doesn't need a rest. Like the one who sent Jesus does. If that makes any sense. And I lose all my Christians when I say that, but I believe it to be true. He says it, my father, I'll sit at his throne, his kingdom, his right hand. Those are all higher level entities and energies. The all in all, the force that you hear about in Star Wars don't have no hand. It don't sit on no throne. It don't get jealous, and it definitely don't gotta rest on the seventh day. No way, Jose. Hold on, where we at? No way in hell, real in my opinion. No way hell real. No way is hell real in your opinion. It's real to those who believe it is, and this heaven is a dimension of hell. I mean, this earth is a dimension of hell. It's not the hell, but there is a hellfire for those who believe. Have I been watching VHS debate tapes in jail? Debate tapes on what? Aside from reading, you've been watching who? Ahmad Diop versus Jimmy Swag. Nah, nah. Respectfully, coochie. What? I need some coochie in my life. I got coochie in my life. Yahweh's real name is which is the God of the thousand names, the God that has the face of a lion. Yeah, I'm Osiris. That name, the name you just said, that is the God that spawned from Sophia. When Sophia, I don't know how long you've been here, but when Sophia spawned from the all in all, when the all in all, when the force became consciousness within itself, Sophia spun off as light and as wisdom, and that one spun off from her and created, physical matter, this, that, and the other, and from it spun off other gods. So when she realized that Yao Boa, however you pronounce that, when she, wisdom, it realized that he began to create planets, galaxies, atmospheres, and also other gods. When she came and he had six other, or it ended up being 12 because they're all double-sided. So it was five others who were double-sided, which made the 12. Or was it 12 who was double-sided that made the 24 elders? I don't remember. But it is the one that created this physical world. Yes, you're right. But it's not the Most High. So it sent Christ down to pull some spirits out of physical matter back into itself, so itself could return back to the all in all. That's how it goes. People think that Jesus is God, and God that sent him, his father, is the all in all. No, its father is the light God, the white God, the good God of physical matter that sent its son in spirit, in physical, to pull spirit back onto itself. Because what y'all don't realize is Sophia and the Yaboza River, whatever you call it, as they spawn from the all in all, they begin to spin out pieces of themselves. It's like the Vedas call it the out breath. It's like they say the Big Bang. When the Big Bang, they say the universe is continuously expanding because the Big Bang at that moment, it begin to push out, right? So as they spawn from the all in all on this push out, what they call the Big Bang, or what they call the breath, the Vedas call the out breath, as they spawn out, that's themselves spawning out. So Christ came in this physical realm to pull some of that spirit, which is the souls of the 44,000 or the 44,000 monads, back into himself, to pull back into that God, so that God can in turn have enough of itself to return back to the all in all, which is ultimately the real spiritual, what we consider to be heaven, but it's not called heaven. The monad. Hell, no, it's not the most high. LOL. Not Sophia from Color Purple. Fairy Tale for Dummies. All right. What's your fairy tale? Let's talk about what you believe, because I could talk about it with you. Whatever it is, I could talk about it with you. So tell me what you believe, and we could talk about what you believe. Because whatever you believe, I know what you're talking about. So let's see if your fairy tale is better than my fairy tale. But the sad part is, right? Um, Armand. The sad part is, right? I forgot who said it. I think it was William Cooper who said it. He said, "It don't matter what you believe. It only matters what those who run your country and your planet believe, and they believe what I believe. They believe what I believe. The people who run this planet and run this duality and run this third dimensional Earth, they believe what I believe. So you don't have to believe, but it's not meant for you to believe because some souls got to be stuck here. Some people got to be left back. A lot of people got to stay in the first grade. You know how like I have entrepreneurial aspirations, right? I just been that way. And sometimes you try to teach people entrepreneurial things. And somebody told me one time, they said, everybody's not meant to run a McDonald's. Everybody's not meant to buy into a McDonald's franchise. Some people have to ask you, was your fries cold? Or was your fries hot? And do you need more napkins? Some people have to hand you McDonald's fries and put the salt on them. There's people who are so good at putting salt on McDonald's fries and wrapping the burgers up perfectly and putting the right amount of ice inside the cup. People have to do that. Everybody can't own a McDonald's. Everybody can't own a car wash. Some people have to wash the car. So when it comes to the spirituality thing, everybody's not meant to walk through walls or walk on water or to heal the dead or wake the dead or heal cancer or cast out demons. Everybody's not meant to do that. Some people are just meant to be here just to read books and then go back and forth about what they read. So if that's you and it's not in your soul and you're not from an oversoul of the Most High, the all in all, the one who sent Christ, and you don't understand the power and the authority in the name and the energy and the consciousness, then it's not for you. I'm not going to go back and forth with you because all we're going to be doing is going back and forth about shit we read. And that'll be going backwards for me because I've actually used this name to do wonderful things. So if you're not teaching me how to do more powerful shit, you understand? In the spirit realm, going back and forth about ideologies and dogma, I don't want to go back and forth about ideologies and dogma because I've spent 30 years doing that. Now I'm into more of teaching and not preaching, healing instead of stealing. Like I want to heal the dead. We want to let's talk about how we could, you know, pray or meditate and send love and light healing into whoever's family member who might catch cancer or heighten our vibrations and change our cholesterol and our blood pressure or using our minds to, manipulate time, space, and matter and tell this orange nigga to stop dropping bombs on the Palestinians. If we pray and vibrate high enough, we could stop that. We could prevent that from happening. Or let's get our nationality back or declare our sovereignty and give them back their birth certificate, their social securities, and everything so we could beat our kids if we want to beat our disgruntled kid. Or don't go to work if we don't want to go to work and still manifest everything we need down here on this third dimension. We can get into that, but to go back and forth about dogma and ideology, I'm not gonna do that with you, man. And everybody who comes in here with something they read and think they're gonna tell me about what they read, I don't have time for that because I'm in the process of doing, not studying, not learning new words, not getting into etymology and the root words and the I ain't that shit is baby food. I'm into the healing part now. I'm into the casting out spirits now. I want to learn how to stop bullets next. I want to be able to go like this just in case the lights don't come on tomorrow because we're getting close to where the lights might not come on tomorrow. So all the shit you read is not going to do nothing if your lights don't come on tomorrow and the gas is not delivered to the gas and the supermarkets ain't got shit on the shelves. When all of that happened, what you read and your ideology is not going to feed your children. So if you're not giving me nothing to do that to get to that part, before the rapture, before the ships come, before they land on the White House lawn, then we don't have nothing to discuss because you just want to talk dogma. Stop attacking Christ with the shit you read. Do blackface. Now, because I know that you're ignorant, I'm gonna leave you up here to spew a bunch of ignorantness. If you did blackface on yourself, maybe that melanin will seep into you and you'll be able to dunk a basketball or something. You got more sense than Tylenol got pain pills. Yeah. You trying to own a business and I could live the best life that you can live on earth. It's over right now. Nah, I know that. I know that. I know that. You ain't say nothing wrong. You ain't say nothing wrong. You ain't say nothing wrong. And I be conflicted with the whole entrepreneur aspirations. And that's why I've been on YouTube. That's why I go on here every night, right? Because I could teach and find my soul group and do all the things that I'm down here to do because all that other shit, like I don't think we got time for all of that. And that's why, I try not to go back and forth with the whole all the book readers and all the people who know all of them, all of the grand risings. And I don't got nothing against grand rising. But when people who say that grand rising shit, I already know what I'm in for. I'm in for a dogma, somebody who read a bunch of shit that want to talk about what they read. Cause as soon as somebody get on that whole curse shit, I'm gonna tear them up. I'm gonna tear them up. If you don't want to say good morning, then give back your social security, give back your birth certificate, give back all the other shit that you place yourself under their authority. Go take your child down to the county clerk's office and declare this child yours inside the local paper and tell them to give you your certificate of live birth, not your birth certificate, your certificate of live birth. Pay that $100 and something dollars, and then when you get the long form, it's gonna tell you that your mom's is gonna say informant with your mom's name. It's gonna have your tax ID number, the one that they're trading on the stock exchange, and you're gonna see that you're stock and property of the United States. When they give that back to you, then you become owner of you. So before you tell me don't say Grand Rising, Mister, I read something and I know something. Don't accept that mail with your name in capital letters because that's the same curse as Grand Rising. Even worse, actually, because you're actually saying I'm that dead entity that you're saying I am in all capital letters. That I'm a fiction of law under the authority of the U.S.A, the corporation. Because there's no such thing as a United States. Each state is a government upon himself, and each house is a kingdom. I am the king of my house and my throne and my people. So I can whip my child's ass if I want to, and there's nothing you can do about it. And I don't have to pay your taxes because I have my own kingdom. That's freedom. But you want to get on here and talk about Christ and other shit that you read, but the shit that you're talking about don't have nothing to do with today. Nothing. I look like Jay-Z. I've heard that. Don't say good morning because it bring it bring in morning. I heard what you said, but did you hear what I said? They say that it's a spell. So you don't say mortgage either, right? Do you say mortgage? Do you say July? Do you say October? And October is which is 8, and Sept is September, which is supposed to be 7. But do you say the September's in the ninth month, but September's supposed to be the 7th month, right? Don't start. Don't start me with these words, because all the words they gave us is fucking out of whack. All of it. You say October. October is supposed to be the 8th month because octagon is 8. But you still say October's the 10th month. We could go on and on with the word rhetoric, because whatever you say, I already read it and I know what you're saying. But I'm telling you that none of that shit matters because everything we do is out of whack. Don't celebrate the new year in January because January ain't the new year. Where you want to start? You want to Don't tell me not to say good morning. All that shit is twisted. Grand Rising, give up. I get it. I understand. I mean, you know what it is? It's like the whole The Grand Rising thing is like the whole fundamental black thing. When people learn things, we tend to want to say we learned something. That's what I take with the whole grand. Whenever somebody say Grand Rising to me, because I've been in prison a lot, and now that I'm coming back out to society, I'm starting to learn. Once a person learns a couple things, they think they know a couple things, but it's way more than that brings curses. We say way more things that are off. Everything we do is off. Everything, all of it. Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, third, all that shit is off. It's all off. Weekend, do you still say weekend? They say we ain't supposed to say weekend because it says week and. Weekend means week. Happy birthday. We ain't supposed to say happy birthday either with the candles and the whole song and the dance. That's actually a ritual and a spell. We could go on and on and on. Christmas, Thanksgiving, New Year's, we could go on and on and on. It's a rabbit hole. You want to go down it? Ain't nothing we do here right. Everything we do is wrong. Everything we do is wrong. You know what I'm saying? Everything, all of it, all of it. You know, there's a place where chickens is consciousness and shit, where we cage them up to eat them and shit. And if something came here and decided to eat us, we'd be like, oh my God, it's horrible. The draconians drink human blood. They're horrible. Nigga, you drink chicken blood. Don't you? You eat chicken? You eat cows? You eat shit that's alive? We feel like you don't have the consciousness we have. All you are is just a soul that we could drain energy from. So if a vampire or a draconian or a motherfucking reptilian bites somebody's head off, you'll be like, they're horrible. No, you're a lesser beings spiritually, mentally, and physically than them, so they could eat you the same way you eat a chicken. Now I'm going down the rabbit hole. My bad, y'all. My bad. I don't be meaning to go down the rabbit hole, but y'all be pushing me with this shit. Y'all be knowing because everybody want to know something. So the Sabbath is on Saturday or Sunday. The Sabbath is Saturday. Sabbath is Sabbath. Saturday is Sabado in Spanish. Sabbath is Saturday, technically. The Sabbath is Saturday, not Sunday, technically. But that goes into Saturn and the whole Saturn worship because that's what Saturday is. All of the 7 days are actually a planet. Like Monday is the lunes. That's why in Spanish they say lunes. Lunes is Monday. So Monday is the moon. Sunday is the sun. Saturday is Saturn. I'll be lying to you if I told y'all the rest. I think Friday is Venus. I think Friday is Venus. No, Mercury is the hot one, right? So I think actually I'm getting lost already. But yeah, they supposed to be seven celestial bodies, but it's 9 of them. So what time and day you on? I just subscribed. Um, I try to come on like I don't be having no time, but I'm gonna be coming on a lot now. Um, I usually probably come on between 8 and 10, but somebody said that there's a way to get an alert. But I'll be on by 8 or 10, depending on the day. At night, Eastern time. You know what I'm saying? But I don't know how to hook that alert up. But some people say that you could get an alert when I'm on. You know what I'm saying? But I appreciate you. Everybody subscribe, man. I appreciate all y'all. This is Rage Bait for Paranoids. What do you mean, Rage Bait? Let me see if I missed anything good. Oh, vegetarian. Yeah, I tried. I did it. I did it for like a year. And then I went back to jail and started eating again. I was real humble when I didn't eat red meat though. I felt a way more humble because all were in Arkham food. Yeah, so it is a Sabbath. So nice, we seen that. That's another debate. So the Sabbath on Saturday or Sunday, that's another debate. Spelling is English. Yeah, but spelling, yeah, they all spells. Yeah, I knew you was gonna say that. Yeah, spelling is spells. Good morning, Bucks. A suggestion on the days that you're teaching, maybe you should change your attire to something more suitable for preaching. Then you may find new people more receptive to. I'm only me, beloved. I'm not gonna lie. Like I got on Tommy Hill, I got on the fitted. This is who I am though. You know what I mean? So if I don't wear robes, you know what I'm saying? I ain't wear suits, but I'm about to be 50, so I'm gonna try my best to wear different attire. I've been thinking that myself though. I'm not gonna lie, I've been thinking it myself because to come outside and to wear Nikes and Jordans, and I love Nike Techs. I'm not gonna lie. I've wore hoodies. I've been a hoodie guy my whole life, and I gotta get out of that. It's hard. I love me some hoodies, man. But I started liking hoodies for all the wrong reasons. Cause if I was gonna do something, I already had something to cover my face. You know what I'm saying? That's bad. So I'm trying to grow out of all of that though. I'm not gonna lie. But when I come on, I'm gonna wear what I wear. I don't got no robe or nothing. I'm not no pastor. I'm not even preaching. I'm teaching. I'm coming as I am though, and that's what happens in church. You don't. I go to church. When I go to church, I wear what I wear. I don't go put suits on. I go in there with whatever I got on. They be just so happy to see me. They don't be saying nothing. That's right. Yeah, I go as I am. I go as I am. They be loving me when I go to church. They be in there with suits on. I be in there with polo hoodies on, Timbs on. They be just so happy to see me. You know what I mean? Wear whatever you wear, whatever you wear. I'm just saying that I'm gonna change my attire because I'm about to be 50. And it's like when you wearing, it's beginning to dawn on me, and it's sad that I'm still programmed to the dress that I've been dressing. And it's a childish way of dressing. Sneakers and Timberland boots and hoodies and all of that. Like, you know what I mean? I should be, but I just don't feel comfortable in suits and stuff yet. I don't. I've wore them and they just feel so uptight to me. You know what I mean? So I don't know. Shit, the way things is going around this and on this planet right now, we might be just wearing anything. Who knows? We might not even be fashionable. We might just have the same shit on. You see The Walking Dead, this shit might turn into the Walking Dead. I try not to go down that rabbit hole, man, but I don't know. Shit is getting weird, and it's getting weirder and weirder and weirder. I don't know if y'all seeing it because y'all been out here, but the vibrations is changing. Like you got either people who are the good Christians, the not Christians, but just the people who are real religious and spiritual. They're happy. I don't know if y'all was whoever was here earlier, but man, I done had these three white women in the last 3 days been telling me about the rapture, and they're happy. And as much as I moved spirit and did things in Christ's name, I wish I could be as happy as them. You know what I'm saying? I wish I could be. I'm thinking about all my people and stuff like that. So sometimes I do be trying to rush to get a physical bag, to get a bunch of land and put all my people in one place, but you wouldn't be able to save everybody anyway. You know what I'm saying? It's gonna be a spiritual rapture. It's not gonna be a physical one. You know what I'm saying? But it ain't. I swear I don't watch the news, y'all. It's looking crazy. It is. And I ain't just talking about the war over there, because it's always been wars. I'm just saying the vibration of the people. I don't know if y'all feel it or y'all see it. Like family ain't family, people ain't people, love ain't love, parties ain't parties, Thanksgiving ain't Thanksgiving, Christmas ain't Christmasing. I'm saying like, and everybody's saying it. It's like it's changing. DMT, like the entity of DMT, you talking about the drugs? Phones took over. That's a fact. I seen the brother Craig T. Lewis. He said that he believed AI is Metatron, and I'm beginning to believe that. Like if you ever talk to GPTV, man, I believe that. I believe that. These phones. So imagine, right, what's gonna happen when they put the phone in your body. What's gonna happen when they put the phone in your body? Because the thinner these phones get and the more information and the more fast they get, next thing you know, your phone gonna be a chip. And they're gonna say, all right, we could put the chip, and through the chip, you could see the screen, everything we seen on our phones, we could see right here in real time in third dimension. You know what I mean? And when they give that, those of us who gonna want to say, nah, I want my physical phone. I want this. I don't want that. People gonna look at you crazy. Your shit gonna be slower. Your things not gonna be as good as everybody else's, and everybody gonna be looking at you while you on your. They gonna be like, he's still on the phone. That's like how people was when I still had the earbuds. I mean the earpieces with the strings on it. I had those for when I came home for a minute, and everybody was like, "Man, you old man," and then everybody kept buying me these. Everybody kept buying me these, with the 6666. Look, y'all. Every Beats you know, look at this. Every Beats you know got 3 of these. Oh shit, it jumped on my screen. It jumped on the screen. Every Beats you know got 1, 2, and 3. No matter. And if it's the band, if it's the one with the band on, it's gonna be one here, one here, and one here. So y'all keep talking about this mark of the beast. You already got it. So when I first came home, I had the one with the strings because I didn't want Bluetooth. I didn't want that frequency to be going into my ears. I rather just had a thing with the string on it. And then people force me, and then I start using these. And now I don't want to go back to the string, but I know I'm supposed to have headphones with the string. I ain't supposed to have these. But these work so much better because you ain't no string. It tell you when somebody calling. I had to be like, answer. This shit do everything. But now so when they bring the chip, what I'm gonna say, I don't want the chip. I'm gonna be the only idiot still walking around with a phone, and people gonna be able to walk and talk without the phone being in their hand. That's where we going. That's where we going. That's where we going. Yeah, we could speak the government out of existence. We wouldn't need Bluetooth. We wouldn't need, oh shit, I keep doing that. We wouldn't need none of this shit because we are this. We got this already. We could be communicating without this where y'all at. We can have the same conversation, even better. It'd be like TikTok with the panel. We all could be on a panel with no phone, no nothing. But because we need this, we need it. Because we agreed to it. We agreed to this. They call it the Luciferian experiment. It's other planets where they don't need the planets that didn't bite the apple. The planets that didn't bite the apple, with a proverbial apple that didn't take from the tree of knowledge, they don't die. They live to be thousands of years old. They heal themselves. They don't have to have physical sex to have an orgasm. You know what I mean? They didn't bite the apple. So they don't need to be conditioned. Those are the ones who come here without ships. If you watch Riddick or Star Wars or Star Trek, those beings, they call them elementals in some movies and shit. They move in and they move out. They come into reality. Like you see them shift as a cloud, then they become physical, they talk, and then they shift back out. Those are the elementals. They don't need ships. They don't need water to wash themselves. They don't need to eat. They don't need to do the things that we need to do because if you believe in the Bible story, that was the Luciferian effect, meaning we chose to have knowledge, but the knowledge that we had was of physicality. Had we been more spiritual, we wouldn't depend on these things. We wouldn't need air conditions. We wouldn't need beds. We wouldn't need to shit. We wouldn't need to sleep. We wouldn't need to eat. We would just be. You understand? All these physical things that we do is attached to this body, not our soul. Your soul don't shit, your body shit. Your soul don't sleep, your body sleeps. You understand what I'm saying? Your soul is trapped in this body. So I can't just go to Africa right now if I wanted to, or go to the moon, or go to Alpha Draconis because my body is stuck here because we decided to be physical. So you're right, Osiris. Hold on, let me see. So I like the ancestors to say, follow the dream, the gorge on reading rainbow. It's not a physical transformation, it's a spiritual transformation. Meaning the ancestors couldn't wait to die so they could go back to a spiritual party. Just be. Yeah. Yeah. Man, I hope you nah, man, it's okay, Black Jesus. I was just joking. Wear what you want to wear. Glad to see you are still amongst us teaching. And hood legend, hood legend didn't silence you. Nah, they can't silence me. I'm walking in my truth, bro. I'm walking in my purpose. I don't trust this guy. Seeing him shop in Walmart, and those motherfuckers tried to kill me. Who, Walmart? Man, I be seeing so much conspiracy shit that all of that shit is new. Like, but I wouldn't doubt it, man. You never know what's under these Walmarts, man. I don't doubt that shit one bit. McDonald's and Walmarts and Chinese restaurants, man. I've been see McDonald's and Walmart. That's the new shit. 20 years ago, they were saying there's underground bases under these Chinese, all these, wherever you go in America, you're going to find a Chinese restaurant. From the hoodest hood or to the whitest, nice neighborhood, you find a Chinese restaurant with some Chinese motherfuckers back there cleaning, cooking, not eating the dog and cat that they serve us. So years ago, I heard that, the Chinese had all these underground shits and all the shit going on now. Now with this Walmart and the McDonald's saying that they snatching kids, I wouldn't doubt it. Ain't no telling. As big as Walmart is, you never know. You never know. You never know. They probably construct a whole nother realm of reality up under the Walmarts. And they got the motherfuckers everywhere. So I wouldn't doubt it. Use the same energy to help kids use their imagination and read books after school. Yes, imagination is the key. Imagination is the key. This earth is nothing more than less but what a God created. That's right. Imagination, imagination is key. Imagination, yo, man, listen, when it comes to healing yourself and healing others, because we healed a couple of people, but if a person, and this is why Christ is good, right? When people don't believe, oh, you walk on water and all this other shit. If you don't believe it, you ain't never gonna achieve it. If you don't have the faith of a mustard seed, you never gonna move a mountain. So the energy behind faith, if faith is a car, the gas is imagination. Because you have to have an imagination to believe in a God that you don't see. You have to have an imagination to believe that angels could come around you and protect you. You have to have an imagination to believe that Christ walked on water or Christ is coming back for you. You have to have an imagination when you close your eyes and you praying to actually believe that you're speaking to a higher power that's actually going to help and assist you in what you're doing. All of that comes from imagination. You have to have that. You have to. And I believe if you have a good enough imagination, you can manifest what you're imagining. Because that's what I've been doing. That's why people say, yo, Christ ain't real. Well, because I believe it's real and people believe is real, it becomes real. If enough people believe something is real, it becomes real. That's a fact. That's a fact. It's the was it the 1,000 monkey or the hundred monkey theory? You remember? Y'all know what that is? The 100 monkey theory? When they showed one monkey how to crack, I think it was a walnut with a rock, but they didn't show the rest of the monkeys. But that monkey knew how to do it, and because that monkey knew how to do it, once they taught that one monkey, they never mixed that monkey with the other monkeys, but the other monkeys begin to crack the nut the same way the monkey they taught that one monkey. It's because we are a collective consciousness. That's why I say peace, love, and light to the collective. We're a collective consciousness. So if you teach one monkey, right, the other monkey actually teaches the other monkey on a subconscious soul level. It becomes our thing. So Christ, if it's fake, like they say it's fake, because one monkey believed it to be, we all begin to believe it, and that could have pushed that name, you know, in the higher realms in reality and gave it power. Just like the devil, just like gravity, just like time, just like aging, and all the other shit that we go through that we really wouldn't have to go through. Why do I don't think people in the hood have demonic souls. They have demonic attachments to their soul, to their physical being. The soul is not demonic. The soul is not demonic. Our being attract the demonic spirits though. And it's for a multitude of reasons. It's for a multitude of reasons. Yeah, that's one reason why we know God is real. Just think about if this ball is still is spinning as it spins around the sun, it's spinning around itself, man. And we got that same swirl in our head, we got that same swirl on our hands, we got that same swirl on our feet. Some people have to see air to believe their breath. That's a fact. But where was that? Yeah. People don't have demonic souls. Their soul have demonic attachments, and the reason why is for a multitude of reasons. Some people have generational curses. If you read the God in the Bible, he cursed some people for generations. So some families have generational curses. So they got the spirit of alcoholism. Some have the spirit of, anger upon them. You know what I mean? Some families have a spirit of lies, some spirit, so it could be that. Sometimes people lay with a woman who might have a bunch of spiritual attachments, and then they gain spiritual attachments. You know what I'm saying? Some people may be weak when they're younger and they go through certain experiences, like, to be sexually assaulted, and then the spirit attaches itself to that child to give that child strength. It feeds off of the assault, whether it's physical abuse, sexual abuse, or mental abuse. Something comes to that child and feeds off of that energy that the child gives off. And then it becomes a part of that child. This is why serial unalivers, Jeffrey Dahmer, um, John William Gacy, Richard Ramirez, the list goes on and on. What they all have in common was when they were a child, they went through a formative abuse. And that's when the spirit comes in. Because that's why Christ said, least touch one of these. A child gives off a powerful vibration, whether good or bad, because a child is fresh in his body. A child is more spirit. When you're a child, your body might be this big, but your spirit is this big. As you become older and your body gets bigger, as your body gets bigger, your spirit becomes shrunken into your body. But a child's spirit radiates outside of them. They're still more spirit than flesh because they're learning life. This is why their crown chakra is still soft, because they're more spirit than physical. But as they get older in life, they learn gravity, they learn death, they learn eat, they learn sleep. As they learn these physical things, they become more physical and less spiritual. So when these things happen to a child sends out a bigger beacon, and sometimes an angel comes in response, rarely, and then sometimes a dark one comes in. This is where you get the Harry Potter, when he was in his room, the little thing came to him. This is where you get the Wendy with Peter Pan coming through her window. The movie, the cartoon on Monster Inc. Oh, that's excellent, Monster Inc. Who was the deities, the demons feeding off of in Monster Inc.? If y'all haven't seen that cartoon, I suggest you watch it. They were feeding off the fear of the children, and they was coming from under the bed or out the closet, which is real because a bed is an altar. A bed is an altar. All four corners of the earth, four corners of a door. These are portals and altars. If you don't believe me, go in a room where there's no sound. Go in a soundproof room and have 5 soundproof rooms. What's going on in your room, and my room is a whole nother dimension. We all in a different dimension in the same house. And then you go on floors of a building and it's different floors. These are all portals and dimensions, all of them. They're not just always accessed by a spirit or a spook or a deity or entity, but they can be. I have blocked entities from entering my bed when I learned certain practices. I ain't gonna get all the way into a lot of stuff. I say a lot of stuff, but a lot of stuff I don't say. You know what I mean? I'm holding it for another time and another, group of people. Not another group, the same group of people, but on another, maybe a Zoom or something. When shit get popping, then we get into the whole other shit, how to do a lot of things in protection. But I don't want to get on here and just start speaking protection if people don't. understand what they're getting protected from and what's to be protected from. You know what I'm saying? I ain't trying to be like these brothers go up here, think they know something and think they gonna teach and preach and think that everything gonna be hunky dory. I ain't up here for clicks and views. I'm up here for my kindred spirit and to change some people, and hopefully I could plant something in their mind that'll set them on the right path before this shit go left out here. You know what I mean? Hold on, let me read some of the comments because I'm about to get off of here, New Orleans, and there's a whole lot of spirits here. Oh my goodness, I seen many of them. New Orleans is, yes, there, the French quarters. Y'all got vampires down there too. Y'all got my son down there. What's his name? Not Francis Bacon. What's the other nigga name? Not Lord Matria. What's his name? That's down there. Dan, the vampire dude that's been living for 1,000 years. They be seeing him down in New Orleans a lot, often. Damn, I forgot his name. But yeah, New Orleans is. I want to visit one day though. A bed is whatever you sleep on. That's right. That's true. A revival. Nah, I appreciate you. I appreciate you. I appreciate all y'all. Like it, like and subscribe to my channel, y'all. A bet is anything you sleep on. That's true. Jesus is a real historical figure. Oh, ain't nothing new came up here yet. Facts. The moon is perfect. All right. Y'all probably getting tired of me as I'm getting tired of talking. But I appreciate y'all. I've been on this shit. What's 340 minutes? The fuck is that? 340 minutes. 60. Half of 60, half of 6 would be 10 out 5 hours. Then yeah, I think that's 5 hours. That vampire stuff is a bunch of nonsense and weirdos. Um, it depends on what you consider the vampire. You have emotional vampires, you have spiritual vampires, you have cum vampires. You have women that I've had women that just need cum in them in any orifices. You have all kind of vampires. A vampire is an entity or a humanoid that feeds off a life force. It could be blood, it could be cum, it could be your money, it could be your misery. I wish you were my uncle. You need pit bulls. Pit bulls for what? Your vibration, man. I know you about to say something crazy. Every now and again you be chilling, but then you turn troll on me sometimes. But what do you mean by that? A pit bull? But anyway, y'all, I'm gonna get off of this. I've been on this shit for 5 hours. I appreciate y'all. Stop the border. I don't know what you mean. But anyway, I appreciate y'all. I thank y'all for being here with me. It's 49 people in here. I dislike getting off when it's more than 20 people in here. But I met the vampire people and you'd be amazed by the crap they tell you. Oh, all right. I'm trying to think of the dude that they say be in New Orleans. It's not Jacques, no, not Jacques Demolay, not Lord Matria, not Francis Bacon. It's gonna come to me when I get off the live, man. Oh, boredom. A pit bull to stop the boredom. I don't be bored. Who said I be bored? I be making videos. I be reading. I be studying. You gotta remember. You gotta remember. You didn't mean to say boredom because I'm about to say I don't be me. I don't be bored. I told you I've been in solitary confinement for years on end with nothing to do. And people say, like, you know what I mean? People like, yo, you don't never watch TV. My girl, yo, you don't never watch TV. You don't never. Man, listen, I got this phone right here. I got books. I could talk. It don't take much. I don't even know what boredom is. You gotta remember, imagine being in the cell 24 hours a day, 7 days a week for 2 years straight with nothing but a pencil, a paper, and a book here and there, and some ignorant niggas on the tier you could talk through a door to. So when you live like that, and I could find a way not to be bored in that, even though you do get bored. I've been bored in that situation because it's like after you done read all the books and you done read the Bible for the 100th time, and these niggas on the tier want to talk about Jay-Z and LeBron James, you do get bored. But out here in this free civilization, I rarely ever be bored. I'm not gonna lie. My mind be racing too much. I can't even sleep because I'm always want to do something. And now I'm on YouTube, so now I'm finding videos, searching videos, clipping stuff here. I got a whole bunch of things to do. Nah, that's not the name that I was thinking about. Belfast, the vampire guy name is. Nah, that's not who I'm thinking about. It's a regular name, man. He's in a lot of books. Saint Germain. Saint Germain. That's what I wanted to say. Saint Germain. They say Saint Germain be in New Orleans. Like people see him. And this dude is like 1,000 years old. He's in Saint Germain is who I was thinking about. I don't know if you know what I'm talking about. Oh my God. See vibrations. I knew you was about to. I was about to get off here, but I was kind of interested in what you was gonna say, and I stayed here just long enough for you to troll. And you been alright, man. You been alright. Now you. Oh man. And your groove voice talk ish until they see stuff in front of their face in real life. That's my joint. I remember that song. Calling on the name of Christ, repent and save me from a vampire that came for me with all that. Wow. You was in sec for 5 years straight, 3 in pop. No, Saint Germain. They say that he's a vampire. It's an entity. It's an entity called Lord Saint Germain. He's in a bunch of books, and like he's the only person that people wrote about him in the 1500s, and then they wrote about him again in the 1800s, and then I think the last time they wrote about him was like in the early 1900s, like 1920, 1910, right? And then they said that people would see him in the French quarters. So I don't know if he you is trolling, man. Now I'm the police. We was all right, man. See, we was good. And then you got Beasley down here. Beasley for he laughing because he be fucking with me sometimes. Then sometimes he troll me up too. But it's all right. I get it. I told. So because I told, I have to take the slander of what y'all saying. I have to. And it's okay. It's okay. It's getting less and less though. As the days is going, it's less and less trolls talking about killing and drug dealing. It's less and less. I'm finding my tribe on here, so I'm not even upset. Alright, y'all, but I'm off this. Peace, peace, love, and light to y'all, man. I'll be on here tomorrow, probably 8 o'clock. Tomorrow, Friday, yeah, I ain't doing shit. I'll be on here Friday. I'll probably be on here at 8 o'clock tomorrow. Peace, love, and light, y'all. Stay safe.